The space has no light, but darkness does not necessarily cover that space. A middle-aged man stood there calmly as if waiting for something, when suddenly someone seemed to be in a hurry to announce his arrival. He walked quickly but his voice was constantly scared. Seeing that he was still calm, he quickly said, "This place is no longer safe, we have to escape immediately." Not having the slightest idea that there was an evil or powerful thing coming, he asked normally who he was. The cloaked man tremblingly said he hadn't heard the rumors on Humite Street. He was still in fear as if someone was coming to kill him. The cloaked man described him as if he were describing something scary: werewolf slayer, vampire hunter, master of blue demons. The person he told was a guy with pure black hair, obscured by an unrecognizable cloak. He finally said loudly, "Heading here with his undead army." He said that he would not forgive the Black Order, just like the person he told about had come here. That cloaked guy remembered the person he said controlled the undead killers. That guy said he would kill us in the most cruel way possible. Hearing that, the old man remained calm, saying that we are not afraid of him. He mentioned, the strongest group of holy knights has his back. That army had the strongest armor and swords honed for peak strength, combining elite people with undisputed battlefield experience. However, that cloaked man held his head in a chill. "No, the knights you were talking about." That guy remembered that the person he was talking about had used his strength to attack the knights, that he had been turned into an undead army and was coming here. That cloaked guy looked very young, but the power he possessed was the most formidable. Just reaching out his hand and shining a mysterious green light commanded that legion to advance. Receiving the supreme order, the army began to attack fiercely, dozens or hundreds or more. They were elite troops but now turned into his weapons. They went crazy and let out fierce screams as they advanced there. Because the number was too large, the place where the old man with the same name in the cloak was about to collapse, or rather they were discovered. The rumbling earthquake came quickly and shadows gradually appeared, showing that the number was dozens of times greater than the second people. It was the multi-sided attack that the barrier protected that shattered into pieces like shards of purple glass. Each of those zombies was irrational, controlled, and madly attacked the place where the two people were standing, like a battle screaming for victory. One guy attacked the old man, causing him to collapse. The strong attack knocked his head to the ground, bleeding violently. Knowing that begging was the only way to survive, he tried to beg, even in death-like pain. He was scared and didn't believe in himself. While he stood there with a gun in his hand and watched, he didn't believe that how could this be possible. Undead monsters are supposed to obey orders from dead spirit masters like us. He tried to turn around to look at the attacker's face, but before he could look, he stomped on his arm like a broken bone, causing even more pain. Angry, he only said one word, "You." He tried to get up with all his might in that searing pain. "No matter what you try, God will save us, He will guide us to salvation." He heard that, salvation. The barrel of the gun was immediately placed right on his skull. Power and a terrifying feeling enveloped the old man. He knew he had unintentionally angered the god of death, and was afraid that his face would turn pale without a sound. "If you confidently say so, I will give it to you right here." He was about to die, but he still prayed. The holy power was slowly seeping through his skin. There, the beauty of that guy was revealed. He had short black hair, but the light at that time made his hair suddenly appear browner. His dark eyes looked cold before honking, so he pressed the gun's horn, saying in a calm voice that God's blessing will lead you to hell. There was a strange light flashing. Returning to that reality, the splendid emerald green building seemed to be for well-off to wealthy families, like a school. The voices of people talking about a character. They said, "Have you heard the rumors about the exiled 7th prince? He is a disgrace to the Holy Empire. How can such a person come to be? Is it okay to be born in a holy country ruled by a holy world?" They imagine him to be the bottom scum of immoral society. They said, "Do you know what happened to the archbishop? That accident happened to the archbishop's daughter and he got into trouble because of it." At that time, he didn't understand why he was told that it would be better if he had to accept the punishment. They said, "He painted the walls in that room himself." They said, "But then he vandalized the archbishop's room. He painted on the wall the word Gaia's slave." That made the emperor crazy, I mean extremely angry. The holy emperor punished him by sending him to the land of the dead. This is a place covered in snow all year round, with the surrounding mountains being white with snow. They said he sent him there so he could reflect on his mistakes. They continued, but instead he did dirty things and then he committed suicide because of his mistakes. In the end, fortunately he did not die, he fell off his chair. They said the strange thing was that he turned into a completely different person after that event. He worked diligently at the monastery without causing trouble. Everyone in town is crazy about him, but many people are curious about why he changed his personality 180 degrees like that. A demon entered his body because he dared to do something defamatory. The prince made a contract with the devil. I saw corpses wandering around the monastery and many more. There were many rumors. Whatever everyone thinks, I hope everyone will tell the truth. The green zombie with bright blue eyes and black halos looked at him. He looked back blankly. He stared at the 3 zombies in front of him. A notification window appeared. Alan Alphals was 16 years old, the 7th exiled prince, the profession of Death Spirit Master. He felt annoyed, so he made the system disappear with just a flick of his finger. Alan Alphals said, "Why this thing keeps appearing randomly?" Alan waved his hand in thought, saying that I thought the rumors appeared because you guys let yourself get caught. He sighed as if tired. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be accused of heresy. What should I do? Ha. The truth is that I am not actually Alan Alphals. I am an ordinary citizen of the Republic of Korea, but then suddenly turned into the trash son of the Holy Emperor. I entered this body while he was hanging. Luckily it failed, otherwise what would happen? He pointed his finger at those 2 zombies, one with a normal, bewildered shirt is Zombie 768, the other without a shirt is Zombie 769. He said he can see a status window. Then he did the senseless thing, raising his hand proudly to introduce, and I have the ability of a dead spirit master, so I use it to help myself in my job as a tomb guard. In the end, he answered and made all the zombies collapse, and now it's considered heresy here. The zombies obediently listened to him. I was a bit confused, but then I got used to it. But I should probably stop, right? Alan remembers helping you assign tasks to them. We cooperated very well. When zombies dig graves, replace the ghost and bury the body. The final step is to place the tombstone on top of the grave. Alan smiled in the sunshine and gently said it was a beautiful day. It seems like the zombies love you so much that they're honored to hear you praise like that, Gioyu. Then you told me the shocking news, but I guess we have to say goodbye. His father questioned him angrily. He said, calm down. Zombie 768 bared its teeth and foamed. Alan said, your mouth looks terrible. He picked up the shovel, saying that my past life was a bit complicated. It's hard to say, I'll tell that story later. Alan said coolly, but this time I will try to live my second life peacefully. You are like the saint of zombies. Maybe I can do this because you guys are here. He helplessly put down the shovel and said it was okay. The zombies seemed to understand what he said. Finally, look at the tower, look at that peak, then get to work. In another space, there was a guy with brown hair covering his face, frowning and saying, did you hear him, to the person next to him. 2 people were carrying 2 masked bodies on that cart. The fat guy next to the brown-haired guy said to shut up and pushed them away. He said, you want to die like them. The 2 people's goal is to hurry up and get to the prince, in that town's gloomy atmosphere, especially at night with its bloody clouds. They said to ask how to free this cursed village. Suddenly, a mysterious object appeared, blue-white hair, scary while possessing dark red eyes like fresh blood. The bugs gathered around the 2 corpses. A voice rang out, these are the last corpses, right? Black hair replied, that's right, it seems like there are only these people left. Red hair continued, yes, everyone ran away, only corpses are left here. At this time, one of the 2 men spoke up and said, excuse me, but can I ask you to go to the village with me? Alan Alphals asked in confusion, why? Red hair immediately said, almost the entire village was destroyed. I think if we go with the prince it will at least be safer. Black hair continued, I also think we can still be normal like this, because while moving the corpses, we often met you. Alan Alphals thought to himself, how could a blasphemed prince have such power? Black hair and red hair approached Alan Alphals and hugged him, begging him, making Alan Alphals angry. Both cried and begged. Red hair said, please, what if we get infected too? Black hair chimed in, we thought it would be safer with you. Alan Alphals tilted his head back stammeringly said, but me. Alan Alphals lowered his eyes and thought to himself, there is some misunderstanding here. What do you guys want me to do? A village with extremely polluted air, dust and smoke flying everywhere. A puddle on the ground was stepped on by a foot, causing water to splash everywhere. A voice said that this village was truly scary. Black hair and red hair were both scared, trembling and hiding behind Alan Alphals. Red hair said, right, the water system stopped working, so there are many deep ponds. Remember to be careful. Black hair woman, the disaster continued, it's so dangerous, it's so terrible. Alan Alphals angrily shouted, "Stop clinging to me," the red-haired man said with a smile. "But we all have to wear protection charms on our bodies at all times," Alan Alphals said loudly. "Am I your charm?" At that moment, a shadow passed by. Alan Alphals took the lead and said, "If I were you too, I would take this time to search the house more." Red Hair said, "There was something just now," Alan Alphals added. "What was it just now?" Black Hair said, scared. "Don't scare us, it's probably just a mouse." Alan Alphals said, "Let me check to see what it is." Then you entered that small alley. Red Hair and Black Hair shouted in panic, "There is the prince, don't go, don't leave alone." "Yes." Alan Alphals emitted a dark aura around him. He thought to himself, "I have a bad premonition, there must be something." He is a very normal existence but exudes an extremely ferocious aura. Suddenly, a chi sound rang out, making Alan Alphals startled and looked up. The little mouse ran out from the lair, squeaking from its mouth. The mouse raised its head to reveal two distinctive teeth. Alan Alphals immediately said, "What the heck?" Alan Alphals continued, "It was just a mouse." Suddenly the mouse's eyes were red, showing in its pupils was the image of Alan Alphals. From nowhere appeared a whole group of mice, each with sharp eyes, glowing red throughout the area. They had sharp teeth and a long tongue hanging down. They ran out and jumped up to attack Alan Alphals, which made him panic, not understanding what was going on. Each animal's mouth opened wide, crawling all over Alan Alphals' body. Alan Alphals shouted loudly, "What the hell is this? Zombie rats!" The army was extremely large in number. They competed to crawl from place to place. Alan Alphals angrily swung his shovel to make them scatter, and also killed a few of them. He shouted loudly, "So this group of vandals is the reason the village became like that." But that didn't stop them from giving up. Another group rushed forward. Alan Alphals held a shovel and hit them, angrily saying, Please stop." The force of the blow caused the mask to fly. Alan Alphals slammed the shovel on the ground, causing dirt and rocks to fly everywhere. The rats also flew away. He shouted loudly, "Go away, everyone." The towel floated in the air. Quite a few mice lay down after that blow from Alan Alphals. At this moment, the towel landed directly on Alan Alphals' head, making him bewildered. When the rats saw their comrades dead, they became mad and cried loudly. After that, they rushed towards Alan Alphals. Alan Alphals panicked and said, "Wait, it wasn't intentional, I accidentally did it." Alan Alphals stumbled and fell to the ground. The rats competed to pounce on his body. The shovel now flew out of Alan Alphals' hand and fell into the water. It gradually sank to the bottom. At that moment, Alan Alphals shouted loudly, "You damn people, stop attacking me." The shovel immediately emitted a bright blue light. Alan Alphals shouted loudly, "Are you trying to kill me?" The light emitted lit up a puddle of water. Streams of water flowed into gaps in the ground. Display system, use skills. The water now grabbed the undead rats. The display system, the dead swamp. This caused Alan Alphals to look on in bewilderment. Then the water poured down like rain, drenching Alan Alphals' whole body. Alan Alphals asked in confusion, "What swamp?" Then Black Hair and Red Hair arrived, and asked, "Prince, are you here?" "Huh? Why are there so many mice?" The puddle now lit up the dark alley. Black Hair and Red Hair were talking to each other. The puddle of dirty water had turned into holy water. "After you did that, you purified the rats. What a prince of the Holy Empire." The epidemic was definitely caused by rats. Wow. Alan Alphals put his hand into the water and grabbed the shovel, saying to himself, "You little prince, I just discovered that in addition to raising zombies, I can also use other skills." Alan Alphals thought to himself, "I just used the skill of a dead spirit master, but it has a purifying effect. This body is full of holy magic because it belongs to the grandson of the Holy Emperor." Alan Alphals acted like a saint, closing his eyes and continuing his thoughts, so he must have made his skills divine, his blood divine, the dead spirit master divine, all three undead very kind. Hey, Alan Alphals realized, so that's why the undead are quite peaceful. The image reflected in the puddle was Alan Alphals in his holy clothes. Alan Alphals' whole face was wet and he looked up when he heard the noise. There was a girl appearing on the other side of the puddle, Black Hair and Red Hair taking turns talking. "I thought they were all dead, but there was a child over there. Oh my god, is that Charlotte? It's Charlotte from next door." Both happily booed. Black Hair raised his hand and said, "Charlotte, come over here. Where are your parents?" Red Hair chimed in, "It's great that you're alive, Charlotte." In her hand Charlotte was holding an extremely sharp knife. She rushed forward, slashing from Red Hair to Black Hair, finally Alan Alphals. Charlotte's red eyes glared at Alan Alphals. Charlotte swung her knife to slash at Alan Alphals. Fortunately, Alan Alphals blocked the slash. Charlotte's sword was extremely strong. Alan Alphals' shovel had a few cracks. Alan Alphals thought to himself, what is she, a zombie girl? Alan Alphals waved his hand to repel Charlotte, telling himself, no, based on the fact that she was using a tool. Charlotte's body radiated a dark aura, her hair was loose, her eyes were red, she held a sharp knife in her hand. Alan Alphals looked and continued to think, she had not yet completely turned into a zombie. Suddenly, Charlotte burst into tears, and at the same time gritted her teeth and let out a growl. Alan Alphals was bewildered when he heard Charlotte calling for Mom and where was Dad? Alan Alphals clicked his tongue. A moment later, Charlotte quickly rushed to stab the knife down. Once again Alan Alphals was lucky to block the stab. The force of the stab was so strong that Alan Alphals gritted his teeth and trembled to block it. Suddenly, Charlotte's body emitted puffs of smoke. Alan Alphals thought to himself, it seemed that contact with holy magic would cause their bodies to burn. If I continue to attack, she'll get hurt, that's it. Coming out of his thoughts, Alan Alphals used his strength to force Charlotte into the puddle of holy water, the extremely strong impact causing the water to splash. Charlotte struggled and screamed loudly. Alan Alphals reassured her, try to bear it a little, I can't think of any other way. Charlotte screamed in pain. A moment later Charlotte gradually sank into a puddle of holy water. Alan Alphals panted tiredly. Charlotte tiredly let her body fall into the water. Charlotte's eye sockets were now filled with tears, she wept tiredly. An elder spoke up, we heard that you cleansed a large slum that invaded a village, we also heard that you saved a child named Charlotte, please help us. Alan Alphals immediately replied, I didn't save anyone. This confused everyone and asked, what? Alan Alphals closed the book. Alan Alphals looked towards the group of people and said, she is dead. Alan Alphals crossed his legs and said, she's dead. He continued calmly, how could I save everyone? My bloodline is related to the Holy Emperor but I don't have any superpowers. The crowd cried and lamented, so what should our village do? We ran all the way here hoping for your help. Alan Alphals sighed in boredom, he asked, where did you guys hear about me saving people? The elder answered, me, but was interrupted by the loud scream of the red-haired prince. The red hair happily pointed towards the room and said, Charlotte is awake. He looked around the room with a puzzled expression, continuing to say, it's all thanks to you, I let her go back to sleep because she looked so tired, it seems you have many visitors. The crowd immediately looked at Alan Alphals angrily, whispering, you said she was dead, look. Alan Alphals turned his gaze, clicked his tongue, and agreed, whatever. Alan Alphals stood up and said, I guess I have to do it, because I have more holy magic than you guys, your mouth is too big, the people still couldn't stop complaining angrily, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Alan Alphals raised his hand and said, but I have some conditions. Alan Alphals looked at the elder and thought to himself, great, I can see everything. You guys want my help but don't trust me just because I'm a trash prince, Alan Alphals said with a sigh, very simply. Alan Alphals thought of the scene of coins, vegetables and fruits with people bowing their heads to honor Alan Alphals around him. Alan Alphals said, I don't want to do charity, give money or items. Alan Alphals continued, and repaired the church for free. The group of people looked around the rotten church with cracks and cobwebs around it and stammered, this whole place. Alan Alphals put on his coat and said, it's all for everyone's lives, but if you don't want to, before you finish speaking, a voice will say, we will do it. Following the condition, Alan Alphals added, and there was one more important thing, this caused the crowd to break down, complain, and more. Alan Alphals said, this transaction, make sure not to reach the ears of the temple knights, if the royal family finds out then I will be in trouble. Quickly everyone agrees, oh okay. Alan Alphals happily thought to himself, finally the church that was considered a place of exile would become useful. The crowd whispered, wasn't it a scam? He said 30 bodies in the village had turned into zombies, maybe. Alan Alphals bent down and said, okay, everyone come get your things. The words made the crowd confused. Alan Alphals raised his hand holding his weapon and said, you guys told me to deal with the undead, are you planning on forcing me to fight alone? Alan Alphals' face turned cunning, he said, you guys can throw some things when I chant the spell. Sharp teeth bared, the crowd exclaimed in fear, devil, he is the devil. The words were interrupted by growls outside. One of them looked out and shouted, "Zombies, they're chasing us, have they caught up?" The group of people ran on 3 legs and 4 legs, shouting loudly, "Hey, quickly, quickly get the equipment from the warehouse." Alan Alphals stared open-mouthed, the crowd shouted, throwing brooms if necessary. From afar, the sky was red, smoke and dust were flying, and the undead army was coming. Many bare feet slowly approached. A whole army of zombies. Alan Alphals shouted loudly, but it wasn't 30 corpses. The village chief, Pat, heard Alan Alphals calling, hesitatingly replied, He laughed and raised 2 fingers and said, "It's my fault, look when I ran away." "Yes," Alan Alphals said angrily, "are you kidding me?" The crowd rushed out and attacked the living corpses. But they quickly overwhelmed them easily. Alan Alphals rushed towards the zombie. At this time, his shovel glowed, activating the skill. The water flows out, wherever it goes, corpses fall. Alan Alphals struggled to hold the shovel steady, the zombies screamed. The image of Alan Alphals covered his body, surrounded by magic appearing. Alan Alphals told himself, "Using skills is not the difficult part, I was already a Death Spirit Master before coming here. I voluntarily tested the beta version of a virtual reality game to earn a few coins. In that world, I chose the profession of Death Spirit Master. Unfortunately, he died from electric shock. I passed out after smelling burning flesh, and when I woke up, I was here, in this body." The zombies were quickly dealt with, Alan Alphals thought to himself. Fortunately, the skills in the game were also converted accordingly. At Alan Alphals' feet was a trembling zombie. He thought to himself, the holy magic already in his body had transformed his skills, making it difficult to control. There were corpses all around, Alan Alphals said silently. Every time he used a skill, holy magic erupted. "Can it be fixed?" Suddenly someone shouted loudly, "I can't help it." He sat on the ground, his body trembling, and said, "I can't do it, I know they are zombies, but I saw my wife there." He cried and looked at his undead wife caressing his face, hesitantly saying, how could he do that? Tears rolled down his face. It could be seen that he loved his wife very much even though she was infected and became a zombie. The undead wife opened her mouth wide, growled and rushed forward. Soon, Alan Alphals ran forward and kicked the zombie. The force of the kick was so strong that she fell down, her head hit the ground, and he screamed loudly, "Wife!" Alan Alphals immediately said, "The person is dead, don't overdo it." He was trembling and protested, "What do you know?" Alan Alphals angrily pointed at his undead wife and shouted, looking away, "Her body has decomposed, and her soul is lost. If you want your wife to suffer like that, run away, otherwise. Then don't cry anymore, kill them quickly." As he finished speaking, the zombies rushed towards him. The zombie rushed forward, but Alan Alphals leaned back to avoid it. But he was stunned and widened his eyes at the situation at that time. In Alan Alphals' eyes, many zombies appeared one after another surrounding him. Because the army was so numerous, Alan Alphals was surrounded by them. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the sky, and next to it was a person rushing towards him. Quickly, he rushed straight down and threw a punch, causing everyone around him to scatter with the force of the blow. Soil and rocks flew everywhere, falling onto an object. The living corpses lay on the ground, their bodies trembling. Charlotte turned around and asked, "Prince, are you okay?" The whole village was filled with black smoke. Fall and winter were the times when epidemics raged. "I believed that this happened so we could live healthy when the new year came. I believed in what my mother told me." Charlotte was out of breath from running so fast. She shouted loudly, "Mom, Dad?" Charlotte opened the door and said loudly in fear, "There was a group of rats outside." They all had red eyes. As she finished speaking, Charlotte's eyes widened as she witnessed the not-so-beautiful scene. Charlotte's father turned into a zombie and infected his wife. The mother trembled and cried and said, "Charlotte, run away, your father." Charlotte's whole body trembled regretfully and said, "Mom." Growling sounds rang out. Charlotte stepped back, her body trembling, and said, "No. Both her parents have turned into zombies. I couldn't ask for much help after that incident. The rats were outside, and inside the house, my parents kept chasing and killing me. I grabbed everyone within my reach and slashed at them." Charlotte reached out and grabbed the knife. Then there was bloodshed in the whole area. The growl kept echoing in Charlotte's ears. The shadows of the undead passed over Charlotte's head. Her body everywhere was stained red from blood. Charlotte tiredly lowered her eyes and leaned against the wall. There was one that showed its face and looked inside the house. Charlotte thought to herself, everyone in my village has become very strange. The zombie rats at that time did not care about the fresh meat offered in front of them, they only hung around Charlotte. She thought to herself, the rats tried to eat me, but now they ignore me. The blood-stained white curtain, Charlotte wondered, meant I would become one of them too. Charlotte gave up everything and whispered, I don't care anymore because there is no one to save me. Charlotte tearfully said, perhaps, if someone, even just one person, would save me. The image of Alan Alphals saving Charlotte appeared in her subconscious. Alan Alphals pressed her down into a puddle of holy water, screaming loudly and trying to get up. Alan Alphals put all his strength into it. Even though Charlotte struggled and resisted strongly, Alan Alphals still persisted in saving her. He shouted loudly to explain, I couldn't think of anything else. Gradually Charlotte surrendered herself to the water, at which point Charlotte was startled and opened her eyes. Charlotte breathed heavily, sweating profusely. Charlotte wondered, who was that? What was the memory just now? Suddenly a voice rang out, oh, you're awake. Charlotte sat up, held her head in her hands and asked, where am I? The servant immediately spoke up, the prince told me to take care of you, the zombies are still out there, remember to keep quiet. Charlotte thought inexplicably, prince, zombie. At that time, there were sounds of fighting outside and the voice of Alan Alphals startled the people inside like Charlotte. He shouted loudly, stop whining, focus on killing them. Charlotte looked, there was a loud shout, prince, behind him. Charlotte thought to herself, if only someone could save me. Suddenly there was a flash of light. This light was so bright that the worker had to cover his eyes with his hands. At the same time, Charlotte opened the window and quickly heard the sounds of the living dead. Charlotte kicked her foot on the door jamb. The maid noticed and shouted, hey no, what are you doing? Charlotte used strong force, causing many cracks to appear on the door. Suddenly Charlotte disappeared, then reappeared in midair right above Alan Alphals' head. Charlotte quickly landed with a punch. Her punch caused everything around her to fly everywhere. After being impacted by Charlotte's force, the zombies lay on the ground, their bodies trembling. Charlotte stood up, turned around and asked, are you okay, prince? Charlotte turned to look at Alan Alphals. Alan Alphals was dizzy and sweating profusely and said, no way, what's going on? Alan Alphals stood rooted to the spot, looking at the piles of corpses, asking, how could she do this alone? The villagers hailed Charlotte. Alan Alphals watched from afar and said to himself, just cheer her up, even though I'm the one holding them back. Alan Alphals sighed and thought, maybe I purified her properly before she could turn into a zombie and that helped her gain this ability. What about my ability? Not sure anymore. Alan Alphals stepped forward and said, stop for now, you have to take care of your families now. He continued, I know you're all very tired, but it's better to end this. They have suffered enough, we need to free them. Alan Alphals' words made the villagers look down. Alan Alphals raised his face to the sky and said to himself, I will also help with the purification ritual. The night sky was cool, the moon was full, but unfortunately the trees had no leaves left. Alan Alphals said silently, the ceremony was very simple. Souls rushed up, Alan Alphals clasped his hands in prayer, subconsciously saying that holding a funeral for the deceased is praying for them to rest in peace, so that the souls will no longer be lost and can rest in peace. Alan Alphals thought to himself, that was also part of the reason I was banished here. Alan Alphals raised his head and looked at the souls flying back to where they belonged. He thought, the land of the dead spirit masters had zombies rising naturally, they needed someone to take care of that. Alan Alphals stared into the distance for a long moment. Alan Alphals thought to himself, looking at this whole thing, I still find it unusual. I have never seen any records of the Fbij villages being destroyed so quickly. It's still too early for the death wave to take place. Alan Alphals called out, the village chief. Pollen immediately turned around and replied, yes. Alan Alphals asked if everything in the village was okay. Was there anything strange? Pollen immediately replied, no, there was nothing like that. Pollen continued, the epidemic started about a month ago, Alan Alphals said inexplicably, so it seems this epidemic was a deliberate act. Alan Alphals continued to say, could it be a dead spirit master? Hearing that, everyone in the village panicked, their faces distorted in fear. The villagers shouted loudly, is the death spirit master the one who spread the disease, the one who sold his soul to the devil? Alan Alphals replied, no, I was just mumbling to myself. Pat shouted loudly, Just the thought of having such a person near us makes me feel disgusted. Alan Alphals put his fingers over his ears and whispered, "Sorry for making you disgusted. If my hypothesis is correct, the person manipulating the undead must be nearby, but I don't know how to find it." Alan Alphals waved his hand and walked away saying, Whatever, I'm going to bed, you guys will take care of the rest." The villagers immediately replied, "Okay, thank you, Prince." Alan Alphals denied his title as prince. "I blame myself, I'm no prince, I'm no different from a worker." Alan Alphals opened the bedroom door, his shadow appeared on the floor. Alan Alphals sighed and lay down on his bed. Due to being too tired, Alan Alphals' eyes gradually closed. He told himself, "Take a rest, conducting a funeral is too tiring." The loud growl startled Alan Alphals awake, his mouth still drooling. He approached the window with his eyes closed. Alan Alphals opened the door and asked what had happened so early in the morning. Loud screams rang out, "Kidnapping! Kidnapping!" The undead had kidnapped someone. Hearing Alan Alphals immediately bewildered and couldn't believe the truth. "Huh? Did the undead kidnap people?" The villagers immediately replied, "Yes, we saw it clearly, I saw that. They took advantage of the opportunity when everyone was tired after working all night." Suddenly there was a zombie growl. The villagers shouted in panic, "What's going on?" The girl was carried on the shoulder of a zombie and ran away. She shouted, "Please save me, zombies." The villagers noticed and immediately shouted, "Wait, Morian." Alan Alphals asked confusedly, "Who is Morian?" The villager immediately replied, "Huh, she is the one who digs up herbs. She often helps the villagers here, and later she also helps treat the injured." Her words were interrupted by Alan Alphals' question, "Do I know her?" The villager was sweating and hesitantly said, She's a beauty." Then she refused the prince's confession. Alan Alphals darkened his face and whispered, "Is that it again?" The villager continued, "And because of the humiliation he had," again the sentence was interrupted. Alan Alphals said, "Now I remember, so it's really embarrassing to stop this." Knowing what they meant, the villagers immediately urged, "No matter what, we should form a search team to bring her back." Alan Alphals appeared upset, scolding silently, "These bastards, not their owners. Is she acting like this just because she's beautiful?" Alan Alphals thought seriously to himself, "But I have to check it myself too. This is the first time I've heard about zombies kidnapping people. I have to confirm what's going on." Alan Alphals put on his familiar coat. He asked if tracking was possible. The villager immediately replied, "Mr. Hans, a hunter from our village might be useful to you." Hearing that, Alan Alphals immediately said, "Okay, then let's go." The villagers happily replied, "Yes." Alan Alphals continued, telling that person named Hans to come quickly. Alan Alphals turned to look at Charlotte standing there staring at him. Charlotte moves closer to Alan Alphals. The aura surrounding Charlotte scared Alan Alphals. He walked away but still looked at her, wondering, why is she still angry at me because I lowered her neck? Alan Alphals ran quickly, shouting loudly, "Hurry up, if you don't hurry up, she will probably become lunch for those zombies." The villagers followed Alan Alphals and replied, "Yes." Charlotte looked helplessly. It was easy to trace them. After a while, everyone stood in front of a cave. The villagers immediately confirmed that we were pretty sure they had entered here. Alan Alphals applauded, "Well done, Hans." The villager looked at the cave and said in fear, "No wonder it was so cold." Alan Alphals thought to himself, "Alan Alphals hit it quite well. This cave smells of evil energy. It is not impossible to say that this place is filled with zombies or if this is the source of the pandemic. Although there are places that naturally radiate evil energy, considering the actions of the undead, there is a high possibility that someone is behind the scenes pulling the strings." Alan Alphals asked, "Should we just burn this place to the ground?" The villagers panicked and shouted, "Sir, Morian is still in there." Alan Alphals immediately replied, "Okay." Alan Alphals pointed at the cave and said, "But this place looks very suspicious and shady. This is where the favorable effects of the undead will be much stronger, if they all go in to save a person. If I'm a woman, I'm afraid it will become a feast for them." The villager asked fearfully, "So how do we save Morian?" Alan Alphals replied, "Let's prepare carefully and come back later. Of course if we do that the chances of Morian being alive will be significantly reduced." Suddenly there was a startling growl to Alan Alphals. He turned around and looked confused and asked, "What?" A bear with its mouth wide open and sharp teeth pointing at Alan Alphals. Blood was quickly shed. Alan Alphals was bitten by a huge bear. The worried villagers rushed up and shouted, "Prince!" Alan Alphals gritted his teeth and endured the bear's bite. He was dragged into the cave by it, far away from the villagers. Alan Alphals thought to himself, this bear is also a living corpse. It dragged him to the side of the rock and threw him into the abyss. With his shoulder bleeding non-stop, Alan Alphals tried to swing the shovel to use the skill. The swamp was dead, the water rushing out made the undead bear scream in pain. Alan Alphals struggled to stop the bleeding on his shoulder. Alan Alphals used evil powers to treat his wounds. Alan Alphals thought to himself, as expected, this is a recovery skill, my holy magic is gradually reaching the bottom. But in times like these, having skills in reserve will be much more convenient. The bear stomped his foot down and stood looking at Alan Alphals. Glowing red eyes, sharp smile, staring at Alan Alphals. The image of Alan Alphals reflected in its eyes, he thought to himself, enhanced by necromancy, no wonder it could still stand after being doused with holy water like that, but if it was controlled by a necromancer would be quite troublesome. Alan Alphals helplessly wondered how he could win against a bear. The bear opened its mouth wide and growled, rushing towards Alan Alphals, causing him to panic. But fortunately, Alan Alphals was able to avoid the bear's powerful bite. Not giving up, it used its claws to grab Alan Alphals. Suddenly out of nowhere, Charlotte landed from above and used a knife to stab the bear in the eye. Its eyes began to bleed and it growled in pain. The bear roared loudly and began to struggle. Alan Alphals wondered in bewilderment, Charlotte, has she been following this whole time? No, it doesn't matter now. Alan Alphals shouted loudly, Charlotte held that damn thing back. Charlotte was desperately clinging to the bear. Hearing that, she was confused and asked again, what? Charlotte was quickly knocked to the ground by the bear. It rushed forward and stomped hard, but luckily Charlotte was able to escape. The bear opened its mouth wide and its sharp teeth rushed towards Charlotte. Charlotte quickly held the knife straight to the bear's gums. It screamed in pain. Very soon the bear was blown away by a force. The force of the blow was so strong it sent it flying into the cliff, which also helped Charlotte breathe a sigh of relief. Alan Alphals held out his hand and said, thank you for buying time for me to use the skill. Charlotte saw that and immediately held out her hand and replied, otherwise I would have to thank you. Charlotte saw the decaying hand held out. This raised a lot of questions in her. What was that? Wasn't it Mr. Alan Alphals? Don't tell me he turned into a zombie that time and avoided it. It couldn't be right, the time between was too long. Long story short, was he bitten by that zombie bear? What's going on? Why is his hand blue? What's with this zombie arm, shaking hands with a zombie? At this time the undead emerged from the ground. Alan Alphals said, as expected, this is how we should participate in a battle. Alan Alphals walked up to Charlotte's side. Alan Alphals smiled cunningly. Alan Alphals' army of zombies gradually rose, becoming more and more numerous. Alan Alphals affirmed that it had no chance with this number. The green zombies crawled out from under the ground, furiously digging into the ground. They clung tightly to the bear, biting and tearing its flesh and blood, making the blue bear scream in pain. However, the zombies still continued to attack, continued to chew on its flesh. The bear was bitten and torn apart, its eyes were gnawed, bright red blood was gushing out, it screamed angrily. The bear swung its claws at the zombie's face, painfully causing its face to be scratched and splattered with blood. The angry bear swung its strength to knock the zombies away and hit the rock behind them. The zombies screamed in horror. The arms on the ground were still breaking through the ground and crawled up to cling to the bear's legs. Hundreds of arms also rose up at the same time to attack the giant bear. The bear's scream echoed throughout the cave. Alan Alphals gasped and thought that the bear had really killed many people. He had summoned so many zombies. Charlotte was overwhelmed with the situation before her. Alan Alphals continued to think that it was much stronger than his zombies, but in the end, no matter how big the bear was, it was still gnawed on one part of its body by many painless and fearless zombies. Even though it painfully swung its claws to tear this zombie in half, the other zombies continued to move forward. The bear was devastated, many layers of skin were torn off and blood flowed everywhere. The bear suddenly stopped attacking and stopped. It came in front of Alan Alphals and stared at him. Alan Alphals was a little afraid to look at the bear that was covered in blood everywhere. Blood flowed, the bear stopped completely. It gradually tilted its body and fell down in a more devastated state. The defeated bear fell to the ground, still holding the knife that Father Loy had slashed earlier. Alan and Father Loy looked at the bear's body indifferently. Alan Alphals was sweating tiredly, thinking that the outcome of the battle was obvious. Charlotte moved to pull out the knife then turned her head to look back at Alan Alphals, who was holding his head and weakly speaking loudly to the prince. Charlotte worriedly asked if he was okay. I felt better and threw Alan's arm over my shoulder to support him. Alan Alphals tiredly said I was okay, I just used too much holy magic. Alan Alphals was still leaning on Charlotte on the outside, but on the inside he was wondering why she was here, to beat me. Alan Alphals said, Charlotte, I accidentally showed you my full power. Charlotte sweated a little and didn't understand. Alan Alphals turned on his deep voice mode, acting saintly, saying I want to live in peace, so can you consider it a secret between us? From Charlotte's perspective, Alan Alphals seemed to radiate a halo of light. Charlotte emitted pure pink energy mixed with a hint of love towards the prince. But actually, Alan Alphals' insides were rolling with fatigue, thinking, I won't bother you anymore, leave me alone. Charlotte firmly said that you are my savior, so I will listen to your every wish. Alan Alphals did not understand and asked, savior, huh, me? Why do you think like that? Alan Alphals continued asking. At this time, everyone came in from the cliff and called out to the prince, Charlotte. Han ran in panic and shouted at Charlotte, why did you jump down there, prince, are you okay? We brought things to explore this cave. Han quickly dropped the vines below. Alan Alphals screamed tiredly, thinking I'm fine, just go back up there, they won't be of any help. Han urgently asked who killed these zombies and this bear. Looking at that bloody tragedy, the bear's body and the zombies lying around, Han continued asking if it was you too. That bear was called the Greedy King, we didn't even know how many people it had killed. Okay, Charlotte was about to say this. Alan Alphals interrupted, I thought there seemed to be a dead spirit master in this cave. He was surprised. Alan Alphals continued, this dead spirit master tried to turn it into a base and killed the bear that was already here. When we arrived they were already dead. What the people said was reasonable, dead spirit master, so scary. Alan Alphals sighed inwardly, thinking how simple their thinking was. Alan Alphals continued to think that no matter what, that woman named Morrison was probably dead. The dead spirit master wants to use her to trap us, to use the bear to kill more people, Ireland certainly thought to himself. Han worriedly asked what we should do. Alan Alphals sighed and replied, let's go deeper. Han hesitantly asked if he was sure. Alan Alphals replied yes. Alan Alphals, burning with the feeling of battle, said I should see how strong this death spirit master is. He continued, everything was fine and left. The light shines through the gap between the two cliffs, water drips to form a small puddle. Alan Alphals and the people hid behind the wall to examine the situation inside. Han noticed something that said Prince, over there. It was Morian, a tied-up girl sitting with her head bowed on the ground, in front of many papers with magical markings drawn on them. The people quickly ran to say Morian, we are here to save you. Alan Alphals held a shovel and Father Eagle also came. Alan Alphals was a bit surprised because the girl was still alive and thought to herself. Alan Alphals unexpectedly thought to himself that she was still alive, the Death Spirit Master used her as bait, so it would be easier to kill her. Perhaps Alan Alphals suddenly became wary. Morian slightly moved the prince, looking towards the people coming. Morian happily tearfully said everyone, come to save me. Suddenly ran like lightning and swung the shovel into Morian's face with a resounding blow. Morian was suddenly beaten, his throat bleeding and he fell down. All the people were petrified in shock as they watched Morian fall, shouting loudly for the prince. Alan Alphals gasped and saw Morian fall down, everyone couldn't react in time and stood still. Alan Alphals coldly said with a serious face that I should have used the sharper side to cut you, it was a mistake. A citizen quickly ran to Morian and shouted in concern, Morian, are you okay? Han was scared and confused and asked what's wrong, Prince. Alan Alphals arrogantly raised his hand and asked why. Alan Alphals calmly said I saw it all. The target lock system screen displayed, Mogana, 63 years old, specializing in seduction, necromancy, surgery, cursing, assassination, was extremely worried and agitatedly staring at Alan Alphals. Alan Alphals calmly thought Morian was not a bait, his weak voice rang out to the prince. Morian was helped to sit up and tremblingly said there must be some misunderstanding. Alan Alphals coldly said I didn't hear anything you said, don't be fooled by her. She is a dead spirit master. The people who heard that immediately stood up and shouted loudly. Alan Alphals continued to say that everything from his name to his age was fake. Morian bowed his head, looking worried. It wasn't Morian who continued screaming, the death spirit master dragged me here, then tortured me, Alan Alphals disdainfully waved his hand and replied lightly, yes, yes. Alan Alphals coldly said, do you think they will believe you, just because you are kind? Suddenly put his hand in his pocket to search. Then he reached out his hand and held a bottle of green water with a cross symbol saying, drink this holy water. Alan Alphals held a bottle of water in his hand and brought it to Morian's eyes, saying that if you were a dead spirit master, your intestines would melt, but if you were a normal person, this is the best medicine, your wound will heal immediately. Morian worriedly withdrew his head and said, don't give me such a precious thing. Alan Alphals replied, yes, it's really precious. Walking next to Morian, he picked up a bottle of water and gave it to her, excitedly telling her to drink. Morian was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Morian was extremely frightened and trembled in fear, thinking to himself, how could this be possible? He had disguised himself so perfectly. When I pretended to be Morian in the village for a whole year, no one suspected anything. She remembered the times when she disguised herself as a villager in fear and disbelief. She thought to herself that she hated Alan Alphals, so how did this damn prince find out? Looking at Alan Alphals, it was unbelievable to think what kind of power he possessed, to be able to destroy the bear. Alan Alphals, excited as if he had discovered a new continent, pointed at Morian and smiled and said, oh ho, don't you drink? Alan Alphals loudly continued to point his finger at Morian and said that the prince gave it to you. Why don't you quickly reach out with both hands to receive it? While Morian was having his hands tied tightly, bowing his head and not daring to say a word, then there was silence again. Alan Alphals asked again. Morian radiated dark energy, his face gradually changed to become wrinkled and veiny like tree roots, coldly saying, I plan to eliminate you in this wave of death. She emitted energy that hit Alan Alphals' hand before he could react, causing the bottle containing the holy water to fall to the ground and shatter. Skeletal hands emerged from the ground. Morian coldly continued to say that now if you do this, you will only die sooner, prince. Morian had untied himself and sat up with the wrinkled body of an old woman controlling the zombie skeletons and screaming, I tried to let you live a little longer. While screaming and laughing in a more terrifying way, Morian said as if he had become crazy, but he would die right here. The zombie skeleton was painfully hit on the head with a shovel. Alan Alphals knocked the head of each zombie and shouted, who let you use that arrogant voice in front of me, while I still want to behave properly? Quickly go back, you rude guy. Morian is standing next to me. They were stunned and didn't understand what was going on. The zombies were also scared and hid as much as possible from this scary man. Morian panicked at the scene before him, afraid to say anything. Suddenly, behind Morian, a figure appeared and raised his hand towards Morian. Charlotte pressed hard on Morian's body, holding a bloody knife, causing her to fall down and scream in pain. Alan Alphals rubbed the head of a kneeling zombie, smiled coldly and said, good job Charlotte. Morian looked up in panic and shouted, what the hell, what are you? How did you do that to skeletons? Mine. That shovel is the source of your power, right prince? Alan Alphals with a sinister smile gradually walked in front of Morian and said, that's right, these days the shovel is very powerful. Morian shouted loudly that it couldn't be just an ordinary shovel, it must be a sacred object. Alan Alphals said faintly, why are you still looking into those things? Why don't you take care of yourself first? Morian then remembered his own situation and trembled in fear. Charlotte's cold knife was close to her neck and could cut off her head at any time. After being beaten to a pulp, I had to accept being tied up and accept my guilt, saying my name was Morgana, 63 years old, a death spirit master. Everyone looked at him with broken hearts and disbelief. Alan Alphals spoke up and said he wasn't going to confess all his sins. Morgana was so angry that she was sweating. Morgana shouted, I will reveal who wants me to kill you, so don't kill me. Alan Alphals calmly replied, you mean someone wants you to do these things? Morgana was scared but full of fear and said, yes, my request is to seduce you and then disguise your death as suicide. Alan Alphals was alerted and thought to himself that this guy didn't want to kill himself but was forced to. Alan Alphals crossed his arms indifferently and thought, so he wasn't so pathetic, really, what a surprise. Morgana was sweating profusely, wondering why he seemed so indifferent. Morgana pursed her lips in fear, looking at Alan Alphals, silently communicating with Alan Alphals, saying the Dark Church told me to kill the seventh grandson of the Holy Emperor. Alan Alphals was a little surprised and silent and did not answer. Morgana continued, and from the bear, I could see that he was a dead spirit master. If the professor found out, they wouldn't leave him alone for long. Morgana spoke confidently as if Alan Alphals had been captured by her. When Alan Alphals spoke up and said, aha, so you saw me, right? Then we'll probably have to kill her, Charlotte. Charlotte obediently replied yes. The cold knife was once again brought to Mo Ga-na's neck. Mo Ga-na panicked and shouted to stop. Wait, it was just a mistake, I will keep it a secret, and I will tell you all about the Dark Church. Alan Alphals still smiled and waved his hand and punched Mo Ga-na in the face, saying if you are willing to tell me everything so easily then it means your information has no value at all. Mo Ga-na was punched painfully. Wail. Mo Ga-na fell down, trembling and moaning, unable to get up. Alan Alphals continued, the villagers will decide your fate. Alan Alphals continued to say that there are many people here who have lost their loved ones because of you. The people who have captured the enemy for so long are all staring at Mo Ga-na with hatred, making Mo Ga-na tremble in fear. Alan Alphals said you should pay for your crime. Mo Ga-na said in fear, wait. The pitiful scream echoed Mo Ga-na screaming and saying please forgive me. Alan Alphals turned around and walked away asking Han how he planned to deal with her. Han calmly and with some resentment replied that her punishment would be similar to the crime she committed. Han coldly watched Mo Ga-na being carried away and said her death would be painful, then we would leave her in the forest, the wild animals would devour her, and then, whatever was left would disappear, become a living corpse. The scene of the tragic blood of the wild deer and the cold corpse of Mo Ga-na appeared. Han continued to say that such a death is really suitable for a death spirit master to insult the dead, isn't it? Alan Alphals replied yes, thinking that it was really medieval, really cruel. Charlotte also ran to Alan Alphals. Alan Alphals was thinking incomprehensibly. The Black Church, Alan Alphals thought deeply. The scene changed to a dark forest with bare leaves, the wind whistling coldly. The pile of thick books smelled unpleasantly. Those were the books that Alan Alphals hid when the people weren't paying attention in the cave. He secretly thought he wouldn't be able to find out everything, but he still successfully stole a few of the dead spirit master's books and kept them in the archives. Animals, Alan Alphals recalls happily. Alan Alphals happily flipped through the book and thought how nice it would be to be a necromancer who could talk to souls, but I probably couldn't achieve that skill here. Let's see. Alan Alphals stopped at a page. Alan Alphals remembered thinking to himself, she mentioned the death wave or something. Mo Ga-na once said I planned to eliminate you in the death wave. Alan Alphals continued to think that he needed to read about the death wave one more time, and about this assassination. Alan Alphals read books and speculated whether his siblings were behind this incident. Alan Alphals remembered his siblings and thought, at this rate, who would say I'm a prince, so they probably want to get rid of me because of the battle for the throne. Alan Alphals continued to think. Alan Alphals closed the book and thought about continuing the struggle for power. Alan Alphals tiredly lamented how complicated it was. What was the life of the royal family like? What if I was really killed? Should I get some mercenaries? I have to increase my proficiency in some skills for now, Alan Alphals decided to say. Charlotte was sitting quietly in the distance. Charlotte was also looking at her, wondering if Her Highness would be killed. Everyone said he had changed. He was only as tall as me but he always took the initiative to fight. Charlotte remembered the scene she had seen before looking through the window. Charlotte continued thinking that in just this incident, he saved many people, he even held funerals for those who passed away. The scene of Alan Alphals appeared in Charlotte's mind. And, Charlotte remembered the time when the people told her that Charlotte, when she was still lying there, he took care of the bodies of her parents. The touching feeling that made Charlotte shed tears of gratitude still lingers. Charlotte firmly clenched her fist, thinking he was her benefactor and her parents. I want to thank him, but that's not enough. Charlotte looked towards where Alan Alphals was sitting. Charlotte continued to think that there was danger around His Highness, and he needed a shield to protect himself. The Royal Swordsmanship Manual sparked Charlotte's interest. Charlotte picked up the book thinking if so, to protect the great prince, I must become stronger. Charlotte hugged the book with utmost determination. In reality, the great prince is mindlessly doing something no one understands over there. In the ancient book, the undead will evolve over time. And when he opened that book, it was a half-dead body that had evolved into a zombie. It was holding a heart in its hand. When the zombie's body rots, they will become dry bones, but if they can keep its body intact, it will evolve into a stronger version, a hungry ghost. They range from hungry ghosts to headless demons, from headless demons to vampires. The more they evolve, the smarter and stronger they become. When undead are in the dark, the mana contained in the darkness will cause them to evolve faster. That's why they always crave stronger mana. That old book says, so the goal of all undead is the land of the undead. In the forest, white snow falls on the tree branches. To avoid the warm new year and their bodies rotting, those bastards will move to a darker and colder place. When autumn turns to winter, it is the cold time when their instinct to find the ghost land is strongest. That's called the wave of death, when the head of that creature's skull is surrounded by sharp vines surrounding it and there is a sword piercing through its head, causing blood to flow. The substance it spreads all over, and on December 25th, the coldest day of the period, the death wave, the day the king of the land of the dead, Aman, died. It was also the day when the living dead searched for the land of the dead in the largest numbers to regain their lives. The hands closed that book and said, "In just about a month, the wave of death is here." None other than Alan Alphals, the male lead of this series, he thought, that witch intended to use these zombies to kill him. Suddenly a voice called out to you, "Your Highness." So it was Charlotte. She held out her hand and said, "Please give it to me, I will help you put the book back in its place." Alan Alphals handed the book back to Charlotte and said, "Ah, okay, here it is." Alan Alphals thought in confusion, "I didn't ask for it, so why does she come to church every day?" In addition to arranging books, she also cleaned, arranged the cemetery and prepared food without being paid. "Is it okay if I stay like this?" he thought while scratching his head. After that, Alan leaned his back against the wall, closed his eyes and thought, "Let it go, when she's satisfied, she'll leave here. I heard that Grill adopted her, so she can come home now." Alan continued to think that this rude guy, even though he looked unkempt, was a good person. While thinking, there was the sound of footsteps entering. 3 men wearing iron armor with holy spear motifs entered. His eyes looked extremely cruel, causing Alan Alphals to startle and turn to look at the 3 men. He blurted out in confusion. At this time, the system displayed the information of a soldier, named Harmam Diane, who was the deputy commander of the Holy Cross Knights, swordsman of the Holy Family under Haim's protection. He got straight to the point and asked Alan Alphals that he heard he had captured the witch Morgana. Hearing that, Alan thought with a disgusted face, "Getting straight to the point without even greeting me, treating me like an exiled prince. Besides, if he had heard about me. So this must be the bastard monitoring me." Thinking of this, Alan Alphals puffed his lips and said angrily, "That's right, I caught her and those villagers. What's wrong? Do you guys have a problem?" Harmam Diane replied, "We just came here to confirm, but it seems everything is true." "You fought hard alongside the villagers," he calmly replied. "Yes." Harmam continued and killed the Beast King with a farming tool. Hearing that, Alan was a bit confused. Harmam said that while a man named Grill had killed 30 zombies and cornered the witch with holy water, Alan couldn't understand even more when hearing this information. Harmam Diane said, "That's what the farmer told me." Hearing that, Alan Alphals thought, "I just praised him as one of the good guys in less than 5 minutes." Harmam Diane added, "Actually, I thought it was all an exaggeration," he said, looking out of the sanctuary. But after seeing the traces of a fierce battle, everything he said must have been right. Alan Alphals thought bewildered, "Slave, don't, if you're a holy knight then don't trust people so easily." Harmam Diane's voice pulled him back to reality. "Do you know which dark church Morgana belongs to?" Alan Alphals replied, "Yeah, I heard her say it. She acted like that group was very secret, see, so everyone knows everything, right?" Harmam Diane replied, "Yes, because it was a very brutal organization. So far, Morgana alone has destroyed 5 villages." Alan Alphals suddenly said, "I was teasing her around without knowing anything about this." Harmam Diane asked, "So did you really get rid of her?" Alan Alphals said, "Didn't you hear? She was beaten to death, and her body was thrown away." Harmam Diane continued asking if he had taken action. "Your Highness," he replied, "how could it be me? I don't have that kind of strength." After saying that, he thought about it. It was true that he had suppressed her, but revealing his strength would not do any good. The villagers also helped, so stop following Grill's blabbering. Thinking about it, he answered, "I'm just there." After that, he pretended to fall into Charlotte's arms and said, "I was so scared that I almost peed my pants," which made Charlotte understand nothing. And also made Harmam Diane's hair stand on end visibly to the naked eye, and Alan Alphals thought, "Yeah, just thinking about it makes me feel disgusting." Harmam Diane said, "So you must know about the witch's magic books." Hearing that, he replied, "Books?" Harmam Diane said, "Yes, we were supposed to take back books about black magic, but for some reason her bookshelf was empty." Alan Alphals pretended to be ignorant but was the culprit who kept them in the storage room. Alan Alphals added, "Maybe the villagers burned those books because they looked so cruel. You can ask them, Harmam Diane said, "Okay, thank you, and also." Harmam Diane gave him a bag of something and said, "One last but not least important thing, is this?" Alan Alphals was surprised, "Huh?" Harmam said it was Morgana's bounty, 80 gold coins. Hearing this, Alan Alphals was surprised. Harmam Diane added, "The amount of money hanging on her head was quite a lot." Alan Alphals scratched his head and stretched his hands to get the money and said, "Well, that's what I should do." Harmam Diane did not forget to instruct him that he must divide it equally among the villagers. Alan Alphals smiled mysteriously and said, "Of course." In his heart he thought, "Books and then gold, that's really lucky." Thinking about it, he hugged the gold coins and kissed them in Harmam Diane's helplessness. Harmam Diane added, "My duty is over, I will leave here, Your Highness," while Alan Alphals was still sniffing the pile of gold coins. He added, "Please pack your luggage." Harmam Diane's words made both Alan Alphals and Charlotte stunned. Alan Alphals said in bewilderment, "Why, I have already been exiled, why would I be exiled again?" Harmam Diane said with a sigh, "Isn't it almost time, the wave of death, already? We will take Your Highness out of here." Hearing that, Alan worriedly thought, "Because I'm a prince, so I still care about me." After thinking about it, Alan immediately said, "If I were to escape, could I return to the palace and return to the warm south?" Harmam Diane interrupted and said, "No. You will come with us to the Lonia territory," he exclaimed in bewilderment. "That place is about half a day away, we will still be in the land of the dead, there is no need to go there." Harmam Diane said, "Yes. The territory of Lonia is a fortress built to prevent the wave of death. To fight against the undead, the deadly wave of life, we have gathered soldiers and prisoners." Alan Alphals interrupted, "Let alone?" Harmam Diane nodded and said, "Yes, there will be many victims. I would like to ask you to preside over the weeks in the Lonia territory." Alan Alphals and Charlotte remembered the time when the zombies arose, making them both shiver. "Jenard Lepong is the Lord of Lonia and also a Viscount," he said. "How do you feel, Your Highness?" Alan Alphals replied tiredly, "Not good at all." Jenard Lepong said confusedly, "Was the journey here very difficult?" Alan Alphals replied, "That's right, the carriage was so uncomfortable to sit in." Jenard Lepong asked, "Oh yes, you two are?" The other two replied, "A great man, a servant." Alan Alphals thought, asking if it was good to treat an exiled prince like me. After resting he said, "Stop chatting, take me to the room." Jenard Lepong replied, "Yes." Alan Alphals thought, "But why should I come here? This is the land of ghosts, the territory of Lonia. Also nicknamed, the Fortress of Sacrifice, this place has that nickname because it is a gathering place for victims used to alleviate the anger of the undead. The city wall surrounds this land, only to stop these deadly waves. And they must fight off the undead for a month before they can see spring after the death." In front of them were POWs, Alan Alphals thought, those were POWs who would fight on the front lines later. Harmam Diane said, "Yes, you just need to help us treat the injured and organize the funeral." Alan Alphals said, "Oh, I think I can do it." What Harmam Diane said next caused Alan Alphals to break down. There were at least 2,000 to 3,000 casualties every year. Hearing that, Alan asked, "Is there anyone else who can help me?" Harmam Diane said, "There are about 80 priests who can perform the purification ritual. Soldiers will support you at the funeral, so don't worry." Well, sometimes, some people die from exhaustion from overworking, but it'll be okay. This statement made him stop. Alan Alphals said to Jenard Lepong, "Oh, my lord." Jenard Lepong replied, "Yes." Immediately, Alan Alphals shouted, "Wine, I need a drink." Jenard Lepong said weakly with tears in his eyes. Alan Alphals said angrily, "Without alcohol I can't stand this situation." Immediately, "I would rather die from drinking too much than working too hard." "Charlotte, let's go out with Grill." Charlotte replied, "Yes." Alan Alphals continued, making sure to come back before the death wave started, and Charlotte and Mrs. Grill replied, "Yes." Alan Alphals said, "Because you must protect me." "Let's go rest," he said and then slammed the door. Charlotte thought, "Trust me, Prince," while Harmam Diane thought, "Has grown that feather." In the room, he was sweating and thinking, "Okay, I acted well just now. Of course I won't drink alcohol." Thinking, he cradled the bottle of wine in his hand. With one touch, a magical light shines out. From the original purple color changes to blue. Looking at the glass of wine, Alan thought, if you want to get through Alan Alphals, you must at least have some holy water. I should fill the jars with holy water, then treat them like energy drinks. If you keep putting this energy into water like this, it's also a way to help you practice controlling your power, making your shadow discover something. He placed the bottle of holy water on the table. Then he discovered a long gun. He exclaimed that he had this gun. Immediately, Alan went over to get the gun and thought, I read in a book that there were guns in this world, but who knew they were so common? Because no one specifically uses guns in this world, the reason why people prefer to use melee weapons rather than guns, in this world full of monsters is because here, guns are just for show. He picked it up and thought, so instead of using gunpowder, mana was used. Guns could be used by pouring mana or holy water into it, but it consumed a huge amount of mana. So even a trained witch can only shoot 5 times. And it takes 5 minutes to create a bullet with mana, so it's not surprising that they became antiques. In movies, people kill zombies with just one shot to the head. What a shame. When Alan Alphals activated and thought, creating bullets like this. Click on the zombie, then. He aimed and fired a shot through the wall. The system said, successfully creating bullets using the force bar. But the wall was destroyed with a bullet. The alarm system activated the nervous energy. Alan could only exclaim that the movie was over. Everyone jumped up. What's that sound, Prince? Harmam Diane's face looked extremely angry. The soldiers spoke softly. The deputy commander's mood seemed not to be very good. Maybe he was affected by this life and death experience. I thought it was probably because of the 7th prince. While they were talking excitedly, Harmam Diane said, "Hey!" After that, he turned around and said murderously, "Do I need to remind you to keep an eye on the prisoners instead of gossiping?" Harmam Diane's eyes were extremely fierce. The soldiers replied in panic, "No need, dear sir." The soldier quickly ran away and fell into the fire. Once resolved, Harmam Diane thought, "Hey, what they said wasn't wrong, 7th prince." Harmam Diane's eyebrows furrowed. "Yesterday I heard a loud noise." On second thought, Alan Alphals said, "Don't peek into a sensitive teenager's room. You guys are invading privacy." Harmam Diane thought, "Damn privacy." Harmam Diane walked away and said, "This guy, he must have broken something, in the back." Harmam Diane thought, "Miserable is still miserable." Harmam Diane suddenly thought about what people said. No, he changed a lot after the suicide, like he lost his memory. He completed his duty at the cemetery, then volunteered to fight against a group of zombies. He saved us. Harmam Diane thought back, the villagers said such unbelievable words, it was clearly unreasonable, he must have threatened them. He imagined the scene at that time. Alan Alphals took the stick and hit him. The old man then said, "When the holy technique bandit comes, remember to answer properly, you know, do you understand?" Oh my. Just like that, Harmam walked away, pondering how that bastard could defeat a death spirit master at Morgana's level. It seems that person named Grill is very strong. The misunderstanding is getting deeper and deeper. I should write a recommendation letter for that person to take the test to become a holy knight. Suddenly there was a scream. Causing Harmam Diane's attention, the prisoners were fighting again. Thinking about it, Harmam Diane immediately ran up and said, "Hey guys, the big battle is almost here, what are you doing?" Harmam Diane was suddenly surprised. "Hey!" In front, someone held a shovel to the other person's neck. It turned out to be Alan Alphals. His eyes were extremely fierce and he said to the other person, "Don't you know who I am?" After arriving at the Lonia territory, it was covered in snow. People started losing their lives because of plague and forced labor. Alan Alphals muttered, "Damn it. No wonder they treat me so well, it turns out it's to force me to do it so hard." And what he's wearing on his face is a bird's beak mask, which has been enchanted with a cleansing spell to prevent infection. Working so hard made Alan Alphals tired and sweaty. He thought, why isn't it time yet? It seemed like the zombies weren't planning to come. While he was thinking, a call came out. "Hey!" Alan Alphals had just raised his head when that voice spoke. There he was, the one who had just raised his head. It turned out to be Hedron, the eldest son of Earl Hedrun. He said arrogantly, "Why don't you come here and rest a bit?" And next to him there were 2 guys as arrogant as him. Hedron was sitting on a sandbag and said, "You don't look like an academy student." Alan Alphals doesn't understand academy. Hedron interrupted him and said, "What's wrong? Aren't you here because you're being disciplined?" Hedron continued to sarcasm, even though kids from well-off backgrounds could easily get it for free. The other guy continued, clearly he was just a country guy from the suburbs. Alan Alphals' face thought stupidly, These bastards. The other guy said, if you want to live in peace, you'd better listen to young Master Heiss. The other guy continued, that's right, he's the eldest son of Earl Hedron. The flattery made Heiss Hedron so proud, quack. Heiss Hedron said, if I wasn't looking for a servant, I wouldn't have come all the way here. Suddenly he pointed at Charlotte who was carrying the bag and said, someone like her is suitable. Charlotte, is she your maid? Heiss Hedron said, after all, I have touched beautiful whores like her at the academy. I said I'd take care of him, but Noah was scared and ran away, so in the end I had to do it again. Alan Alphals was still loading, and thought, you disgusting son of a bitch. Then Alan Alphals turned around and thought, I'd rather dig a hole than associate with this behavior. Heiss Hedron saw it and said, you're gone, then. Heiss Hedron's voice said, hey servant. This sentence surprised Alan Alphals. When Alan Alphals turned around, he saw Charlotte go to Heiss Hedron and ask, are you talking to me? Heiss Hedron said, yes, come here. Suddenly he grabbed Charlotte's arm, causing Charlotte to startle and drop the basket of potatoes. Heiss Hedron said, come play with us instead of your busy master. Charlotte refused, I'm busy. Heiss Hedron said with a sinister smile, don't you understand the situation? This is playing with civilians like you. Before he could finish speaking, she broke his finger and cried out. He groaned in pain. Ah. His subordinate asked in confusion, Mr. Heiss. While he was still groaning, ah, Alan Alphals thought, whoa, with this weight she could break his arm. Heiss's name was so painful that his face turned pale. He shouted in pain, you crazy whore, you idiots have nothing but strength because you live in this remote area. Alan Alphals said with a sigh, that's enough. Before he could finish speaking, Heiss Hedron shouted, I can see that you inherited that blood from your parents. This sentence made both Alan Alphals and Charlotte stunned. The name Heiss Hedron continued to talk, which also suits you, and besides, the people in the land of the dead have become zombies. Your family will soon be like that too. Before he could finish speaking, he was picked up by Alan Alphals. It fell to the ground right in front of him, making him startled. That throw caused a big hole in the ground. Heiss Hedron trembled and said, you, what the hell are you doing? Alan Alphals said calmly, I was digging code so I accidentally missed it. Heiss Hedron said, so you call it a miss? Before he could finish speaking, he was punched in the face. As he punched Alan Alphals, he said, this time I missed. That punch caused him to fall to the ground, and his subordinates ran up and said, Mr. Heiss. He still trembled and said, you already know who I am. But before he could finish speaking, the name Heiss Hedron was kicked by Alan Alphals' chest, making him groan in pain. Uck, Alan Alphals said, and you so what? Alan Alphals' eyes flashed with a ferocious light. He said, do you know who I am? As he spoke, he held Heiss Hedron's neck. Suddenly a voice interrupted Alan Alphals' actions. Stop, are you planning to cause trouble again? It turned out to be Harmam Diane. He pushed Alan Alphals away from Heiss Hedron. He said to Harmam Diane, the Holy Knight. Heiss Hedron shouted, this crazy bastard hit me, punish him now. Charlotte interrupted him, no, not that. The name Heiss Hedron cried and said in fear, I am Heiss, eldest son of Count Hedron. Harmam Diane said, I won't ignore this, while he remained silent. Alan was now quiet. He wiped his hand across his lips. Then murderous intent spoke, silence. A pile of invisible iron chains in the air made everyone stop talking. Harmam Diane was surprised by this but couldn't speak. Harmam Diane thought, I can't make a sound anymore. Could it be that it's a spell with holy power? Came your voice, Harmand. Alan Alphals' voice was sharp and cold, tell that prize fighter who I am. The shadow of a silent common space. Harmam Diane stopped talking, Alan. It was Alan Alphals, the grandson of the Holy Emperor, the seventh prince. Those sharp eyes looked at Heiss Hedron, making him shiver. Alan Alphals said, are you clear? The servants you were rude to, and the people you disrespected. Heiss Hedron sat trembling on the ground and stammered, that, Alan Alphals said, is not afraid. Alan Alphals laughed and said, if you sincerely apologize, then it's no big deal. Scene change, Alan Alphals is still laughing but not outside but inside the prison. The iron door slams on him. Alan Alphals didn't understand. Is there a problem? Charlotte said from the outside. According to the Holy Knight, loving the noble son was unforgivable. He fainted and was then carried away. Charlotte bowed her head and said, I'm sorry, you were detained for a week just because of me. Alan Alphonse replied, "This is because of that rude bastard. Don't worry, I can read books to pass the time. I'm also your nephew, aristocrat, but also a holy emperor." Alan Alphonse looked up at the jail door and said, "Look, that's better." There was a blizzard outside, and above the city gate was the holy knight Harmam Dian standing guard. When his subordinate spoke to him, the deputy commander, "We assigned the prisoners to clear the snow, but the snow was so thick that we couldn't clear it in time. There were some magic spells up above." Unexpectedly, he was able to use the spell. Harmam Dian thought, "The seventh prince, did you know that he used a spell? Even though he was incompetent, he still inherited the blood of the holy emperor." The subordinate's call, the deputy commander, brought Harmam Dian back to reality. Harmam Dian replied, "Well, yes, we must continue to clear the snow so that the castle can maintain its optimal height." Harmam Dian looked down and spoke. "It's cold but there are few undead. The holy emperor killed the elemental king on December 25th, the subordinate said. "Should I report this to the saints?" Harmam Dian replied, "Then it's best, gather the prisoners. We need to spend some time at the assembly." Then the subordinate goes to push the bell loudly to call the prisoners together. When the big bell rang, the city gate was also open to let the prisoners enter. There were thick footprints in the snow, and there was also a pair of bloody feet. It turned out that a zombie had come with red eyes. A huge snowstorm took place on the battlefield. Wounded soldiers crouched on the ground. "Priests, quickly treat them." A soldier said, "The zombies attacked us from behind. Because of the blizzard, we didn't realize they were hiding there." The people walking behind were all eaten by them, he cried and screamed. "Everyone, gather, get into position, climb the outer wall, quickly, prepare to defend." Harmon looked down and thought, "Why is it so quiet? The day King Amon is killed is approaching. The zombies will not be able to escape. Soon there will be no more than 3,000 zombies gathered here." Looking at the people treating the soldiers, he thought, "But how could that happen? The zombies wouldn't attack from behind, or maybe they were hiding under the snow and suppressing their instincts." Harmon looked around. Zombies are dead people, they do not know fear and depend on their instincts. Because they are not armed and do not know fighting tactics, we are able to destroy a large number of zombies every year. His face became serious. "But zombie footsteps are approaching," Harmon continued. A zombie punches a drum. He was scared. Wasn't that an army working well together? This has never happened before. What the hell is going on? Harmon's face became worried. "The living people." Suddenly a voice rang out. Harmon's face became so serious that it made his skin crawl. "Be afraid, be jealous and long for death. It's normal for you to be scared. The zombies are carrying the palanquin together. I am the ruler of this world, the savior who will save this world through death," the man sitting on that palanquin said. "I am the successor of Udai, the god of death." A huge vampire appeared. He is the vampire count. His face exudes a terrifying smile. It was so noisy outside. Alan closed the book and said. The noise came from behind the wall. He thought to himself, "It's late to bring me food, what's going on?" Even so, how could they let a prince be starved? Alan grabbed the iron bar by the window, and suddenly Lord Lonia called out, "Your Highness." Alan explained, "I have no intention of escaping." The Lord shouted loudly, "You go out now." I'm still under detention." "You hurry up and put the key in your hand." "That's not a problem now, there's a legion of zombies out there." It's because there aren't enough workers," Alan said with a straight face. "It's not like that, there's actually an army out there." A vampire brought an army of undead. Alan was startled when he heard the news. "Are you mistaken? How can such a high-level monster be here?" He replied, "It uses human language and threatens us, because it is controlling other monsters, so it must be blanketed as a vampire." The door opened, Alan walked out. "I don't know what happened, but right now, the Paladin Harmond is dealing with them," he said. "Because this place may collapse, you must evacuate immediately to a safe place." "I will escort you," the Lord said. Suddenly there was a loud noise that shook the entire prison. Alan looked up. What was this noise? The Lord quickly explained, "It was definitely the corpse corps. We must quickly evacuate through the gate, later." The noise came closer and closer. He looked up. A group of zombies suddenly fell from above, landing straight in front of him. They fell before him along with the rocks. Alan looked panicked. His face was bewildered. What was that? A zombie? Before Alan's eyes was a mountain of zombies crawling towards him. "It's crazy." He crumpled the zombies into a ball and threw them at us. Both of us panicked. The zombies had already infiltrated our territory. Alan thought to himself, if I'm being attacked like this, it means the outside is already full of zombies. Lord, calm down and command your soldiers. If the residents of the territory are being hunted like this, there will be more and more life, he shouted an order. The Lord replied, yes. I will find a safe place for the residents to take shelter. He quickly ran away. He stood there resisting. Damn it, what to do now? I was able to handle them until now, because they were at a level that I could still control. But this time the numbers were completely overwhelming. Alan still resisted the zombies in front of him. In such a situation, there was no other way but to run away. He placed his hands on the table to deploy his power. The zombies saw the holy water he released his power from. The zombies in front of me screamed in pain. Alan had completely defeated those monsters. He walked out the door. I have to take advantage of this opportunity to quickly escape, Alan thought. He walked quickly. He walked over the wall. Outside was a fierce snowstorm. Suddenly a loud cry came from somewhere, startling him. Outside there are so many cries for help. Help me, Mom, Arg, please save me. Some civilians were attacked by zombies and cried out, having nowhere to run. Everyone please retreat immediately, we will use shields to repel them. The soldiers rush out. But suddenly there was a zombie attack behind them, so they looked back in panic. The loud voices of the soldiers cried out in pain, Arg. Alan stood looking at that scene, gritting his teeth. He thought, although I don't know how long I will be able to hold out, then the holy water I made. He bathed tightly holding the shovel. Damn it, nothing went well. He shoveled it into the ground. It seems like the goddess Gaia is angry because she can't control herself, he said angrily, the shovel touching the ground. Alan deployed his power, the system screen appeared, and began to bless on a large scale. A violent amount of holy water gushed out. Alan's surroundings were now filled with water, the power radiating to a large area. Alan stood alone in the pouring rain, his face cold, weakened by the disease. In the rebellious scene, zombies are walking around. Suddenly the sky poured rain. The zombies standing below looked up. Every raindrop that touched them seemed like something disappeared, and the zombies screamed in pain. The soldiers said in surprise, the zombies are melting under the rain. Look at our wounds are also healing. The rain was like magic, making the wounds on my hands disappear. This is holy water, not rainwater, holy water falling from the sky. Oh my God, this is definitely the blessing of the goddess Gaia. Everyone looked up to the sky and said. Suddenly someone spoke. It was His Highness. Everyone else was surprised. Hey! Look, holy water is surrounding your highness. Alan is surrounded by water. His face became tired, lacking strength. How could he use the saint like that? Even though he was exiled that day, the prince was still a prince. Everyone was wondering. After all, he is also the grandson of the hero who stopped the dead spirit king Amon 50 years ago, the Celtic Catfalls saint. Do any of the people need help? A soldier stepped forward and said, the Lord has opened the cellar door in the mansion. I will lead everyone to the mansion. Come, follow me. Maureen and her younger brother shed tears of joy. We're alive, we're alive. Maureen hugged her younger brother with joy and tears. She ran quickly to the shelter. Thank you very much, Your Highness, thank you. The holy water gradually disappeared. Alan with a tired expression said, yes, just making it rain makes me so tired. He shouted loudly. The soldiers were still healthy. The soldiers who heard him were suddenly startled. Come with me to help the knights outside. Although tired, Alan continued to speak. They answered in unison, yes, but we don't have the right weapons. The undead cannot be defeated by the weapons of us mortals. Alan pointed and said, so I will bless you. You use your power, bless the spears. This is also my first time, so I don't know how long it will last. Your weapons now have an extra effective aura. Respond to divine power. What is the aura effect? A bewildered soldier asked, meaning your weapons are now effective against those zombies. By the way, shouldn't you repay me for saving you? How are you? Alan continued, let's go. The soldiers looked at him. We must fight to survive. The door has opened. Outside, the battle was extremely fierce. The soldiers are fighting with all their might against the remaining zombies. The ferocious zombies kept rushing in, and suddenly a sound passed through the zombie's body. His head had been cut in half. The soldier in front of him was bewildered. They looked at the spear in surprise. Wow, we barely had to touch the zombies with our weapons. Our weapons already have divine power. The zombies are nothing now, we will also help. The soldier's spirit becomes braver. At this rate, we can win. We can win, the soldiers thought, the hero's descendants standing next to us. Suddenly a huge foot stomped on the ground with authority. A giant demon appeared before the soldiers. The soldiers looked back in surprise, they became scared and said, "Headless devil." But before they could speak, a huge force of power rushed down, killing the soldier on the spot. The rest looked on with fear. The huge demon stood before him, the frightened soldier sat down on the ground and trembled. The demon pointed out its claws, the soldier said in fear, "Ah, we can't defeat the monster nah." Suddenly someone raised the barrel of a gun. The demon took notice of them. "It was Alan," he said, smiling, apologizing. He pointed the barrel of the gun at the demon. "This was the second time I used it, so I wasn't very proficient yet." The demon stepped forward and tried to grab him. Bang! There was a loud explosion. I could feel the energy of life. There were piles of fresh meat that I hadn't enjoyed in 50 years, over there. How fresh is it? If I turn them into zombies, how strong will my army be? I've been waiting for this opportunity for 50 years, from a zombie without an ego, dominated by you, to a ghoul, then from a ghoul to a headless ghost, from a headless ghoul to a lord of the undead. And then a vampire. How long have I waited to be able to think and judge? Vampires are ranked according to the amount of mana they possess, although I am not recognized by other vampires, as I have not been a vampire for long. But I'm still confident because I'm the one who received power from the vampire count. The vampire holds the skull in his hand, because I have this. The skull of the dead spirit king, Amon. Thanks to this skull, in just a few decades I was able to gather an amount of mana that took me at least 100 years to acquire. Look at this army of 20,000 zombies, I will soon surpass the level of an earl and walk on the path of a king. I'm not afraid of the hyacinth anymore, the vampire thought. Weak paladins, he thought. Quickly surrender and become my zombie. The arrow rushed straight forward, shooting rocks continuously. There was a loud shout. Harmon continued, "Hold on, don't let them advance. When the sun goes down, they will become stronger, that's why we have to kill a few more. If we fall, then the village will also collapse," he thought. Zombies have penetrated the territory a few times before, but that time the number was quite small. Damn it, I can't give command of this place to someone else, but what about other places? Will the villages here be fine? His hand tightly grasped the sword. If it wasn't okay, then what would happen? He frowned, thinking, at times like this, if His Majesty the Holy Emperor were here. Suddenly there was a noise that attracted Harmon's attention. The village was fine. Suddenly Charlotte appeared and spoke. "Because His Highness is here," Charlotte said calmly, carrying many spears in her hands. "So, I will protect the village where your Highness is staying with all my strength." "That's why, I will protect the village where your Highness is staying." Harmon was bewildered by Charlotte's words. He said, "Okay." Charlotte threw down all the spears. Hearing that he wanted to move the weapons from the bottom of the castle to the top, Harmon looked at the pile of weapons and thought, "I thought she was just another maid. Even veterans can't carry that many weapons, why is she so strong?" Harmon said seriously, "A child like you is also working hard, so how can I be weak?" Charlotte looked at him with a questioning expression. Harmon thought to himself, "Okay, we can endure this." When the worst-case scenario happened, he looked with distant eyes. Looking towards the vampire, he thought, "I will go through there and cut off that vampire's head." Suddenly someone created a vampire ball. Harmon suddenly watched them rush towards him. The zombie ball had flown to the city wall. A huge ball was rushing towards him. Harmon suddenly shouted, "Cuke, it's dangerous, hide behind me." "Haim, god of war," Harmon used his power, "please give me the strength to be able to protect these poor sheep." Charlotte suddenly rushed in front of him like the wind. She slashed straight at the zombie ball. The slash cuts the zombie ball in half. They were split in half. The zombies screamed. Dead bodies fell everywhere in front of Harmon. He shouted in surprise, "What? How could she?" Charlotte quickly landed on the ground. He looked at the zombies and then looked at her with surprised eyes, thinking, did she cut them into pieces? Furthermore, zombies slashed with her sword could no longer get up and revive. You probably have to cut their heads, or own a weapon with divine power, to stop the zombies. Her sword, Harmon mused. What is that? Charlotte flew as fast as the wind, slashing zombies one by one. Charlotte slashes at the zombie on the right. Then another stab at the guy on the left. Just like that, the zombies were wiped out by her. Her skills are not yet perfect and are still a bit clumsy. She was using her muscle strength to compensate for her lack of proficiency in swordsmanship. Charlotte slashed the zombies quickly. However, that destructive power, those brutal slashes, were definitely passed down to the Holy Cross Knights by the royal swordsmen of the Holy Country. Suddenly, Harmon stood up and shouted loudly, "Hey!" Charlotte is looking at him. "Where did you learn that sword skill? Are you a member of the Saint Emperor family?" he asked. "No, I'm just the 7th prince's servant," she replied. "And this sword skill, I learned from a book." Harmon watched her run away in silence. "I didn't hear anything she said," he frowned. On the other side, a person put down the bucket and said, "Priests, when everyone's holy power is exhausted, please take pity on them with this holy water." "Wait, where did these bottles of holy water come from?" Count Genold asked. Someone answered, "Sir, your highness gave them to us. Before coming to this territory, he said he brought a lot of them, holy water as a precaution." "Ha, fortunately," the count breathed a sigh of relief. "So where's his highness?" "Yes," the soldier asked again. After returning from the war outside, he brought all the remaining soldiers with him. That day he said he would go help protect the wall. Count Genold was surprised. That day he continued to fight. "So what?" "I thought you had already given permission for that day," the count heard but said nothing. "All men disparage his highness's personality and virtues, it's not that I don't trust him. But then the territory has no soldiers left." Outside the city walls, spears mixed with blood stains were everywhere. They were thrown all over the road, stained with blood stains. There is a group of zombies walking together. They covered themselves tightly and were full of anger. "Are you?" a soldier asked. A mysterious, hooded person replied, "We are an aid team." The soldier continued, "Surprisingly there are still people alive here to help, but the situation in front of the city gate is more urgent." "I know, that's why I have allocated half of my force there to help." Inside that mask was Alan. He thought to himself, they had a lot of work to do so they didn't check his face. "Because I already gave the holy water to the people, I don't have enough holy water left to use, so I still can't activate the new skill properly. Phantom Army, I should have raised undead soldiers. But it's very difficult, so I only use the zombies inside the village. If we were caught, it would all be over, so I had to look at the mask." He and his army were completely covered. "So the day you came here is for you to pity us, today in the rear instead of coming here?" a soldier asked. Alan replied, "I also have a few things to do on the way here." "You pull out your gun, I want to try this." "Isn't that a gun? That decoration has no use here." The soldier panicked. He replied, "Ah, just as I thought, this place is really easy to observe the battlefield. I could see their vampire boss very clearly from here." Alan looked into the distance and aimed his gun at the vampire. The scope aimed at the leader's face. Suddenly he stood up. The bullet was fired with great force. "This is a perfect opportunity for him to taste Gaia's blessings," Alan said with a smile. The soldier quickly asked, "How is the situation?" The deputy commander, Harmon, quickly replied, "I came because I heard that everyone in the territory had evacuated. Let me help." The soldier turned around and said, "Fortunately the situation is it's not bad yet. I don't know how, but normal soldiers are using weapons that contain divine power, and there are also a few people with skills comparable to paladins. There's also even the assistant team member." Harmon was bewildered. After hearing this, Harmon asked, "What the hell happened while I was recording at the city wall?" "No, I'm just happy that things didn't get worse, that's all," the general said while swinging his sword. "We still don't know what to do against that vampire." Harmon swung his hand to slash a zombie. "What about attacking from afar?" the soldier said in frustration to the deputy commander. "We have tried both the stone gun and the same arrow." The sharp bow and arrow was about to be shot. It rushed towards the vampire. But everything was blocked by his magic shield. When it was about to reach him, the bow and arrow broke in half. The soldier continued, "Even if he poured mental power into the weapon or soaked it in holy water," Harmon continued, "it still wouldn't be able to destroy the magic barrier protecting the red vampire. I'm angry, damn it, so that means we have no choice but to go through that undead army, and attack it directly." Harmon immediately thought, just stopping them was busy enough, so that was impossible. Another soldier quickly exclaimed, "What is that?" "A priest." "No, look over there, there's no way a normal priest could do that." The panicked soldier, the deputy commander, "That, Harmon was surprised. He suddenly stood still and looked. Suddenly a bright light appeared, that light, Gaia, goddess of love and forgiveness, please protect this little lamb, please allow me to use your power to be able to. The image of a beautiful, smiling goddess with white hair appeared. She seemed to embrace Alan in her arms. Alan held the gun as if about to shoot. Harmon looked up at him from below. Harmon, Alan wondered who that was. The image of the goddess is depicted with a halo, which is certainly a blessing directly bestowed by the goddess Gaia. Even if there are high-ranking priests, this is very rare. I have never heard of such a powerful priest coming to the Lonia territory. A voice rang out from behind Harmon. It was your highness. Harmon turned around. Huh? Charlotte said with a dignified expression, I can recognize your highness's aura. Harmon turned back to look at her. Charlotte's words stunned Harmon. The prince who had blasphemed Gaia was now receiving blessings from the goddess. Why was it so contradictory? Harmon thought, if that person is really the seventh prince, then that means the prince is receiving blessings from the goddess. This would be a perfect opportunity for that vampire to taste Gaia's blessings. Alan aimed the shotgun at the vampire. May Gaia's blessing reach your rotten face, you vampire, Alan said. The gun beam shot out with immense power, destroying everything it passed through. The vampire was trying to resist. He used his strength to block Alan's bullet. His eyes were red, resisting the powerful bullet. Suddenly that bullet destroyed its barrier. The vampire was surprised. He let out a loud cry. The method of collecting holy water was clearly explained, in a book written by the monk at the monastery. What I pay attention to is, prayer. While magicians use talismans and mana, priests pray and use holy magic, dead spirits use longevity and magic, to be able to use their power. So I would have to sacrifice longevity and magic to maintain that age. But is it necessary to do that? Don't I have a lot of divine power because I'm the grandson of the emperor? Alan suddenly thought. If I can use magical power without sacrificing my lifespan, then praying is worth a try. That's what I thought, so I tried it right away. The vampire cried out fiercely. He pointed, over there, withdraw quickly, withdraw quickly. Hearing the vampire's cry of pain, Alan felt proud. He had just penetrated his magic shield, right? The undead army is retreating, moving the wounded away, Alan said. It's a shame he's not dead, but even so this has bought us a little more time to reorganize the army. Alan suddenly noticed something, huh? On the battlefield, every soldier stood below and looked up at him. Alan took off his mask. Ah. He happily said, should we go get treatment? A soldier below said, this is the first time I have seen the goddess's blessing. Was I a high-ranking priest that day? If so, then the wound will be treated quickly. Ah, what a relief, Harmon doubted. Is that really your highness? A worthless guy who deserves to be exiled. It's possible to do all of it in just one day. And how could a child with such great skills be willing to become a servant of the seventh prince? He looked at Charlotte and thought. Alan walked quickly on the city wall. Even though I said that his highness has changed, I still don't believe it. Harmon pondered. You really have changed after losing your memory, your highness. Have you forgotten what happened 5 years ago and returned to your previous personality? He looked at Alan's running back. I mean the personality before Her Highness Elisha was killed, he said. The mother of the first prince and the seventh prince, Elisha. She is a royal girl with a commoner background. She is also a mixed blood of two bloodlines, the Holy Kingdom and a country in the south, Aslan. The two countries have been at odds for hundreds of years, so there are many nobles and priests, and even the current saints do not approve of her. And even the current saint does not approve of her, but the son of the emperor loves her with all his heart. And they got married and gave birth to the first prince. However, with the terrible influence of the Holy Emperor family, they appointed two ladies of noble blood as concubines for the emperor's son, and after that, many princes and princesses were born. The happy scene of mother and daughter appears. Elisha gave birth to the seventh prince. And when the seventh prince turned 10, she died. She was attacked by a vampire while walking at night with his two sons. Elisha tried to protect the seventh prince, only to be torn apart and die. The first prince, who had survived the attack, suffered a curse from his heart and became sick. The seventh prince, who was always kind, has become no longer as kind as before. The seventh prince was so shocked that people said he had gone crazy. Harmon thought that a person who lost his memory after trying to commit suicide would be able to return to his old personality. Wait, His memory loss has nothing to do with the powerful divine power of the day. Harmon still pondered, even if he really lost his memory that day, why did he keep his powerful divine power a secret until now? If it's because he doesn't want to attract the attention of the Holy Emperor family, then could it be that he's planning revenge? So perhaps, he is planning revenge. I understand because I was also in that situation. The royal palace did not treat the queen or the princes well. It was more beneficial for the princes, but the nobles were always disrespectful to the queen. What if the seventh prince is planning to take revenge on the nobles and the vampire who killed the queen? Harmon continued to thoughtfully speculate. What if he intentionally let himself be banished so that he could increase his power, without being noticed by the royal family? Harmon thought even more, because he was a paladin close to the royal family, so it was understandable that he acted disobediently in front of him that day. Harmon recalled the image of Charlotte, and Charlotte, that child also most likely came from a great family. The knight tried to recall his memories. Queen Elisha has always been kind, even though the first prince ordered me to call for reinforcements. I should not have been able to leave my position. Until now, I still regret it, that decision. No matter how hard I try, I still can't forget that shameful past, forget that I couldn't protect you and your highness. It seems like the seventh prince is increasing his power to take revenge, while enduring all the humiliation and cruelty expected of a banished prince. If the seventh prince wants to take revenge on the queen's behalf, then of course I have to help. But to do that, we must first solve the problem in Lonia. Harmon was thinking when he suddenly saw a soldier. Are you on patrol? But there was no response. He couldn't hear me because of the strong wind. But wait, patrolling at night without carrying a torch, is he not human? The two started to fight. Their swords touched each other. As if seeing something, Harmon suddenly exclaimed, "This is it." Because the distance between the two people was close, Harmon could clearly see the other person's face. He could only see the eye sockets sunken deep, his mouth open. Looking at this appearance, Harmon immediately blurted out his guess, himself, a zombie. Suddenly, many spears flew down towards Harmon. He was startled when he returned to the place where the bow and arrow were fired and saw another zombie. There was more than one, but not only did he not notice the magical energy in them, I even felt the presence of divine power when confronting them. As he spoke, Harmon swung his sword to slash the zombies. Even so, well, I can't forgive a living corpse. The zombie could only stand there staring at the sword preparing to slash at itself. Another person suddenly appeared. That person ordered the undead, "Stop." The zombie immediately stood still and did not move. Harmon bewilderedly stepped back. He thought, the zombie stopped moving. Harmon turned his head back and asked the owner of the voice just now in a respectful tone, "What was this about?" Alan advised, "Put down your sword, Harmon." The two of them talked as they walked. "Have you put your army back to sleep? The undead army will return soon, Your Highness. After tonight will be the day when the dead spirit King Amon dies. Don't know if the undead army will die. Will he come back stronger?" Harmon kept calling out to him but didn't hear him, so he called out again, "Your Highness." He breathed heavily and asked Alan, who was using spirit magic. Alan just stared at the other person without saying anything. After a while, he slowly answered, "I don't know anymore." Alan's mind was a mess of emotions right now. He knew he had used spirit magic, now everything would fall apart. Harmon's voice suddenly jumped. "This is not something that can be said so calmly every day. You are so desperate that you even learn the spirit technique." Alan replied, "Desperate? How can I tell you and when we really don't know? As you guessed, I summoned those undead, but after losing my memory, I really don't remember why I was able to control those things. I only did it because I thought it would be useful in the future, just battle." Alan thought and worried that Harmon wouldn't believe him. If I told him that I had reincarnated, would he believe it? Harmon said, "If I made a deal with the devil, if I did that, how could the undead have magical powers?" Alan scratched his head and said, "Let me say it again, I'm not hiding anything. I'm sure I did. I accidentally learned the spirit dimension technique." Realizing that Harmon didn't say anything, Alan asked, "Are you planning to investigate me?" Harmon bowed his head to the ground. Harmon said, "Of course I should do that." This sentence made Alan even more worried. "I'm screwed. Will I be tortured if they catch me? Will Charlotte save me?" Ahmad suddenly said, "But." He then knelt down on the ground in front of Alan. Harmon closed his eyes and respectfully said, "I won't do that." Faced with this unexpected action of the other night, Alan could only look at the other person in bewilderment. Harmon raised his eyes full of will and said, "I will support you to the end, Your Highness. Harmon raised his face and said, I will support you to the end, Your Highness. Alan was surprised by the words of the soldier in front of him and thought, I thought he hated me, why does he want to serve me now, this serious person? He finally took hold of the rope. But I'm just a rotten string. Alan didn't believe Harmon's words and quickly asked, you just want to monitor me, right? Harmon didn't understand what he was saying, sorry. Harmon looked down at the citadel and continued, no sir, just like when he was a child. Alan said, so let's leave that for later, we need to deal with it first. Looking up at the red moon, Alan said, I think it's time. We won't waste precious time with this abundant amount of mana. He looked at the chaotic scene around him and couldn't help but sweat. Alan turned back to look at Harmon. Merry Christmas, Harmon. And Happy Halloween too. On the huge citadel, there was a voice echoing throughout the surrounding space, zombies, our time has come. Eat the living to evolve, and I will turn you into kings on the battlefield. The face of a monster appeared, its appearance looked terrifying with glowing red eyes. The vampire roared out a source of immense power. Make everything go away. Count Gennard shouted, Gee, stay in position. A soldier shaking in fear, Mr. Gennard, I don't think I can do it. The spot where the prince punched me in the face still hurts, and doing something impossible like this really made Mr. Gennard's face look worried, wondering if this was the right decision. With the power of the undead being much stronger than in recent years in this battle, the soldiers' morale is decreasing. He thought, maybe I should recall the soldiers, and stop reorganizing, when suddenly a voice rang out, it was the priest. Ah, priest. Gennard looked back in surprise, wondering, the priest, the soldiers said, was the priest who saved us. That person suddenly said, Gaia, then a stream of power radiated out. Please bless the soldiers who will fight side by side with me. System appears, skill activation, holy water appears, weakness, plague. The zombies were wearing out and everyone looked up. Count Gennard suddenly remembered, that's right. He was happy, the priest was on our side. Gaia is on our side. The zombies were defeated one by the armies. The zombies were pierced by swords. Suddenly there was a voice whispering in this fierce battle, God of War, Haim, please lend me your strength. The familiar golden-haired knight jumped into the air. Harmon then used his power, slashing his sword powerfully into the ground, sending the zombies flying away. He thought, this was an opportunity for the prince to increase the morale of the soldiers. I can't ignore it, Harmon's eyes are fixed on my only goal. He looked towards the vampire leader. He growled angrily, that damn priest kept tripping over his feet. The wound caused by that bastard possessing holy magic cannot be healed. The vampire angrily shouted, don't let me get angry or you won't be completely dead. Harmon prepares to unleash his power. Then another vampire stepped on a zombie, causing him to startle and say, huh. The unlucky zombie was kicked and died on the spot. Someone hurriedly reminded everyone around to stop that vampire, that bastard was approaching the priest. All soldiers are afraid of him. The vampire with the scary face said, stop me. If it's delicious, try it. He squeezed the soldiers in his hand. Alan drank the bottle of divine power, he thought, he knew right away, he would try to provoke me first. Just like I can see his mana flow, he can also see my holy magic flow, so it's only a matter of time before he finds me. It's better to find a favorable location, as planned, I will use thick walls in the territory, to make it difficult for him to follow me, and then. Suddenly a giant stone fell onto where Alan stood. But fortunately, he was able to dodge it in time. The masked vampire said, really funny, wanting to stop me with these ordinary rocks. Die, you damn priest. The vampire intended to fire a power beam. Alan shouted loudly, he knew right away, life isn't that easy, then plan C. Alan called out Charlotte's name. A silver-haired girl suddenly appeared to block the rock, and the battle became more fierce. The vampire was about to shoot out a beam of purple light. Charlotte calmly looked towards it. A huge explosion occurred. Bricks and stones were falling. Suddenly Charlotte used her strength to block. Alan shouted, Charlotte. Indeed, she is trustworthy. He looked at her power and thought, this magic is so strong, the wall won't be able to withstand it. And Charlotte still doesn't know how to control her power, at this rate we'll be burned to ashes by his magic. Alan looked at her trying to resist. A loud scream rang out next to her, catching her attention, Arg. Suddenly someone shouted, "Charlotte," holding a hand against the rock. She looked at Grill with a bewildered expression. He closed his eyes tightly and tried to speak. "Even though I don't know any magic," he said, "but I still have to help." Charlotte was startled and looked back at the other person. The monster's power was so immense that the two of them couldn't help but groan in pain. Ugh. The two tried their best to push the rock away. A voice rang out, "Without power, how are you going to help?" Alan stood behind and gave them power. The two of them exclaimed in bewilderment, "Your Highness." Alan thought to himself, "I still can't completely control the holy magic, but if I can strengthen this wall with holy magic." Alan shouted, "Gaia, please give me the strength to protect the innocent sheep. Please grant us your protection, to prevent the approaching death of existence. Give us love and mercy." Alan shouted loudly, "I have prayed with all my heart, please do something to help us." Suddenly the vampire shouted loudly, "What?" A series of rays of light shot into its body. "The war is over, everything seems to be falling apart." Broken rocks flew everywhere. Charlotte walked around calling out, "Your Highness, Uncle." Suddenly she was startled. Then Charlotte screamed, "Uncle Grill, Grill is lying on the ground." She ran over in panic and Alan grabbed her shoulder. "He was fine, just unconscious." Alan said, sweating profusely, "Don't panic." She asked, "What about you, Your Highness?" Alan replied, "Tired to death but still fine, but hey." The vampire was being burned by holy magic. He screamed, "Holy magic, my body," Alan said, "It seems this is our chance." Charlotte advised him, with his seriously injured body, continuing to fight would be a bit too much. Alan also admitted, "I know, the holy magic is already exhausted, so I don't intend to recklessly rush into attack. I is saying this is our chance to retreat." He ran and turned to tell Charlotte, "Take Grill with you, we'll go through the tunnel," he ran and said. Alan thought tiredly, his holy magic was running out much faster than he thought. Alan was silently talking when he suddenly stopped, even though there were soldiers next to him. Huh? Because he was witnessing the dark magic power covering the head of this vampire. Alan thought, the magical energy did not gather around the vampire, but rather, around that thing. He looked at Amon's skull. Around that thing, he looked at Amon's skull. Charlotte carrying Grill looked at him and asked, "Your Highness," Alan said, "Wait, I have to check this first." He picked up the skull and thought, is this the skull that vampire wore around his neck? What is its function, he wondered. The system appeared to explain the question to Alan, the skull of the dead spirit king, Amon. The user's magic power will be amplified by 20% to 200% depending on the ability to use. The healing ability will be increased by 10%, all effects of related magic skills will increase by 10%. The vampire cried out in pain, "Damn priest, I have to recover quickly." Suddenly he noticed. He cursed harshly, "Damn priest, I have to recover quickly." Suddenly he noticed. The zombie screamed, the dead spirit king's skull disappeared. "That bastard," he saw Alan. "The vampire rushed forward and gave it back to me." He didn't pay any attention to it and was still thinking about it. Looking at the status window, he understood how to use this item. Alan put the skull on his head, the system appeared, the enhancement was unstable due to lack of holy magic, temporarily enhanced the equipment. "I am your servant." And Gaia's heir. The system announced. The activation phrase was confirmed. The vampire was about to rush at him when a blast of power came. He was tightened. Its hands and feet were pierced by chains. It fell to the ground in pain. The zombie was scared. Alan continued, "I could feel the lingering scent of death. You are a heretic who broke the rules of this world. Is this the reason we were created in this world? All of us please listen to your orders, Holy Lord. You are a heretic who broke the rules of this world. Is this the reason we were created in this world? All servants please listen to orders." This scene is called by the system Holy Cow. Looking towards the tied zombie, a voice said, "Sir, please give us orders." The zombie heard that and couldn't stand what he was talking about. "You're the one who broke all the rules. These guys are all dead people, but they possess ego and holy power. I've never heard of anything so absurd. This is against the will of Judal, the god of death." Alan pointed the gun barrel at him, and I was a bit confused. "I sound like a noble priest, but okay, I have a gift for you. In the name of a priest. Merry Christmas to you, vampire." As soon as Alan finished speaking, he opened fire. Everything around him was shot and exploded, creating a loud, banging noise. At this time, From the side of the army, a strange, extremely powerful blue force shot out straight towards the giant zombie tied tightly in a chain. The sound resounded throughout the entire area. After receiving a powerful attack from the army, the giant zombie suffered enormous damage, creating a hole in its head. Blood splattered on its screaming, terrifying face. Back to the image of Alan's army staring at the giant zombie with half its head missing, one shoulder having disappeared under that powerful attack. At this moment, Alan suddenly seemed dizzy, perhaps after the recent blow his strength had somewhat decreased, making him weaker, sweat beading on his face. That's right, because he was so exhausted, Alan immediately collapsed to the ground. Facing him was a zombie monster that was also in extreme pain. Seeing the scene just now, seeing the image of the big zombie gradually disappearing, the soldiers stood there silently, seemingly a bit stunned, but still holding their shields and swords, preparing for any situation. Immediately after that, the soldier's face suddenly became extremely happy, his smile clearly showing that happiness. General Harmon then appeared, gray hair with a muscular body, and turned his head to look back as if he saw something. As if discovering something, Harmon ran quickly towards a girl on both sides holding her body lying still, saying, "Am I late?" Returning to the palace, under the cold weather, snow covered the road, traces of the fierce battle were still there, clouds of smoke rose, and the surrounding trees were bare of leaves. At this time, suddenly there was a conversation between two people in the group. A man's voice rang out, "I heard there was an unusual sign in the land of the dead. I thought the dead spirit king had come back to life, but..." The man's face was wrinkled with wrinkles, his white hair and blue eyes filled with thoughts, and continued, turning out to be just an ordinary vampire with a few petty tricks. Behind the man on horseback was the armored army seriously listening to him. Lonia was composed mostly of prisoners and residents. Since that bastard couldn't get past them, it seemed like that vampire not very strong. Suddenly he seemed to wonder about something, but it was strangely true. While looking at the snowy sky, I thought to myself, if that vampire had such terrible power. While he was thinking, Alan was exhausted and fell asleep on Harmon's shoulder, which was when he wondered who stopped it. The soldiers behind him then spoke up, or that was a man who had sacrificed himself like a saint. The man had an old face but a muscular body, and behind him was a huge hammer sitting on a horse. Keep talking, if so then that's good. Some people say that gradually, those vampires will secretly blend into humans. If we had a priest or a priestess to help us, it would be much easier. That saying evokes the image a vampire with a scary appearance is blending into humans to manipulate and turn humans into vampires like them. That person continued to say, wanting to awaken the divine power in every person is not simple, that is why not many people with the ability have been discovered. The old man replied, I also know that. Continuing, I say that because there is no one in the palace good enough to do such things. After chatting for a while, the army also showed signs of turning around and moving on. The old man just ordered his soldiers to bring our priest, healer and pharmacist to take care of the soldiers, the people first, then the prisoners. The soldiers heard this and responded, yes sir, perhaps this old man is a person with great authority and leadership. Suddenly a soldier came forward and said, sir. The soldier asked, just one question that made the old man quite angry, the seventh prince is also here, do you want to meet him? Hearing that question, the old man's whole body was filled with murderous intent. He calmly and angrily asked the soldier again, making him extremely scared, I, meet the seventh prince. After saying that, the old man turned his horse away and did not forget to say, let's go back. The soldier, who was still trembling, softly replied, yes sir. Snow continuously fell like rain, covering the surrounding hills and mountains. The whole sky was white. The old man's voice rang out, there was no need to see a child who had insulted his own mother. It turned out that the old man just now was the Holy Emperor Kelt Alphals. Kelt continued, that damn nephew. Each horse's footprint on the moving snow, the Holy Emperor continued, it was probably trembling in a corner of the mansion right now. As soon as he returned to the citadel, Harmon immediately told the Emperor that the seventh prince had just defeated a vampire that invaded this citadel. Hearing Harmon say that, Emperor Kelt couldn't help but be surprised, his hand resting on his chin but his eyes clearly showing surprise. After hearing this, Saint Emperor Kelt stood up and asked in surprise as if he didn't believe what he had just heard, what? At this time, the people below couldn't help but gossip with disdain on their faces, oh prince, it's just a joke, this is the strangest thing I've heard in the past few years. Below, the crowd was buzzing and chatting, and above Saint Emperor Kelt held his forehead with his hand, thinking about something. As if still not believing what he had just heard, Holy Emperor Kelt asked Harmon again. The seventh prince we are talking about is the same Alanifals, right? Harmon slowly replied, yes, your majesty. While waiting, Lonia territory to do volunteer work, he defeated the vampire. Hearing the confirmation from Harmon, the emperor still did not believe it and got angry, saying that Harmon was lying. Harmon, I thought you were a clean and fair person, but it turns out you are not. Holy Emperor Kelt's face was extremely angry, red, screaming at Harmon, do you really want to die, bastard? Ah! The Holy Emperor sat on the throne, his whole body radiating anger, his hands clenched tightly, letting the courtiers next to him stop and advise him as much as possible. It seemed that the Holy Emperor was currently a bit excited, but he was also already knew. At this time Harmon was trembling in fear on one side, sweating continuously. Holy Emperor Kelt somewhat calmed down, turned to ask his servant Raphael, do you believe that is the power of the seventh prince? Raphael respectfully replied, no, your majesty, I am just trying to stop the seventh prince from stealing, only someone else's strength. At this time, Holy Emperor Kelt gently tapped his chair with his hands and closed his eyes as if thinking about something. Harmon is still there, still listening to the orders that the Holy Emperor Kelt gave. Harmon, Diane, I have not verified whether what you just reported is true or false, but all of you are recognized by him as contributing to protecting the territory, Lani land. Holy Emperor Kelt continued, I will grant the title of Baron to General Lepong, the Lord of Lonia, and as for the Holy Knight Harmon, I will grant you a small domain in the northwest. And at this point, Holy Emperor Kelt's expressive voice seemed to soften, with some hesitation, I will shorten the seventh prince's exile period. As for Alan, who was still in a deep sleep, Holy Emperor Kelt continued, as soon as the seventh prince recovers, I will summon him back to the palace. After that, Harmon went to Your Highness's room, knocked on the door and said, I just came back from a mission, Your Highness. Your Highness inside responded, come in. At this time, Harmon opened the door and entered the dark room. The door clicked loudly. There was only one candle left burning in the whole room. Harmon held the candle in his hand, walked towards His Highness who was lying on the bed, his whole body bandaged, and asked, Your Highness, are you okay? Your Highness on the bed smirked, I'm really joking. It turned out that this was Luan Alphals, the eldest prince, whose whole body was injured and bandaged, with blood splattered on each bandage. He continued speaking, for someone like me to die suddenly is not strange. Harmon seemed dumbfounded by what the first prince said. The first prince continued, my eyesight and hearing are getting worse, we probably don't have much time left to talk like this. First Prince Luan looked towards Harmon and called, so don't be like that anymore, come closer, I've heard about the developments on the battlefield. Harmon approached as the first prince said, Harmon, you. Suddenly, the first Prince Luan reached out with his weak hands to grasp Harmon's collar in a surprising way. Harmon, too, could not help but be surprised by the actions of first Prince Luan. The first prince continued, protecting the seventh prince from His Majesty. The candle in Harmon's hand fell with the screaming voice of the great Prince Luan, protecting the trash who tainted my mother's reputation, the one who sacrificed everything for me. At this moment, the rhubarb seemed to stand up, his eyes widened and his whole body emitted a murderous aura, staring at Harmon who clearly showed both surprise and fear. The first prince, Luan, asked, Harmon, are you awake there? The eldest Prince Luan was in anger, unable to control himself. Luan's hand tightly grasped Harmon's collar, his eyes widened, his teeth clenched and he said to Harmon, it seems I'm about to die, so you intend to cling to that smart guy, right? Harmon was shocked by the anger of the first Prince Luan, hesitatingly said, Your Highness. Luan's eyes now became red, perhaps his anger had reached its limit. He looked at Harmon lovingly and continued, then you chose the wrong side, choose someone else but choose a scoundrel. The eldest prince still became angry and held Harmon's collar tightly, shouting loudly, there was no way that scoundrel could become the next emperor. Seeing this, Harmon was extremely dissatisfied and shouted loudly as if to wake him up, Your Highness Luan again, Your Highness. Harmon gently comforted and told the eldest Prince Luan, you're too exhausted, you're bleeding. At this time, after Harmon's loud scream and the care and comfort, the first Prince Luan seemed to wake up from his anger just now, his bewildered eyes and breathing gradually steadily looked at Harmon. First Prince Luan smiled at Harmon, his affectionate smile covered in bloodstains, softly saying I'm sorry, I know you're not that kind of person. After speaking, the first prince pulled down the hand that was holding Harmon's shirt. Blood streaks from Luan's hand stuck to Harmon's white shirt. Harmon continued, You don't need to apologize right from the beginning. None of this is your fault or the 7th prince's fault." At this point, Harmon's face became sad, his eyes softened, and he confided to the eldest Prince Luan that I was the one responsible for the death of His Highness Elisha, no matter what orders he received. Again, then I should have stayed in my place. Seeing Harmon blaming himself, the first Prince Luan sat thoughtfully on the bed and said, "If that were the case, everyone would be dead. We are still alive because there are reinforcements, right?" The first prince laughed as he continued, "Even though because of that curse my skin had rotted, and now I was like a dying man." Prince Luan's words were like daggers piercing Harmon's heart. You could see Harmon's face gradually becoming sad, making it difficult to speak. Suddenly, Harmon spoke thoughtfully, making first Prince Luan startled and glanced over. The candle that was dropped just now was extinguished and lying on the floor. Harmon asked Prince Luan, "Do you hate the 7th prince?" First Prince Luan did not hesitate and replied quickly, "Yes, I hate him very much." "Why don't you?" asking again like that. First Prince Luan continued, "He used the life given to me by my precious mother to do shameful and stupid things." Suddenly Harmon faltered as if he wanted to say something, in case he missed it. Harmon continued, "What if the 7th prince intentionally became a scoundrel? He hid his true intentions to avenge His Highness Elisha, and in order to build up his power, he behaved like a scoundrel." The image of Alan appeared, his hands holding red rose petals, his eyes filled with sadness mixed with the thought of something along with Harmon's words, and he deliberately let himself be expelled. While in his thoughts, Harmon suddenly heard the voice of the first prince, Luan, calling Harmon, making him seem a bit startled. First Prince Luan was extremely surprised by Harmon's words and thought that Harmon was sick, so he asked, "Where are you sick? It seems you are more seriously injured than me." Upon hearing that, Harmon responded quickly, "No, Your Highness." Worried that Harmon was sick or injured, the first Prince Luan tried to push, "If you feel tired, just rest." Harmon put his hand on his chest and respectfully said to the first Prince Luan, "I still have to do a few things as ordered, Your Majesty. I will soon return to Lonia territory." Hearing that, Great Prince Luan nodded slightly, smiled and said to Harmon, "Ah, if it's an order from the Emperor." At this time, the first Prince Luan's eyes flashed with contempt and frustration, thinking, "It's time for that bastard to return." 3 days later, at the Wave of the Living Dead, the Holy Land gradually became brighter. The drifting clouds no longer had the cold look of icy snow, but were now filled with sunlight illuminating every place extremely warmly. Somewhere, someone's scream, "Arg!" was full of resentment. Below the ground, the sound of a shovel hitting the ground filled with resentment and voices rang out, asking, "How long do I have to do this?" It turned out to be Grill, holding a shovel, punching his aching back, looking up at the tower and lamenting. After diligently cleaning this place for 3 weeks, it had finally turned back into a village. Then he wondered, so there was no compensation. He was thinking to himself, "Shouldn't we help each other when we're in trouble? There's no way I can leave Charlotte in a place like this." When suddenly something sparkling nearby attracted the light, Grill's view. Grill curiously approached, looked at the pile of items packed in a wooden crate and wondered, the red ones were the remains of the undead. Why did it seem like Theo had gathered them? Grill stood there, staring at the pile of shiny items that radiated a strange attraction. At this time, Grill glanced over and thought about something. He thought to himself, if these are the remaining objects of the zombies from a few years ago, then they are objects without an owner, right? Perhaps at this time, Grill came up with the idea to take the remaining sparkling objects of the zombies as his own. Grill's eyes were bright and clearly filled with greed. Grill thought that if he wiped them clean, they would shine. "It shines like new, so let me be your new owner." Thinking about it, Grill turned around, looked to see if anyone was around, then gently approached the trunk, preparing to reach in and pick up the items. Grill's hands held the red necklace. He flipped through the clothes and said, "Yes, I have worked very hard to help other people in the village, so it should be okay to take these, huh?" Suddenly, among the remaining items and clothes of the zombies, a strange piece of paper appeared, making Grill surprised and asked why this piece of paper was not damaged at all. Having said that, Grill held the piece of paper up to his eye level and looked at it again and again, wondering if it was expensive. Returning to Alan, who had woken up after days of endless sleep, Charlotte stood right next to Alan and asked, "Your Highness, please bring me more food." 7th Prince Alan heard that and replied, "No need." After days of endless sleep, Alan woke up and had a full meal, his hands holding the bone he had just gnawed off all the chewed meat. Alan was clearly happy, a smile appeared on his lips. His face also became brighter with the small bandage on his face. He chewed and said, "This is the first time I have eaten this much." Charlotte stood next to the food cart cleaning up the dishes that His Highness Alan ate and cleaned as he spoke. Since he had just woken up after being unconscious for 3 weeks, the doctor told him to eat as much as possible. Alan agreed. To Charlotte, he sat on the bed with a full stomach and said, "Yes, the doctor told me to improve my health." While eating, Alan thought back to the doctor's words. His eyes seemed to connect with Charlotte's. He said it was a miracle that I could wake up. The image of Alan sitting quietly with bandages wrapped around his body, the doctor's words ringing in his ears, "His body is still very weak, so he should stay like this for a while." Alan wondered, with bandages wrapped around his body, "I've been turned into a zombie, huh?" Hearing Alan say that, the doctor immediately replied, "Why do you say such unfortunate things, Your Highness? This is my special treatment." Alan seemed to ignore those words and ordered Charlotte to help him pull the bandage out of Alan's body. Charlotte used all her strength to pull the long bandages around His Highness Alan's body. The doctor raised his hand to push his glasses and said, "Honestly, the person next to you looks more like a zombie." Hearing that, Charlotte, who was pulling Alan's bandages, and Alan couldn't help but look at the doctor in surprise and exclaimed, "Hey!" The doctor continued, causing the two of them to stop. The doctor said that while you were unconscious, I also treated the person next to you. The doctor continued asking, "Have you ever come into contact with divine power and mana, those two formulas yet?" Alan was extremely surprised, so he turned to ask the doctor innocently, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" The doctor continued, envisioning the image of Charlotte holding a sword to destroy the undead, with dark red blood everywhere. He said that normally people would be crippled, disabled, or even disabled. Is death? A normal body cannot evolve like this girl's body. What the doctor said next seemed to surprise the two of them. The doctor said, "It felt like I was seeing His Majesty from 50 years ago." Charlotte's whole body glowed as if she had the same mysterious power as the Holy Emperor of 50 years ago. The doctor recounted that His Majesty 50 years ago, his strong body was in deep pain. A blue light emitted from his chest. He said when His Majesty fell into a coma after being defeated by the Four-Spirit King Amon, his body had suffered great damage due to the conflict between divine power and mana, so I heard that they had to continuously regenerate his body, at which time his body had progressed, harmony beyond human limits. The doctor continued thoughtfully, "I heard that the reason His Majesty was able to defeat the Death Spirit King was because he had a superior body," and then asked Alan about Charlotte if this person was the same. What the doctor just said surprised both of them. Alan and Charlotte looked at each other with suspicion and confusion. That was 16-year-old Charlotte, an extremely hard-working person with high concentration, a superhuman body, and many other things, who wholeheartedly helped Prince Alan at all costs. When Charlotte saw Alan's eyes, she asked, "Why, that's it." Alan thought to himself, "People with bodies like this should become heroes, not with a cunning person like me." Alan thought but didn't say anything, just asked Charlotte, "I'm a bit bored. If I want to read a book, can you bring it to me?" Charlotte replied without hesitation, "Yes." After Charlotte left, Alan sighed and thought, "Luckily I had Amon's skull, but the recovery ability was terrible." Alan's eyes were indifferent, his body couldn't stand it. Divine power should have been used effectively, but it was very different from mana, so using it was difficult. Thinking about it, just as Charlotte brought a large stack of books and placed them on the table for Alan, Alan intended to start with theory first. The 5 books Charlotte brought in were displayed, including Theory of Magic written by the Holy Emperor, Divine Power and Resurrection, Research on Resurrection authored by Raphael Astoria. Alan flipped through the books and was satisfied with the books. Alan felt lucky and thought, luckily everything was written very clearly, but suddenly a line of words made Alan think. His faith was so strong it was like worshipping. That line was, "I would like to dedicate this book to the great god Gaia." Charlotte stood to the side and smiled, looking at Prince Alan diligently studying the book while Alan was still engrossed in the book and thinking, "I must quickly learn how to control my divine power and use the zombies, it's effective." At this moment, there was suddenly a knocking sound outside the door, making Charlotte and Alan unable to help but turn their heads to look. Alan spoke up, "Come in." The door opened and Harmon was standing there. Harmon respectfully asked Alan, "You are awake, Your Highness?" Hearing that, Alan immediately replied, thinking it was someone else. Alan continued, "I woke up a few days ago. I heard you went to the palace. You came back sooner than I thought." Harmon used a respectful tone to tell Prince Alan, "Yes, Your Highness, I have some news to tell you," so I quickly returned. Hearing that, Alan couldn't help but wonder and believe. Alan remembered last time and thought to himself, by the way Harmon, this bastard, he gave me a big reward back in Morgana. Suddenly Alan's face lit up, smiling brightly thinking, this time too, money, vacation. Harmon seemed to see through Alan and replied hesitantly, that. Alan's eyes and face lit up, waiting for the news Harmon brought. Harmon said His Majesty had given the order. Thinking that Alan would once again have a bag of money or something surprising, what Harmon came to was even more surprising. That was the thunderbolt that struck Alan's ears. Harmon said, His Majesty ordered him to return, Your Highness. It was this sentence that made Alan's face become speechless. A loud noise came out, the door suddenly slammed shut. Harmon didn't have time to react, he stood blankly in front of the closed door, not understanding what was going on. On this side, inside the room, Alan is trying to block the door, he doesn't want to leave here. Charlotte sees this and is confused, she tries to stop him. Prince, please turn around and see, someone came to find him. In response to that utmost concern, Alan nonchalantly replied, leave me alone. After saying that, he limply turned back to the room. This made Charlotte extremely confused. She tried to ask, Prince, don't you want to go back to the palace? I thought you would come back and explain the reason in some reasonable way. But no, with the same attitude without any movement from the beginning, Alan indifferently replied bluntly, of course, why do we have to return to the dangerous place? That's dangerous. He was horrified to recall the past memories of eliminating Morgana. Countless zombies and skeletons appeared everywhere. She cried, begged on her knees, begging Alan, I will tell you who it is, wanted to kill you, please spare my life, but I ignored it and now feel very regretful. Alan was upset, I still haven't found who was behind Morgana's case. I'm sorry, I know it right away, should have questioned her carefully before killing her. Standing in a corner, Karat fell silent, her face full of thoughts, her eyebrows were heavy and dangerous. And then, at some point, as soon as Charlotte returned, Alan jumped up on the bed, he aggressively pointed his finger and asked, but he knew how to take care of himself, she didn't need to pay attention. But sadly, during the days when things happened contrary to Alan's initial predictions, Harmon did not give up, he defied everything, appearing anytime, anywhere around him. When Alan was attentively reading a book, I will hang upside down and show my face outside the window, taking the initiative to speak, Prince, this makes me unable to concentrate and extremely uncomfortable. On the other hand, even while eating, Harmon did not let Alan go, although he did not appear directly, he mixed a piece of paper into his food, the content was as follows, Prince, if you see the piece of paper, hey, I hope you will come back to the palace with me, your will is so strong, even the elders say, God forbid you will eat, but you still do that, making Alan choke. Alan hid in pain in the room, he was so angry that his eyes rolled back. Harmon kept banging on the door calling his name, Prince. At this point, Charlotte was completely speechless, she secretly glanced at him. Suddenly, there was a clicking sound, the door was finally opened, Harmon was startled and turned around. The person who came out was Charlotte, she gently closed the door and spoke kindly, the prince asked me to convey the message to him. Hearing this, he was excited and happy in his heart, he quickly asked, what did he say? He finally decided, are you planning to return? But painfully, with a cold expression without any emotion, Charlotte straightforwardly conveyed the words, achieving both the content and expression that Alan sent, and disappeared before I had to burn my soul. Having finished speaking, the two people's conversation gradually fell into a deadlock, there was no other way. Harmon awkwardly changed the subject, he hesitantly opened his mouth, are you going home? Charlotte also followed suit, embarrassed, she was confused, the puppet replied, yes, I am staying with my father outside the palace. Seeing that it was getting late, Harmon, being a good guy, asked, let me take him home, it was already late. Charlotte shyly waved her hands, no need. At this point, Harmon was embarrassed, he quickly explained, because I wanted to hear the reason why the prince refused to return to the palace. Hearing that, Charlotte felt guilty. On the way back to her house, the two of them chatted very enthusiastically, recalling what happened just now. Harmon wondered, could it be that he told her she already knew? Charlotte then told her, he said the palace was a dangerous place. Harmon blankly asked back, dangerously? Harmon sighed and continued, it's true that the prince's position in the palace is not very strong, but, Harmon hesitated without saying a word. Standing next to him, Charlotte stared thoughtfully at him. She sadly thought to herself, as expected, the prince's relationship with his brothers was not very harmonious. Charlotte was sad. Someone was aiming for his life. She ached in pain, clutching her skirt with longing. If only she were stronger. Scene change. After a while of moving, they finally arrived. Grill stood from afar eagerly waving to welcome them. He happily called out, "Charlotte." Then, he immediately worriedly asked, "You came home so late today?" But before he could finish his sentence, he realized the unusual thing before his eyes. Grill was shocked. "Wait, Sir Knight, listen to this." Harmon hesitated a bit. He hummed and said, "Mr." Harmon asked, "Are you also acting chivalrously here like in Morgana's case?" Faced with that questioning, Grill was confused and speechless. It's nothing. Helping people in trouble is a normal thing, but," he explained confusedly, his arms and legs flailing wildly. Grill scratched his head and laughed, thinking about quickly sneaking back into the house, when suddenly, Harmon opened his mouth to ask about the story, holding him back. Truly humble, "If possible, could you tell me how you won this time? Is there any way to fight?" Leaving Grill shocked. What? He began to stammeringly narrate. Well, I had just destroyed 50 large zombies." Hearing about that feat, Harmon was shocked. "Oh my god, ignore that argument." Charlotte angrily walked in, home. Suddenly, Grill said something that shocked Charlotte. He boasted of his achievements. "I had just taken the claws of that vampire count." Hearing this, her eyes widened in bewilderment. Charlotte was confused, turned back and asked, "What is that thing?" Grill stupidly turned his head to look at her, not knowing how to answer. Charlotte immediately picked up the paper on the table, her bewildered face full of question marks. "Dad, why is there this document on the dining table?" Grill immediately avoided it. He quickly answered, Just think of it as a talisman that has been around for a long time. I haven't taken it out to use yet." He suddenly became trembling as if he was hiding something. Grill turned around and asked Harmon in fear, "It looks old." "It's because it hasn't been taken out for a long time. Surely the soup isn't stolen, right?" On the other hand, Harmon was stunned when he saw the piece of paper. He suspected it was a genealogy. Suddenly, Harmon panicked. This paper was so mysterious it appeared to have the mark of a long-lost family, the seal of the Harries clan. In history, Harries was the family that protected northern Lonia 50 years ago. However, unfortunately, the entire Harries clan died in a bloody war with the death spirit Lion King, Amon. Harmon looked at Grill in shock. He affirmed that they were more loyal to the Holy Emperor than anyone else. Why was the family tree of the most heroic family in this region here? Suddenly, he was startled and couldn't believe his eyes. Harmon looked in surprise at Charlotte and her father, who were embarrassed and secretly guessed. Perhaps the two of them were descendants of the Harries clan. At this time, Charlotte was still interrogating her father. She held up a bracelet and scolded him. "Dad brought this out too." He was at a loss, didn't know how to explain, so he just admitted, yeah. At this time, in Harmon's mind, he remembered the old fights. He immediately thought of the answer to his question. "Now I understand where they get their power and strength. Even though they are living underground, even though their family was in decline, they still silently took care of the prince, all out of devotion to the emperor." At the same time, Charlotte was carrying a bunch of things. She asked in bewilderment, "Did you bring all this home?" Grill confusedly replied, Yes. Suddenly, Harmon stood in the distance and spoke, startling Grill and his son, making me widen my eyes. He confidently continued, very respectful of his wish to keep his mission a secret. Harmon proudly nodded. Hearing that, Grill was speechless. What's the matter? The misunderstanding is a bit serious." Immediately after that, Harmon bowed down and respectfully said, "Please accept this letter of introduction." Grill still didn't understand what was going on. He was scared and sweating. Harmon immediately glanced at Charlotte, affirming that he could train her further, and besides, it seemed that he still wanted to follow the seventh prince. At this point, Harmon suddenly changed his tone. He boldly emphasized, "I will write you a letter of introduction from a temple knight." This word came really unexpectedly. Father and son were stunned as if their hearts were about to shoot out. Grill immediately approached, wondering, why did Charlotte enter the palace? Harmon proudly replied, "Yes, and it was not difficult to receive a noble title." In particular, Harmon emphasized that if she wanted, they would teach her the Holy Kingdom's swordsmanship. Those words seemed to awaken a strong hope in Charlotte. Harmon looked at her affectionately and said, like that, she could become the prince's arm. At this moment, her long-standing wish had finally come true. Charlotte bluntly approached to accept. "I agreed." Suddenly, she stopped, breaking the contract. "But if becoming a holy knight meant I had to leave the prince, I wouldn't do it." This made Harmon confused. He was confused and didn't know how to answer. If you wanted to protect him, Harmon mumbled. Suddenly, Harmon looked at Charlotte fiercely and determinedly. I will try to complete this mission with you. He silently decided, at all costs, I will escort the Harris clan and the prince back to the palace safely. The three people, Charlotte, Grill, and Alan, were probably on this journey, receiving Harmon's absolute loyal protection. The scene changed to the palace. Suddenly a familiar sound rang out, making Harmon stunned. Okay, let's go. He widened his eyes in surprise. Yes, to not waste time, Alan immediately explained, I mean just about the palace. This made Harmon extremely excited. He naively asked, really? A moment later, they were on their way out of the castle, Harmon sitting on horseback wondering why he suddenly changed his mind. Alan sighed dejectedly and said angrily, what's the matter? Harmon looked at him meaningfully. Just yesterday you slammed the door in my face because you didn't want to go back. Hearing this, he shyly avoided it. Well. Alan then remembered the scene of reading the book that day. He was bewildered. This book was written so well, how did they come up with a way to use holy magic like that? If I could practice it. But unfortunately, as soon as he thought of this, while he was still excited, the book in his hand had come to an end. To be continued? Returning to reality, Alan sighed dejectedly and explained, because there were every book in the royal library, he felt a pain in his heart. We almost paid them money. Suddenly these words once again evoked Harmon's thoughts. Curious, he wondered, yes, what kind of money was it? These past few days, Harmon noticed that he must have been very diligent in learning magic lately. Alan deliberately turned around and avoided it. After trying it, he found it interesting. He sighed in boredom. Alan left it to fate. We would be scrutinized anyway. It would be better to lock himself in the library for good. Harmon immediately replied awkwardly, I feel the same way. Suddenly, Harmon offered to reassure him. Anyway, relax a bit, it's been a while since you've been to Laurensis. The castle in front gradually appeared before their eyes. They finally arrived, Harmon excitedly affirmed. This place was much richer than the land of the dead. He emphasized that there should be many places to play. Indeed, this place is magnificent and full of tall buildings. On the other hand, the air here is also extremely fresh and cool. A moment later, when looking out the car window, both Charlotte and Alan could not help but be amazed at this beautiful scene. Charlotte looked at the bustling group of people in front of her. She spoke up. Oh, there's a lot of people, Harmon said proudly. This is the capital, he joked. Without you, it's much more prosperous here. He smiled and asked, do you like it, Prince? Suddenly Alan fell silent, his face darkened. He exclaimed in horror and disgust, startling both Harmon and Charlotte who were excited about the surrounding scenery. They turned to look at him in confusion. Alan was upset, quickly grabbed a towel, and immediately said, Harmon, let me ask you a question. He frowned uncomfortably, used a handkerchief to cover his nose, and quickly pointed and guessed, perhaps in the capital city of the holy country. Alan was shocked and disgusted that this place that was supposed to be clean had zombies. Immediately, in an instant, Alan rushed forward. He ran as fast as he could, not even paying attention to the people on the road. He accidentally bumped into a girl selling fruit, fresh fruit for only 5 dong, making her scream in pain. Oh my god. Suddenly, at this time, 2 people, Charlotte and Harmon, were also rushing over. They were chirping and apologizing. Sorry, we were in an urgent matter. At this time, here, people are bustling with business. They are excited to exchange goods. I will sell them cheap. You buy and go. The cakes at the shop in the next alley are very delicious, especially the croissants. Cow. In front of those offers, Alan gritted his teeth angrily, looking at it. I thought it was a crowded street, but I was sure. He glared in concern. This was the smell of a vampire. If he followed this death aura, it would definitely happen. Suddenly, Alan suddenly stopped. The crowd panicked. Harmon asked, what did you find, Prince? The 2 people called out, Prince, but at this moment, he couldn't care less about what they said. Alan was horrified at the scene before his eyes. He froze. A young girl's head was chopped off and placed neatly on a barrel, around the girl's neck, spread evenly with bright red roses, her face filled with tears. Charlotte and Harmon rushed over in time. They were shocked and shouted loudly, that is. It seemed like it was just a lifeless corpse, but no, it slowly opened its red eyes. Tears were gradually replaced by bright red blood. It began to moan, ah, ah. Suddenly, the monster screamed loudly. The echoing sound radiated a powerful source of power that repelled Charlotte's group, causing them to cover their ears and step back. Immediately, Alan reacted, A glowing sword emitting a strong aura appeared in Alan's hand. In a split second, he cut off the monster's head, leaving it unable to react but only screaming in pain. Ah! The monster's head was immediately broken in half by Alan's fierceness. Charlotte and Harmon stood from afar in surprise. Were they zombies? At this point, Alan was sweating profusely. He looked up and hesitantly said, "I've heard something like that before, but..." Suddenly, he fell silent. A headless corpse appeared on the cable. Alan panicked and thought, could that be the body of the head just now? It seemed like all the internal organs had been ripped out, leaving only just the skin. Suddenly, a bone-chilling voice rang out next to him, "You are being watched," startling Alan. He quickly turned around but didn't see anyone anymore. Seeing Alan so panicked, Harmon was worried. The prince. Suddenly, he spoke up with an annoyed attitude, "Just now, there was a middle-aged man with red hair." Charlotte and Harmon heard that in bewilderment, not understanding what was going on. Harmon was confused. "Huh?" Alan then recounted that just now, after following me, he ran away. He still remembers this person's oppressive murderous aura. Harmon immediately looked around to check his surroundings. He loudly affirmed that it was highly likely that he was the culprit. Alan awkwardly scratched his head. "I also guessed so. It would be difficult to continue tracking because the smell was spreading everywhere, already." Alan sighed boredly. Harmon immediately reassured him, "I will report back immediately when I get back to the palace." Alan was upset, frowned and complained, "Ha, I just came to study the Dharma." At the same time, dusk was gradually approaching. The sun gradually set behind the foot of the mountain. Looking at the peaceful scene before the eyes of the residents, Alan was really uneasy. Somehow, I had a bad feeling. The situation now is very difficult. Laurensis is engulfed in chaos. It turns out there have been many similar murders and has caused a huge wave of public opinion, making people fearful. Alan was sad, on the streets because of mysterious murders, and in the palace because of the appearance of me, the scoundrel prince. They were all rioting for different reasons. As for me, the person caught up in the rumors has returned safely, but Harmon kept grumbling. "Please stay here," he said so much that it made Alan deaf. Harmon whined, "As for the case, I've already reported it, so don't go anymore. Tomorrow the banquet will start, so please don't do anything." A series of words continuously attacked Alan's ears. He shouted angrily, "I said I knew it, you talk so persistently." At the same time, Charlotte still remained silent, looking at him silently and awkwardly. Harmon pouted and insisted, "You are still just a child." At this point Alan is speechless. He cannot deny this. Suddenly, Harmon lowered his voice. He said, and Charlotte, startled, proactively replied, "I will take a look around the palace." Hearing that, Harmon kindly advised, "If anyone asks who you are, just say my name, Deputy Commander of the Temple 9 Army." Charlotte obediently nodded, "Yes." Seeing that, Alan immediately wanted to leave here. "I have an excuse, so I'll lock myself in the library." Having said that, he turned around and left. Behind him, Harmon kept reminding him, "Just go to the end of the hallway, it's on the left side of the lobby." On the other hand, Charlotte was no less, the eager girl, determined. "When the patrol is finished I will follow you, come here." Alan is really chilled to the core. "I'm bored, I really feel like a child." On the way out, Alan was alone. He was worried, by the way, thinking he was wrong. But no, he raised his eyes and affirmed, but he still smelled the smell of death. A strange aura suddenly spread behind him, and Alan, he was still immersed in his thoughts. The vampire had probably entered the palace. Alan went to the library according to Harmon's words. He frowned, because he felt insecure, so he should just stay here as Harmon said. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through his mind. Maybe after finding the magic book, should I run away? Wouldn't it be better to borrow an overdue book than get involved in these cases? Suddenly, Alan stopped as if he saw something strange. He thought to himself, just go to the library first and then think about it again, but it seemed things weren't going so smoothly. Alan suddenly realized something. He had been down this road before. Looking at the statue, he was depressed, even there. Alan wondered, it seemed like he had been walking around all this time, huh? His attention fell on the beauty of the statue. This was a masterpiece of art. The woman was just a statue, but the smile on her lips as well as the gentleness in her eyes suddenly appeared like a real person. Alan was amazed by that beautiful beauty. He gradually approached. Alan curiously scratched his head and looked intently at the statue, wondering whose statue it was. He felt a bit regretful. According to what was written there, she had passed away a long time ago. Suddenly a scream came from nowhere, causing Alan to jump. He quickly hid behind the statue and secretly looked, silently guessing, was he a gardener? The man who had just shouted loudly was constantly grumbling and grumbling. Giving the job to those brats was a mistake. In the end, it still came to this old man. Suddenly he raised the scissors high, murderously saying, "Should I cut their throats to make decorations?" This shocked Alan. He was afraid he would turn pale, doubting life. He was a gardener, why, or is it a murderer? The old man was fed up and complained, "Why are you guys so lazy who live off the people's taxes?" Suddenly, he turned around and shouted angrily, "And you too, if you're here, you should know how to open your mouth to say hello." That kid, faced with that pressure, Alan was speechless, confused. "Me." Immediately after that, he ordered, "Bring me the shovel and the soil there." Alan quickly stood up and hummed. He explained, "And I am not a gardener." The old man growled, "I think this tree looks so simple, using your head to decorate it would be perfect." Immediately, Alan's attitude changed faster than flipping rice paper. He happily replied, "I'll bring it right away." This. Carrying the bag of soil, he was shaking because of the weight, so he had to use a shovel to prop his feet up. Alan regretted, "Damn, I should have worn the clothes Harmon gave me." Alan sadly guessed that it seemed like he mistook him for a gardener because of his appearance. He trembled in fear before his eyes filled with murderous intent. Alan placed the sandbag and shovel on the ground and asked, "Okay, right." Having said that, he excused himself and left. "I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding. I was leaving." Suddenly, his eyes met his dirty hands. According to nature, Alan kindly suggested, "Your hands are too dirty. I'll lend you a handkerchief." The old man was still the same, still keeping a cold attitude, staring at him. Having finished speaking, he took out a pure white handkerchief from his pocket. Alan respectfully handed it to him, reminding him that it wasn't mine, but Charlotte had already given it to me, so if possible, don't work so hard alone and call someone else to help. From outstretched hand. Suddenly, the old man grabbed his hand tightly, causing Alan to panic and let go of the scarf. Confused, he pulled his hand back. Wait a minute, what are you doing?" the old man said in an angry and serious voice. It's true that the kid has lost his memory. Not only has his personality changed. At this point, he awkwardly noticed his face. Alan frowned, not realizing who it was. Too angry, he took off his hat and glared. Now he doesn't even recognize his grandfather anymore. Alan walked step by step down the hall. He thought bitterly, damn it. Finally arriving, the door was gradually opened to welcome Alan. He was worried and uneasy. Damn it. The servants bowed respectfully and politely announced that the seventh prince was entering. On the throne, Holy Emperor Keltalfals was sitting majestically. He looked at him with thoughtful eyes. The Holy Emperor slowly spoke, "You're here." Up until this point, Alan still hadn't come to his senses about the incident just now. He gritted his teeth bitterly. He couldn't believe that old man was the Holy Emperor. Just a moment ago, he was wearing an aluminum suit, covered in dirt, and the villagers said goodbye and said to leave. "Remember to come to my room." Suddenly, the Holy Emperor praised you for your great contribution in defeating the enemy at the Lonia Palace, making Alan startled and quickly raised his face and said, "Yes." He continued to ask in a serious voice, "I also heard that you defeated the vampire count, is that true?" Faced with this serious question, Alan hesitated a bit. He hesitated, thinking carefully first. Regarding the incident just now, its spread of information had spread throughout the empire. Even the people of Lorenzia knew about this incident. He surmised that if so, there was no way the Holy Kingdom wouldn't know. Perhaps the Holy Emperor already knew everything. He just asked again to add authenticity. In particular, barbaric cases with the same motif as the dismembered head have appeared scattered everywhere. Surely the Holy Emperor already knew that there was a vampire behind this incident. That's why, now instead of being recognized for his contributions at the Lonia government, Alan was standing face to face with him again in this magnificent castle. I'm afraid, he is planning to find someone who can capture that blood-sucking demon, and that person may be none other than him. In addition, the purpose of the Holy Emperor is also to confirm the incident information at the same time. Alan was pleased, if so. Standing among the mandarins, Alan frankly admitted, "Yes, Your Majesty, that I did it." This made everyone around shocked, staring. No one believed this was true. The people arrested him, head buzzing. Suddenly, Alan paused. He continued, "But I would not be able to catch him again by myself even if I died and came back to life." These words surprised the Holy Emperor. He was surprised by his attitude. "It was something I could only achieve," Alan explained, "with the help of many people, Harmon and Charlotte, Lord Gennard, and in some way, Grill too. I had received help too, tremendous help from the residents of Lonia government. Alan continued to hum. At this moment he shone like a god, Alan affirmed. It was not simply thanks to the power of the god himself, so cunning. At the same time, he thought happily in his heart, just dividing the effort equally to avoid trouble is the most stable thing. When he finished listening to Alan, the saint looked at him and pondered for a long time. He didn't immediately say anything but just sighed boredly. After the Holy Emperor calmed down for a while, he spoke. I understand, I heard what you said very clearly. I don't know if he really understood or not. Alan looked at him and was still extremely nervous, worried. He still looks very uncomfortable, but is that all? Suddenly, the Emperor gave an order. You have come this far, you must be tired. Take a good rest. Those carrying words made Alan a bit stunned. He immediately replied, ah yes, if it is so, I also hope you can safely hunt down that blood-sucking demon, Your Majesty. Hearing that, the Holy Emperor froze. He was stunned and could not believe his ears. Having finished speaking, Alan immediately closed the door and left, leaving the Holy Emperor and his ministers still bewildered. The Holy Emperor sat on the throne, puzzled, wondering what Harmon told him. Do you still remember, just half a year ago, he was still a reckless scoundrel, but now, he can proudly acknowledge the help of others. He is also keenly aware of the help of others. With the existence of vampires around the capital, Alan was really different. The Holy Emperor pondered sadly. He wondered if a person lost his memory, would that person's personality also change? It's so unbelievable. Not only that, he couldn't rest assured. As for Grill and Charlotte's matter, the Holy Emperor was in a difficult position. Based on what Harmon said, they were the survivors of the Harry's family. He had some hope that, if it was true, they might actually succeed in hunting blood-sucking demons, but Harry's was not a family famous for swordsmanship but used holy magic. The Holy Emperor sighed sadly, remembering what happened before, the intelligence he received from Lord Gennard. The content of the letter said that the 7th Prince saved the lives of soldiers who were on the brink of death with his holy magic. And was that all? No, there was also the story that a goddess came down to bless him after praying. Not only that, and that, he took down a vampire with a decorative gun. He was sure that even though that person was wearing a mask, Gennard assured him that that person was definitely Alan. The Holy Emperor was a bit skeptical. Before he thought all those things were just baseless words, but now maybe things were different. Looking at the dazed officials below, he probed, what do you think about this? The crowd began to argue with each other. One guy spoke up, deeply thinking that those words were all lies, Your Majesty. He argued that the prince said he hadn't been on the battlefield for long. Hearing that, another guy interrupted, but it was said that the masked man had the same build as the prince. The argument gradually became heated. In the group of people, no one gave in. Someone challenged, do you believe their words? Maybe they just watched as chickens turned into hoes. Not that that person was the 7th prince. It's so unreasonable. It doesn't stop there. Another guy spoke up and said, but if that holy magic is not from the blood of the Holy Emperor, then what other reasonable explanation is there? The Holy Emperor had a headache when faced with that chaos. He blamed these 3 short-sighted people. Holy Emperor Keltalfals is worried. The time for me to step down from the throne is near, but, let alone having a successor, I don't even have one person to help me right now. He fondly remembered the familiar figure of a girl with long, graceful black hair and a mysterious dress. She was smiling and radiant like a flower. The Holy Emperor unconsciously exclaimed, Elisha. He was sad, sitting alone on the throne. If nothing happens that day, I will choose Luan as the successor to the throne. Holy Emperor Kelt regrets, this is partly my fault for being too cold and placing the safety of the kingdom above my descendants. Kelt painfully remembered Alan's words just now. If so, I also hope that you can safely hunt down that blood-sucking demon, Your Majesty. He ached his heart, pitiful for his own fate. Alan, is there still a chance for the child? The Holy Emperor sighed sadly. He wondered, if it had the power to lead this country, would this empire be able to develop? This was a question that was difficult to answer. The Holy Emperor wondered. All this time, it seemed like the Mandarins would be of some help to him in answering that question. But no, they were arguing madly. I told him the 7th prince couldn't do that. It's really difficult to talk to this old man. What, do you want to fight? The argument gradually became beyond the limit. Unable to stay silent anymore, the Holy Emperor shouted angrily, if you don't want to be punched by my own hand, then shut up immediately. His eyes glared at the crowd. Kelt scolded them, Useless bastards. Those officials fell silent before his pressure. Each of them turned pale and did not dare to cough, seeing him losing his temper. A great minister, speak up to advise, Your Majesty, please calm down. Having finished speaking, he slowly walked over. It turned out that that person was none other than Count Palmer, who was close to Luan. He bowed respectfully and brightly suggested, Anyway, we still have a lot of time, why don't we try to investigate a little more, let's see. The Holy Emperor spoke up in annoyance, the Count, but he was stubborn, continuing to interrupt, excitedly saying, The anniversary of Lady Ulysses' death will be held in 2 months, it would be better if the 7th prince remained was still present in the palace during that time. The Count smiled and suggested that even so, he had already devoted himself to hunting blood demons, so he began to prepare his own plan. Palmer thought that at the upcoming banquet, why don't we let him rest until then? Before this request, the Holy Emperor was a bit shaken, he was silent for a long time. Then he suddenly nodded, he agreed, You're right, we'll have a party soon, there's no need to rush things, let's just do it. Scene change, over here, Alan is excited, he breathes a sigh of relief, finally found the library. Alan quickly opened the door and walked in, he complained angrily, Why is the path so complicated? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, calling loudly, 7 princes, making Alan a bit startled. He turned around. Alan was surprised, I didn't think there would still be someone there at this hour. Seeing him, the hesitant girl, me. Suddenly, she bowed profusely, I'm sorry, I'll leave right away, making Alan unable to understand what the story was all about. He widened his eyes, Huh? Alan awkwardly ordered, Just stay where you are. At the same time, he thought to himself, she looked uncomfortable. At this time, Alice was hastily taking the book and leaving when she asked confusedly, What? At that embarrassing scene, Alan had a headache, he hadn't even done anything yet. Suddenly Alan was stunned as if realizing something. He naively remembered the past, Alan couldn't believe it, it couldn't be. Every detail in his memory gradually appeared clearly before his eyes, Alan firmly denied that it was impossible. That blonde girl was someone he had been in contact with. The two fell into silence for a moment, not knowing what to say to each other. And the truth is always cruel. The system panel suddenly displayed information. Alice Astoria, 17 years old, granddaughter of the Archbishop, characteristics, love and altruism, extremely strong holy magic power and the knowledge of the magic fragment of the prophet god. At this time, the reality was undeniable. Alan had to accept, that's right. He understood, no wonder she felt uncomfortable. It turned out that in the past, Alan had done something shameful towards Alice. He surmised that she probably thought the pervert was looking for her again. Alan immediately thought of Alice, he thought no wonder she looked so uncomfortable, she probably thought the pervert had returned and was targeting her. The status window that appeared allowed him to know more about the character Alice, plus her name and the name of the author of the book he was looking for had the same last name. Author Raphael Astoria, Alice Astoria, 17 years old, niece of the Archbishop, characterized by benevolence, holding many months of magical power and knowledge, the god fragment predicts the future. He secretly thought that the person who wrote this book was an archbishop. He remembered when the real Alan caused trouble to the archbishop that the archbishop he called was Gaia's slave. He cried miserably, Prince Sophie. He unconsciously and helplessly rubbed his head, causing Alice next to him to panic a bit. He thought, damn it, who would have thought that he would know about the author this way, but he didn't even dare to dream of asking him questions. Alan noticed and suddenly said, Sorry, I startled you, I lost my memory and forgot almost everyone in the palace. Alice expressed disdain for him, he thought yes, I wouldn't believe it if I were her. Alan quickly ran to another place, trying to think of taking the book and leaving here. The book you took back didn't find the book you were looking for, oh. He was surprised that the book was not here, then Alice asked if he was looking for his book, I mean the Archbishop's, right? Alan replied haha, then she said I'm reading this but I can give it to you, he said nonchalantly, but I don't intend to bother you while you're reading a book. She gave it to him, gently saying it was okay, but actually I was planning to clean it up before leaving here. It turns out it's a book about resurrection. He wondered about revival, what an ostentatious name. Alice said that this was just a record of my grandfather's research, nothing special, reviving humans was impossible in the first place. He was surprised and asked her why, she also asked why. He asked about that revival thing, what was the reason why it couldn't be done, Alice stammered and said it was because. She said that no matter how much holy power gives people life, He cannot capture the soul that has left the body, only necromancy can capture the soul. She remembered the cruelest times, but since necromancy came with a terrifying price, practicing it was not a good thing. She continued, even if Gaia gave us a miracle, it still wouldn't be possible to revive someone. Alan then said, what if? What about a person who has both holy power and magic power? Alice is skeptical. Alice then said that such cases were extremely rare. If they used both types of power at the same time, their body would explode. He opened the book and answered that. But I still think this revival thing can be done, Alan said. She suddenly asked what he meant. He flipped through the book and said, the book said that if you want to use holy magic better, you should pray more. He continued, witches can use mana and spells, while black magicians use magic power and longevity. Is there any way to help a person use their holy magic better? Alice replied that if you wanted to ask about a more effective way than praying, you could use magic tools, but you said you could revive. What you meant was G. He was surprised by her answer, saying, oh my god, I made a little girl who was about to leave here have to stop and chat with me for so long. Alan then said she was late and should go home quickly. Alice replied, I'm not. It seems like you're still upset with me. There's no need to deny it. I do not mean that. Alan tries to push Alice out. He pushed her out, saying I would remember to blow out all the candles in the library before leaving, so good night. Before Alice could understand why he pushed her away, he wished her good night, much to her surprise. She was frozen in place. So what about the talk about resurrection? She immediately thought that maybe the seventh prince was just talking nonsense. He was that type of person. But she immediately thought again. But this time something seemed different. She thought she felt something very different from the seventh prince's aura. While she was thinking, Alice's grandfather came to tell her that he was Archbishop Raphael. He had a thick beard with gray hair due to age. He wore glasses on the right side. He smiled kindly and said, Alice, what is my niece doing? She stammered and said she was studying at the library. Raphael happily replied that you are like me, so you are full of curiosity, but be careful. The seventh prince has returned to the palace. She blankly replied yes. He immediately gave her a hat with goggles covering both eyes, a hat shaped like a crow with a protruding nose tip. Tell Alice, and me, not to push ourselves too hard. Raphael said you were chosen by the goddess and have great talent, but what you must do will also bring heavy responsibility. Alice took it, held it, and replied that I already knew. She happily said, but don't worry because I'm as strong as you. He immediately laughed that he was my nephew. Then he immediately led Alice and the others to a hidden room. So let's go. Seeing a person covered in bandages like a corpse, he was screaming in pain. Ukhh. He said we would start the treatment today. Alice also wore the hat her grandfather gave her. Then all the people there clasped their hands in prayer and cast a spell. It was a beautiful, mysterious emerald light in the darkness. Even though he was being treated, that guy cried out in more pain than when he was normal. He bent over to endure what they called treatment. That guy is the great prince who is suffering and miserable. Alice thought to herself that he was right. When standing before the cursed body of the first prince, even his holy magic had no effect. At this rate, he really didn't have much time left. Behind that mask is Alice's worried face. No matter what, I want to find a way. She unconsciously remembered Alan's words, but I still thought this revival could be done. She thought she knew it was impossible but didn't know why she still remembered what he said. If that was true, how wonderful it would be. Meanwhile, Alan was checking the documents and said, is this everything? There's no information about my parents. In front of Alan, Harmon reported the information collected. Harmon said you also need information about them. After all, you remember them. Alan helplessly said, do you still think I'm pretending to lose my memory? I said I forgot everything, so tell me quickly. Harmon thought for a moment, then nodded and said, when both of them were still alive, their lives were completely normal. That's all you asked? Harmon replied, yes, Your Highness. Alan seemed to see something. This idiot Harmon. Harmon's shaking and sweaty face made him know that he didn't know how to lie. He thought he wanted to know about the relationship between his family members, but this was very suspicious. But this was about the royal family, so when it came to it, they would probably be more careful. Harmon then said further, the banquet is almost here. Why don't you get ready, Your Highness? He asked if it was necessary. He remembered when Charlotte left a stack of books to practice her gait. He said that if you did anything wrong, you might be left at. Charlotte also learned palace etiquette so as not to embarrass you, Your Highness. Alan suddenly said that I just want to comfortably enjoy the party, right? Harmon said a small party is different from a banquet. If at this rate something goes wrong, maybe the eldest prince will also attend." The words startled him. Alan asked who that was. He helplessly replied that he was on the royal family tree. Harmon then pointed to the paper. "Luan Alfal's your brother. He said he is the person you should watch out for the most right now." At the place of the first Prince Luan, his blood-covered body clenched his fists. He was so miserable that it was scary, glaring at him and saying why would he organize a banquet for someone like that. Banquets at that time were invited to famous people such as nobles and royalty. The music comes from violins and larger ones when the musicians sit down. Delicious dishes are presented beautifully. The male nobles stood near Alice, praising her that she had grown into a beautiful young woman. Today, Alice dressed for the party in a simple jade blue outfit that highlighted her gentle, elegant beauty. "Someone greeted you. It's been a long time since I last met her. It's nice to see her, Alice," she politely replied. "Me too, sir." She helplessly thought that he had told her not to be greedy. At that time, the Archbishop complained that whether it was for Harmon or Mr. Jennard was not important, but it was a congratulatory banquet for the seventh prince. She thought to herself that if he didn't attend then at least I should be present. She thought he was also busy taking care of the eldest prince. Suddenly someone called her Miss Alice. She then turned back to look at him. That's Count Famore. He still had his usual red hair and elegant suit, saying that she was still as beautiful as ever. Even if we told anyone that she was the reincarnation of the goddess Gaia, they would believe it. Suddenly someone whispered loudly, "It was Count Famore. I heard that he has been very popular with the people lately." Alice heard what they said, but it's hard to work with those lowly people. He's not interested in power, so it seems his hobby is doing charity work. She clearly heard it and wanted to say it back to them but was stopped by Count Famore. "Lady Alice, just leave them alone." He smiled awkwardly. After all, they weren't wrong. He said that after my wife died, the only reason for me to continue living was to do good deeds. He scratched his head, saying that probably didn't look like aristocratic style. Alice denied, "No, that's not what I meant." She gently said that on the contrary, he deserved to receive a lot of respect. She suddenly thought it was strange. Surely the Count was a good person. Before he supported Lady Elisha and now he is a loyal servant supporting the eldest prince. Instead of thinking about seizing power, he always seemed to care about the eldest prince's health, and he was also someone who always spoke up for the people. Alice still feels very strange, but why do I feel so uncomfortable? She immediately told me to excuse myself because I had to go meet other people. Famore replied, "So I'm looking forward to our next meeting." She breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't feel very well. Suddenly she heard a familiar sound. Oh my god. It was Jennard and Grill who were trembling at the banquet even though they were just commoners. Jennard was trembling to the point of being stiff, saying that a lord in the countryside like me would receive an invitation to a place like this. Grill tried to reassure him. "Mr. Jennard, you can't worry now, look at me, I'm just a commoner." Their state is half laughing and crying. She secretly laughed while Grill said, "Where was the prince? How could he leave us here?" Alice then approached them. She thought that since it had been a long time since she had attended a banquet, it was better not to be around people who were too formal. Alice came forward to greet them. Grill was surprised. "Are you the Archbishop's niece?" She introduced me as Alice. "It seemed like you knew who I was." He hesitated to say, "I've only seen you from afar, Miss Alice." They talked happily, but there was a glance at them full of meaning, as if he was preparing for something evil. That was Count Famore. His hand suddenly twitched, feeling fear. Our main character has appeared. Seventh Prince Alan and his escort Charlotte and Harmon arrived. They all have solemn and splendid royal costumes. Under the protection of the Holy Empire, Prince Alan Alfals was entering the banquet hall. He calmly appeared. That Earl took notice. He glared with cruelty, his eyes suddenly redder than ever. Alan then sat cross-legged, which was unexpected. He crossed his arms and thought, "I'm a prince with no right to inherit the throne and was even exiled, so I thought no one would come looking for me." But he remembered all eyes on that beautiful lady Charlotte. Charlotte is extremely seductive in a red dress that shows elegance. Alan asked her why she was the one attracting attention. Charlotte suddenly replied, "Why? As you said, she looks more like a noble than me, and those supplementary classes she took were worth it." Harmon stood next to him with his arms folded behind his back, saying that the innate standing posture is not something you can just learn, Your Highness. While the two were talking, "What do you mean my natural posture is so bad? I never said that. But do you feel that way, Your Highness?" Suddenly the Count came and asked to see the seventh prince. He said he hadn't seen Mr. Harmon in a while. Alan glanced at him and asked who he was. Alan deliberately covered his hands and didn't sound like he was teasing, while Harmon said that your attitude is really not like a prince at all, Your Highness. Introducing this as Count Famore. He is in the documents I gave him, for you. He then laughed. Haha, it's okay. The Count wants to shake your hand. It's been a long time since we last met, so it's understandable that he forgot about me. He continued, when you were in trouble, I couldn't be by your side. Please forgive my rudeness, Your Highness. Alan calmly said he didn't need to do that. So the two of them shook hands in peace. He thought that Count Famore had been his mother's deputy in the past and supported the eldest prince along with him. He immediately opened the status window. I still remember a few people who helped me. The light showing each word of the window made him dizzy. It shows Count Famore Dia, age unknown, blood-sucking demon, characteristics, blood-sucking, dark zombies, currently in a bloodthirsty state. He was holding his hand and wanted to let it go, but he still held it tightly. This bastard was sucking demon blood. Alan felt the bloodlust present in that Count. He asked him if he liked the food of today's banquet. He quickly replied yes, the food is delicious. He thought he unconsciously emitted holy magic, but he didn't react at all. The Count bowed and said that was fortunate. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed royal cuisine. While you were surprised, when did this guy stay in the palace? Alan then looked back. Your Highness. Alan saw other people chatting. He felt that besides Famore, there were also some ingredients mixed in here. The window suddenly passed by and he knew what he should do. Alan stood up when Famore asked if he was looking for someone. He replied that now that I think about it, I just remembered something that made me feel disappointed during the meal. Haven't had time to ask you what's going on. Then Alan pointed out the position of the butler holding the glass of wine. He said, give me another glass. He quickly took a glass. What you did surprised him. You said of course it was alcohol. Alan then used holy magic to make water drops appear. He replied that eating a meal without alcohol is really boring. Eye to eye, Count Famore smiled without hesitation. Alan is not afraid of anything either. He said triumphantly, why don't you have a drink, Count? Alan Alphonse and the Earl were in a face-to-face situation. Both kept a faint smile on their lips. Seeing that the Earl did not lift his glass, Alan Alphonse asked, why don't you have a drink, sir? Seeing that the prince had opened his mouth, of course the prince did not refuse. He picked up the glass of wine and replied, I am very willing. Alan Alphonse stood beside him thinking tensely, yes, then drink. Staring at the blue glass of wine, Alan Alphonse thought back to himself that he had poured holy magic into it and turned it into holy water. Remembering the scary ghosts and ghosts I had encountered, Alan Alphonse was impatient. So let's drink quickly. Let me show you his true face. I'm pretty sure that figure is also this guy. So if you know, knowing the Count's nature, of course the person behind the murder will also be revealed. Seeing the Count gently drinking the entire glass of holy water without knowing anything, Alan Alphonse smiled happily. As soon as he finished drinking the glass, the Count paused because of a strange feeling. Count Famore held the empty glass and smiled rather crookedly. Haha, it seems I drank too quickly, so I'm a bit tipsy. The Earl scratched his head and smiled, his eyes apologizing. Please forgive me, Your Highness, my alcohol tolerance is not very high. Alan Alphonse was silent for about 2 seconds and then immediately objected. He didn't look drunk. Seeing that, Famore also replied, why, it's because I'm still not drunk. Alan Alphonse just asked again, is that so? Alan Alphonse immediately picked up the glass bottle of wine that was still dripping with wine. All the nobles in attendance were extremely startled by this action of the prince. Seeing a broken wine bottle with extremely sharp pieces of glass pointing at him, he fell backwards to the ground and screamed, Prince, ah, that, what is this? Alan Alphonse coldly waved his hand. The wine bottle broke right through the Count's hand, causing him to bleed a lot. He screamed loudly. The Count once again stammered in fear and asked, Your Highness, what are you doing? Alan Alphonse suddenly stopped and silently asked a question in his mind. Seeing the Count show his hands, holding his hands and kneeling on the ground, trembling and muttering, please calm down, Alan Alphonse wondered, did his wound not heal? But he was definitely bleeding. Devil. Harmon suddenly rushed out from nowhere and blocked Alan Alphonse's body, strongly defending him. I hope you'll forgive me. It seemed that His Highness was drunk. Alan Alphonse was behind Harmon, looking drunk and pale. Harmon suggested, why don't we go inside and treat your wound? The Count held his hand tightly to stop the bleeding and sweating and replied, yes, I think that's best, so please allow me to leave. Having finished speaking, the Count quickly ran away. At the same time Charlotte also came in an evening dress. Alan Alphonse immediately threw the broken wine bottle on the ground. Harmon immediately turned around, walked closer to Prince Alan Alphonse and asked, "Your Highness, why did you do that?" Charlotte quickly understood and also asked, "Do you think there is something strange about the Count?" "Sir, Your Highness," Alan Alphonse said in a determined voice, "looks like he's a vampire." Both Harmon and Charlotte were extremely surprised, asking in unison, "What?" Harmon frowned angrily, about to walk away and said loudly, "Then we should arrest him." Alan Alphonse immediately reached out to stop him and ordered, "We don't have any evidence, first bring a pen and paper, here it is for me." Harmon asked again, "Why so suddenly, what do you plan to use them for?" Alan Alphonse smiled meaningfully and looked straight at Harmon and said, "Isn't it obvious, we will follow the vampire's trail, just as..." The sound of someone's footsteps as if they were running continuously rang out in the hallway leading to the guest room. The footsteps approached the door and opened it more violently than any noble. The Count rushed into the room and slammed the door, covering his mouth with his hand. After seeing that there was no one in the room, the Count threw up a pool of red blood. The Count angrily gritted his teeth, covered his mouth with his hand, and muttered curses, "Damn it, damn it." The blue flames from the holy water are burning Fomo's mouth. At this moment, because of so much pain, he appears in his true form as a blood-sucking demon. His fangs and stitches in his eyes are manifestations of the blood-sucking demon. Then, the Count screamed in pain, "That damn prince!" As soon as he realized this strange thing, the Count discovered that he had been tricked by Alan Alphonse. He must have realized who he was, otherwise, no one would disguise holy water as wine to invite others. Yes. Gradually, the Count's eyes turned black like a deep hole in his face. He fell to his knees, bleeding from his mouth, and let out cries of suppressed pain, thinking, "Damn me, must remove all burnt organs." No matter what he did, blood kept spurting out like a faucet. The Earl worried, "New blood and fresh meat, I need those things." During the urgent moment, it seemed that heaven had heard Count Fomo's prayers. There was a knock on the door from outside and the voice of a maid, "Sir, first." The maid politely said, "I have come to clean your room." The Count gasped, eyes glancing towards the direction of the voice. Then he grinned horribly. His fangs were long and blood was all over his body. He replied softly in pleasure, "Come in." The blonde maid saw that the Count agreed, so she stuck her head in and smiled and said, "I'll ask permission." He replied immediately, "You don't need to be so careful, just clean up comfortably." As soon as I stepped into the room, I saw a large pool of blood dragging right there. The blonde maid holding the broom let out a surprised sound. The Earl said only one sentence, "It's just the right time, I need someone like you." Then he bared his monster teeth, feeling chills, and then nothing after that, because this maid was the thing to satisfy his hunger. The door to the room opened slightly, two maids walked in with their hands clasped neatly and immediately noticed. It turned out that the Count showed off his radiant face, put on his coat and walked out. Two maids greeted him first, "Good evening, sir." The Count smiled and complimented, "The dinner was delicious." The Count continued to say, "Probably because of the banquet, the ladies were very busy." The two maids smiled gratefully, she was the only one who cared about us. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the Count said, "Ah, about the maid named Melie. She does a very good job, so I want to hire her to come to my palace. Please help me inform the royal housekeeper." Those maids cannot know the hidden meaning behind your words. It was Milia's painful death. Those maids could only exclaim, "Oh my God, to work for someone like the Count." Milia would surely have loved it. The Count turned around and left first. He smiled gently, "Haha, our mansion is nothing special, so I left first." Saw the Count leaving the wrong way. The maid quickly said, "Ah, that road doesn't lead to the banquet hall." The Count immediately stopped walking and said, "I'm not going to the banquet hall." Having finished speaking, the Count continued to walk away. Hiding behind the gentle and courteous appearance was a creepy, sinister smile. He answered happily, "I will go visit the eldest prince to say good evening to him." On the other hand, after receiving the paper from the servant, Prince Alan Alphonse wrote a few names on it and said, "Done, I have written them all down." Someone asked again, "Why are there so many of them?" Alan Alphonse held pen and paper in his hand and said, "These are just the bastards I saw on the first floor." Charlotte astutely discovered, there were too many nobles. Harmon also explained, because there was no way to prove it, it was obvious that they were vampires, so it was already a problem, but at least there was no one among them who was the subject, so the situation wasn't that bad. As if hearing this for the first time, Alan Alphonse looked up and asked again, "The subject?" Harmon explained, You also know about the evolutionary process of zombies. Thinking of the powerful undead monsters, Harmon explained in detail that after evolution, if anyone was born as a vampire, they would be called a host, such as the vampire that they were, we defeated last time. Because through many situations, the masters will create their own works, which are relatively weaker than the subjects. Harmon emphasized, but their special ability is to hide among humans. Alan Alphals still held paper and pen to write and asked again, can they hide themselves from the Holy Emperor too? Harmon worriedly, seriously replied, honestly, it's true, those bastards can replace their bodies with the bodies of the humans they killed. Both Alan Alphals and Charlotte were surprised by this barbaric truth. They were sweating nervously. Remembering the corpse on the rose in the past, Alan Alphals asked again seriously, what he meant was the bodies that were missing while the heads were still there. Seeing that Alan Alphals was different, Harmon quickly answered, yes, it's possible that the vampires took away the body, that's just what they left behind, because it's a human body, so the holy magic will probably be stronger. Of them, Alan Alphals bowed his head in silence. Angry, Alan Alphals unconsciously squeezed the paper he was holding in his hand. Alan Alphals slapped the piece of paper on Harmon's shoulder and asked, Harmon, your status is quite high, but somewhat worried. Harmon replied, Your Highness, my rank is high enough to command a team of holy knights to follow orders, mine. Prince Alan Alphals firmly looked straight at Harmon and ordered, then go capture all the people listed here, assess the situation first, and if necessary, kill them. Harmon held the paper in his hand and looked at it with fear. Seeing that, Alan Alphals replied, I will take all responsibility, so Charlotte too, you should go help him too. Harmon asked Alan Alphals again hesitantly, will you be okay, Your Highness? Using military authority at the banquet would look like. Alan Alphals laughed, why are you only worried about me, so, you should worry about yourself. Alan Alphals' eyes were extremely sharp and decisive, because there was no way to prove that they were vampires, so just kill them first and then show them how they turned into ashes. Listening to Alan Alphals' order, the Count must have realized that I know his true face. If we don't act quickly, I will be the one in danger. Both Harmon and Charlotte looked at each other silently. Then Harmon and Charlotte both obeyed and said goodbye to Alan Alphals to leave. Harmon said, okay. Charlotte advised, please be careful. Seeing the two people disappear, Alan Alphals thought, that's it, now I just need to hide. While he was planning that, suddenly a voice called out to him, startling him, Alan Alphals. Looking back, Alan Alphals saw a man who said, it's been a long time since we last saw each other. The man smiled pompously and felt chills. Around him there seemed to be thousands of purple flowers blooming. He pointed the glass of wine at Alan Alphals and emphasized, my little brother. The notice board appeared. Ding ding, Lil Alphals, 21 years old, third prince. The flamboyant presence of the third prince with a glass of wine in his hand surprised Alan Alphals. The notice board displayed that, Lou Alphals, 21 years old, sly personality, a talented spear user, physical strength normal, thin-eared, cowardly, I will definitely become the next emperor because of my mother, Alan Alphals exclaimed, what a poor personality. Rufu put his hand on his chest and introduced himself first. Alan Alphals had already thought about it in his head, his name is Rufu Alphals. Rufu spoke up, I heard you lost your memory, how sad. Lullaby laughed scornfully at Alan Alphals and said, you are. But before he could finish his sentence, Alan Alphals took over and continued, the third prince. Alan Alphals laughed and chatted as if he was very close. He was the third prince. In his head he thought, he already told me about this guy. Alan Alphals thought with disdain, he is a cuckold. The emperor even saw that, a prince whose existence was almost zero. He could no longer be so majestic. Lufu retracted his hand and pretended to said, it seems you still miss me. Alan Alphals denied, no, Harmon told me, lulled and smiled smugly and clicked his tongue. Oh, is that so? It's like regaining the confidence to go and provoke others, luring loudly. By the way, none of our other brothers are here today. Alan Alphals doesn't really care. Lulled and pretended to advise his younger brother, don't be disappointed, they must have been busy with something, to the point of forgetting to come to your congratulations. Alan Alphals chuckled lightly, look up here, he's trying to annoy me, star. Alan Alphals nonchalantly replied, it's okay to have me here. He smiled coyly, his hands on his waist, and said as if he was just giving alms, we came because it happened that my schedule was empty. Lulfully patted Alan Alphals on the shoulder and whispered, but wherever you go, You always wanted to cause a ruckus. I'm very happy to see you still seem as useless as usual." Luffy frowned and smiled menacingly. "If you come to the palace with the desire to become crown prince, then I may have to become your enemy." Not only did he gently place it on his shoulder, but he gently squeezed his brother's shoulder instead of a warning. Alan Alphonse coldly frowned in displeasure. In the middle of the large room, the lullaby's threat rang clearly in Alan Alphonse's ears: "Just live your life as you have always lived." After the threat was over, he turned around and left in front of Alan Alphonse's surprised eyes, and he smiled, "Then I'll go, ha ha ha." Alan Alphonse felt a bit uncomfortable, coldly thinking, "Even if I weren't here, you wouldn't have a chance to become crown prince. He looks like a third-rate villain." Alan Alphonse thought, "Forget that idiot, I have to focus on the main job." If I were to guess Alan Alphonse's thoughts, he would probably use that stupid face to show off his authority. Alan Alphonse quickly turned around and left, thinking as he walked, "Because I don't know how strong Count FOMO is, I have to save my energy." Alan Alphonse had just thought, "I have to hide until Harmon and Charlotte are done," when the door to the banquet room was opened with a loud thud. A shrill scream of anger rang out as if it was bleeding from Alan Alphonse's ears. "Alan Alphonse." The person who made the scream was shouting loudly throughout the room, "Alan Alphonse, come out quickly." Alan Alphonse turned pale and rubbed his forehead. "It's interesting, someone actually shouted the name Alan Alphonse. How bad is this kid in the eyes of others that people have to scream his name like that?" Human voice How shouted loudly, "Prince Luan, please stop, you can't move much." Alan Alphonse coldly turned to look when he heard the name Luan. The servant's voice sounded extremely distressed. "If this keeps up, it will be a big problem." Seeing a man wrapped in bandages, everywhere covered in blood, Alan Alphonse wondered in surprise, "Great Prince, Luan Alphonse." Looking at that scary face that couldn't be seen as a person breathing heavily, the notice board appeared. Luan Alphonse was 27 years old, personality, benevolent and lecherous, rotten body, talented in swordsmanship, qualified to become a wise ruler, qualified to be a tyrant. Alan Alphonse, "I will punish the one who insulted my mother." Alan Alphonse immediately realized, with this rotting smell and magical power, he was still alive, even though he was living in a dying body. In the middle of assessing Luan, his true willpower, Alan Alphonse was grabbed by Luan's collar. Alan Alphonse was surprised and couldn't figure it out. Luan grabbed Alan Alphonse by the collar and shook him. "How dare you insult my vassals?" Everyone around them screamed in fear and then gradually dispersed. Luan shouted even though the surrounding nobles were gossiping, "The Earl was someone who served our mother, I don't think you would know." Luan's bloody hand did not let go of Alan Alphonse's collar for a moment. Luan still screamed because Alan Alphonse did not react. "You always insult the gods and do things that are against the gods because what reason?" Luan pushed straight into Alan Alphonse's face and shouted, causing blood to splash on Alan Alphonse's face, "I ask you, why do you keep insulting our mother's honor?" Alan Alphonse still maintains his cold attitude, not too concerned. Suddenly, from outside the door, a deep voice of an elderly person rang out, "What are you guys doing?" The man standing outside the banquet hall door even surprised the servant who opened the door. He suddenly remembered to say hello. Under the protection of the Holy Emperor, His Majesty the Holy Emperor walked step by step firmly, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Along with the face and aura representing the Emperor's justice and authority, there was the shout of the servant, the ruler of the Holy Kingdom, His Majesty the Emperor was entering. Everything suddenly became so quiet that we could hear each other's breathing. The Emperor asked again, "Why didn't anyone answer me?" He took a deep breath, pure blue divine power flew up and whirred around. The Emperor roared angrily, "I asked." And then the Emperor unleashed all that accumulated divine power on his two sons Alan Alphonse and Luan with the question, "What are you doing?" Alan Alphonse was pushed back a few steps by the energy source, he thought, his voice alone carried this much divine power, and Luan reluctantly gritted his teeth and endured it. But just a moment after the divine power dissipated, Luan immediately coughed up blood. Someone cried out in worry, "The first prince." Seeing this, the Emperor clicked his tongue and ordered the Pope next to him, the Pope and the other healers, to take the eldest prince away and take care of him. The Pope immediately obeyed. Seeing the Pope turn to leave, the Emperor walked away and asked Alan Alphonse, the seventh prince, to explain. Alan Alphonse turned around in surprise and huffed. The Emperor spoke first, "I heard you insulted Count FOMO, is that true?" Alan Alphonse nervously replied, "Yes." Emperor von Yemtik immediately asked again, "What was the reason?" Alan Alphonse was speechless, his face turned purple, he thought, I can't say I intend to hunt him down instead of insulting him." Alan Alphals wondered if he should say directly that he was a ghost and a dragon. Alan Alphals even saw that the Emperor's hand was clenched. The Emperor's eyes looked at Alan Alphals as if searching with a dangerous aura. Alan Alphals denied it to himself, he wouldn't believe it. Alan Alphals could only answer, "I was too drunk at that time, so I made a mistake." The Emperor asked in surprise, "A mistake?" while the eldest Prince Luan was being treated. The Emperor asked again, "Is that true?" Alan Alphals was quite worried and thought to himself, "What's with his expression?" as if he was expecting a different answer like last time. Seeing that the Emperor had relieved his terrifying aura with that trusting look in his eyes, Alan Alphals thought like that. Alan Alphals still insisted, there was no other reason. The healer on the side angrily gritted his teeth and grabbed the tabletop. Luan suddenly stood up and shouted at the healer and servant to get out. Luan conveniently picked up the glass of wine. Luan did not hesitate to throw the glass of wine straight near Alan Alphals' feet. The broken glass scattered everywhere. Alan Alphals raised his hands to protect himself and leaned back. The servant's shout was loud, "Your Highness." The Emperor shouted, "Luan Alphals." Luan staggered, hugged his rotten body and said with a very confident voice, "Please forgive my impudence, but my people have been insulted by him. Violation." Luan used his face with murderous intent and spoke clearly, "I can't ignore this, I want to fight him." The Emperor sighed, "How could you say that with a body like that?" The Emperor repeated, "I will punish him after understanding this situation clearly. Go home and try to turn away." But Luan immediately refused, "No." Luan continued, "I heard that you gave Alan Alphals a lot of credit for the incident in the Lonia territory." The Emperor slightly startled and stopped. "Let the Emperor trust, Luan will not hesitate to disobey you. If you let him fight me, then maybe he will be able to see his true face later." Tick glanced at Alan Alphals. Alan Alphals then standing still, not bothering to speak. Luan's question startled Alan Alphals quite worriedly. Did he really have the ability to hunt vampires, or was he just taking credit for someone else's work? Luan bent down and moved closer to his father, asking, "Why aren't you curious?" The Pope saw this worrying situation and spoke up, "Your Majesty must stop him." But on the contrary, the Pope the soul was silent as if it had been shaken. Then the Emperor sighed softly. Finally, Zeotich turned around and left. The Pope shouted, "Your Majesty, where are you going?" and Luan was smiling happily. The Pope tried to dissuade him, he had to stop him, but Luan came before Alan Alphals and challenged him, "Brother, the Emperor has already approved our fight." Luan smiled triumphantly and pointed straight at Alan Alphals, "I will definitely teach you that insolent personality." Luan used that hideous injured face, smiled and emphasized, "It's best to prepare carefully." Alan Alphals frowned coldly, he thought to himself, "They didn't even bother to ask my opinion." A group of people stood upstairs and discussed something. One said, DSK, the prince got into trouble again, and the other said, "I think we should go." That man nodded and said, "Yes, things will be very bad." Grill angrily said, "How dare you? Even if our seventh prince is a bastard, he still is." Count General Lepong covered Grill's mouth and told him to calm down. The Count continued to explain to Alice that, "Sorry, Lady Alice, this friend has a very poor tolerance for alcohol, so..." General Lepong called out to Lady Alice, but she was staring down with a thinking expression. Alice said it seemed like the seventh prince had given Harmon a piece of paper. "Did you see anything written on it?" General Lepong replied, "No, I didn't see it." Then the Count asked if it was important. Alice turned around and smiled and shook her head and said, "No, I'm just a little confused." Memories appeared in her mind of the red-haired boy talking to the teenager, and suddenly she thought about why the seventh prince was drinking with Count Fimor just now, as if that day he was waiting for something to happen. That's it. Count Fimor took the glass of wine and drank. Alice panicked and turned her head, thinking, now is not the time to think about this, I have to focus on the eldest prince so I don't overdo it that day. She turned around and told the other two that I would go down there first. As she walked, she thought, what if something bad happened to the first prince? Their fight must end safely. At the same time, Alan held a wooden stick and thought to himself, why did I have to enter a body that had such a bad relationship with my family? Alan thought to himself, why do you allow a dying patient to fight? He thought as he looked over at the teenager with his body covered in ice, and then thought again. It wouldn't be strange if he fell down dead while walking, Chief. Alan turned around to look at them. Alan looked at them and thought to himself that he didn't know what they were expecting, but it was clear that the Emperor had no intention of stopping this fight. The Archbishop only cared about the eldest prince and was not on his side. The Archbishop said that for safety's sake, holy magic was forbidden to be used in this duel. The Archbishop told Alan that it wasn't just because the first prince's body couldn't withstand the use of holy magic, but if it was truly the seventh prince who hunted the vampire host, then he couldn't rely solely on holy power to fight him. The Archbishop said to Alan. His face suddenly turned black because of those words, and he thought to himself, "Don't joke, I only used real holy magic." He felt like he was about to explode and then thought that he didn't even know how to use a sword. He stood there dumbfounded, thinking that the two people who were supposed to protect him were not here. Alan clasped the wooden sword in his hand and silently made up his mind. Luan Alphals asked with a gloomy expression. Alan looked at the eldest prince with a ready posture and determined eyes. The eldest prince said, "You finally decided to get serious, right?" The first prince said, "You finally decided to get serious, right?" Luan Alphals said, "Okay, Your Majesty, please stay neutral in this war." The two of them entered a fighting stance as if they were going to have a very tough battle. Celtic Emperor Alphals nodded and said, "Don't forget to respect each other like brothers." The Celtic Emperor Alphals raised his arms high. Then he lowered it again and said loudly that the battle had begun. After the chanting began, Alan Alphals immediately ran quickly towards Luan Alphals. Alan's sharp eyes looked at Luan Alphals, swinging slashes at Luan Alphals' body. Alan immediately swung his sword at Luan Alphals' waist. Everyone was surprised by his actions. But Alan clasped his hands. Alan Alphals did not make a move but knelt down and said loudly, "I surrender," causing the other man's body to pause as he was about to swing the wooden sword at him. Luan Alphals was surprised by that. Everyone was surprised by his actions. Alan threw the wooden sword to the ground. Alan clasped his hands and said to Luan Alphals, surrendering to Luan Alphals out of fear. The voice echoed throughout the hall under everyone's surprised and gossiping eyes. The king covered his face because of this unpredictable scene. The king wondered if he did that because he wanted to avoid war or was just worried about Luan's condition, whatever it was. Luan Alphals told Alan that he was a pathetic bastard. Luan Alphals held the trembling stick and arrow. Luan Alphals held the stick and hit the ground angrily, causing the floor to burst. "Damn it!" Alan said with a surprised look on his face, but Luan Alphals was so angry that his reason was gone. He said that not only do you look down on the people under my command, but you also dare to look down on me just because I look like a corpse, huh? Luan Alphals with a scary face shouted loudly that you dare to insult me directly. Luan Alphals loudly cursed the uneducated bastard, the dog, the bastard, causing Alan to both avoid and remind him of his dignity and dignity. Luan Alphals angrily swung the stick, a blue light appeared. "Forget that dignity, I cannot forgive you for what you did." Luan Alphals' hand tightly grasped the tree with the green light, shooting out blood. Alan turned to look at the Emperor with silent eyes asking for help, wondering if he still intended to stop us. Alan condensed a strange power into the shovel, causing it to glow. He thought, damn it, in the end. A person standing nearby said it was a shovel. He said loudly, "Where did the shovel come from?" That man with a surprised look on his face said, "I didn't know what magic was being used that day." The masked man replied that it wasn't magic, "I couldn't sense the mana source, it was holy magic." Luan Alphals used his speed invisible to the naked eye to move towards Alan. But Alan caught him. Alan thought, how can he still fight with this body? He will be in danger if he continues like this. Alan suddenly looked toward the crowd and saw a silhouette of someone. As Count Famor, he smiled evilly at him. Alan was shocked and opened his eyes wide. Alan tightly grasped the shovel in his hand and silently resolved to think of that bastard. Alan thinks it's all his plan, right? I can't let him escape like this. Everything will be resolved if that guy is killed. He swung the shovel strongly at Luan Alphals and said, "I'm sorry." Luan Alphals was knocked out. Luan Alphals tried to look at Alan. He said, "Please take this and wake up." Alan slammed the shovel towards his brother with an attack that could cause a normal person to faint. Alan shouted loudly, "I will definitely avenge you." Alan Alphals glared at the distance and shouted, "I will definitely avenge you." Luan Alphals was wrapped in white cloth like a dead person, whispering a few words. Everyone looked at Luan Alphals and shouted loudly. Alan Alphals rushed forward and pushed Luan Alphals away. "Your Highness." Alan Alphals turned out an item in his hand. It seemed like there were a lot of them in the palace. Everyone looked at it with a sigh. The seventh prince turned out another item. Alan Alphals held the gun in his hand and aimed to shoot. That gun also used holy magic. Raphael stood next to him and said, You have to stop him, Your Majesty. Even if it is a gun that cannot kill the enemy, using it at a short distance is still very dangerous. Alan Alphals pointed the gun at Luan Alphals. In the name of the goddess Gaia, don't worry, Pope. The gun began to unleash its power, shouting loudly, my target is. Looking in the distance, it turned out to be Count Famor. A powerful blue light flashed down. Everyone panicked as the force pushed the Count away. Alan Alphals looked at the Earl with an expression of horror, because he could only pray for a short time, so his strength was still too weak. Everyone shouted, the 7th Prince is crazy. The king spoke up, the 7th Knight stopped the 7th Prince. The knight replied, yes, Your Majesty. Soldiers came to stop Alan Alphals. Alan Alphals shouted, pushing the soldiers away, we are fighting, just one more time. The gun fell to the ground, I just need one more shot to kill him. Alan Alphals picked up the wooden stick and pushed the soldiers. A shovel swung out. Alan Alphals picked up the gun and a line of eyes appeared again. His gaze stabbed straight into the Count's face. Luan Alphals watched helplessly. Luan Alphals glanced over when he heard a voice, something was going on. It turns out that the Celtic Alphals Saint Emperor, I know you think so too. Luan Alphals looked back, yes, Your Majesty. Suddenly I remembered what Harmer said the other day. Luan Alphals recounted that he said that Alan needed to make himself look like a bastard and be deported to avenge his mother. Luan Alphals looked at the king. Seeing his current abilities made me think it might be true, that's why. A servant light, appearing crowned before Alan Alphals, I want to ensure that it truly has a quality of the Divine Emperor. Luan Alphals knelt down to Your Majesty, everyone around called, Your Highness. Luan Alphals covered his mouth and coughed, you see I'm really close to death. Blood is in the hands of Luan Alphals, I want to do everything I can to grow into the next Holy Emperor, but I have reached my limit. Everyone looks at Luan Alphals, so, if you want revenge on the nobles who laughed at your mother and called her vile. Luan Alphals gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, as she had to make Alan the next saint. Luan Alphals said with a low voice, that bastard really intended to kill Count Famor. If he had really offended you, he would have targeted you. Alan seemed very obsessed with Count Famor. Luan Alphals held his head in pain, although I don't know the reason. Raphael told Your Majesty, he really needs to be healed right now, Your Majesty. Okay, we will talk about it later. Raphael asked, do you know where Harmon is, Mr. Harmon left during the match, he has not returned since then. The Celtic Emperor Alphals pondered deeply. Celtic Emperor Alphals continued to ask, what about Famor? Count Famor has been taken to the treatment room. Saint Emperor Celtic Alphals ordered him to come here to meet me, yes. Raphael said to the Celtic King Alphals, what are you planning to do with the patient? Isn't he injured because of my nephew? I just want to heal him myself. A hand reached out. Saint Emperor Celtic Alphals glanced at him and said, should I use some holy magic on his head to heal him? Everyone below was bewildered when they heard that it was still too early to open his skull, right? In the luxurious room, the voice came out, I don't know what the consequences were. Alan Alphals was locked in a room with iron bars, damn it, I was sent to prison again. Alan Alphals angrily grabbed the iron bar, I just injured him and made him unconscious, what if he kills the servants again? Alan Alphals mused. Alan Alphals thought to himself, but the palace was so quiet, Harmon and Charlotte had failed. In front was Earl Famor, looking at the Count walking around the banquet hall so confidently, he was definitely hiding something. The Celtic Alphals Saint Emperor flew up and everyone lowered their heads. To them, the palace was like the center of the enemy's lair. They probably had a book with instructions on how to escape dangerous situations. A blonde-haired boy with blue eyes, even if he wasn't, it would be difficult for Harmon to hurt the nobles, that was his position. The blonde-haired woman behind the soldiers was a bit shady. The vampires masquerading as nobles would use their status and blend in with the knights to delay the capture. The blonde-haired woman held a fan to cover her face. Using this opportunity when the party ended, the vampire would sneak into the human nobles and then leave. Alan Alphals held the iron bar and thought to himself, even though he would be responsible for intending to kill the Earl. Alan Alphals tried to find a way to escape from the prison room. Damn, it's impossible, a voice rang out, you're still making noise even down here. Alan Alphals looked, ah, yes. So, third prince, you should call me brother. Ruffle Cofton said, I saw you competing, we are brothers, fighting like that is not right, saying that but you look so happy. Alan Alphals looked at Ruffle with boredom. It was just his feeling, probably because he eliminated an opponent. He was probably very happy. Alan Alphals suddenly popped into his head. Wait, this bastard is also a prince, right? He has the right to let me out of here. Alan Alphals begged Ruffle, brother, can you help me get out of here? Why should I do that, in case I get punished for giving? Alan Alphals said, in the end, isn't the eldest prince in danger? Alan Alphals said, if you owe something, it's best to pay it back quickly. That's why anyone wants to visit the eldest prince, you know that's my personality. Ruffle winked, uh-oh. Alan Alphals clutched the bar of strength, if you let me out. Alan Alphals looked at Ruffle with a strange face, I will soon show you a very interesting scene. Leaving the prison, Alan said, that third prince, he really hates the prince that much. He somberly complained that he not only helped me escape from prison but even led me to the armory. Alan remembered Ruffle saying a moment ago, of course you should go to the first prince's place and don't forget to bring him a gift. Alan wondered, what gift is where? Alan said to himself, I'm happy to be out of prison, but what should I do now? There's no one in the palace who can help me, besides, I think the vampires have already informed each other. So it's time to use some power. The person I borrow my hand from will have to be someone more powerful than me, can use it freely and be trusted by everyone, so it will probably be that person. Alan activated the skill, then continued, and needed to clear the way first. After Alan activated the skill, a group of zombies appeared, undead soldiers. Alan said, it seems I have something for you to do. But I think you should cover your face with the helmet of your armor first. That zombie was still standing and posing in armor. Alan said, at first, I plan to deal with this matter later to make as little noise as possible. But the vampires always like to cause trouble with me. Then the first prince did not understand his intentions. Half of Alan's face flashed past. As he spoke, Alan pushed the door lock. Before carrying out the plan, I did not forget to tell him that we should go to the first prince's place now. Alan and his army then go to the first prince's place. The servants saw this and were extremely scared and screamed, please stop, what are these soldiers? The other soldier said, lighten up the Makyung drama here. The other soldier said, rebel. Alan ran forward, the servants shouted that the 7 princes had betrayed him. Alan ordered, don't kill anyone, just open the way for me. Call more soldiers here quickly. 2 soldiers fought each other, one said he was about to go into the first prince's room. In just a moment, many soldiers fell. However, the soldiers' battle still continued, the 2 soldiers slashed each other in excitement. Alan said, delicious, well done. Then Alan went straight to the prince's first room. No, he's about to enter the first prince's room, we have to stop him, the soldier said. When I opened the door, I saw people treating the first prince. They suddenly asked, what is it, 7th prince? Alan ordered his soldiers to bring all these people out and said, block the door and don't let anyone in. The group of therapists saw this and screamed, please don't do that, Your Highness the Prince. Alan slammed the door shut. Outside there is a loud voice, Your Highness, Your Highness. A sick Luan Alphals lay on the bed and asked Alan, what are you doing? Alan calmly said, I don't want to have to do this either. Alan Alphals shouldn't have ruined my business before you. Now the job of hunting vampires is ruined, Luan asked, are you talking about Count Famor? Alan was surprised, do you know that? Luan said, no, but looking at your appearance, I already know. But you are wrong, the monks have confirmed that he is not a blood-sucking demon. Alan said, are you sure you have carefully checked the salary yourself? They are demons disguised as humans, so it is difficult to distinguish between humans and demons unless you inject holy magic into their heads. I don't think normal demon cultivators will have difficulty in their quests, how to recognize them. While we were talking comfortably like this, the blood demons were flooding into every part of the palace. Luan shook and grabbed the blanket and said, if you show us your true face. If you told the truth, then I would have believed you. Alan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, is it true? Alan used his strength and said, if you want me to tell the truth, I actually no longer want to be involved with this very troubled family and those blood-sucking demons anymore. Alan took out the skull and continued, but it seems like I can't do that anymore. So the first thing is. Alan took the card and rushed to Luan and said, please repay me for my efforts with your life. Saying that, Alan took the knife and stabbed it straight into Luan's body. Outside, Archbishop Raphael shouted as he walked, what's going on? The soldiers behind him said, "The seventh prince has already led his army to occupy the first prince's room. I've only been gone for a minute, but you can't do even a short job. A pathetic bunch." Raphael picked up the stick and waved it. With just one stick, Raphael defeated Alan's soldiers. Can't he do better than an old man? Suddenly, Raphael froze. He could only say you. A corpse, Raphael wondered. He thought, the soldiers next to the royal family are all corpses. This time he fooled a dead spirit master. Raphael frowned, thinking about this. It has pure holy magic like other holy knights. Creatures that are outside the rules of this world, even using magic, cannot create them. Raphael ordered the soldiers to control this corridor, not entering or leaving the country. We have to save the first prince first and then consider exposing them later. Thinking about it, Raphael went to the first prince's room. Raphael waved his stick at the soldiers blocking his way. Everyone was knocked to the ground by Raphael. Raphael thought, we must find the person who summoned so many people. Suddenly, soldiers ran out. Raphael wondered what was going on. The soldiers are falling to the ground. What do you mean? When he opened the door of the first prince's room, a horrifying scene appeared. Raphael shivered in panic. A horrifying scene appeared before Raphael's eyes. Alan was plunging the shovel straight into Luan's body. As for Alan, after throwing the shovel directly at his brother, Alan said, "I will temporarily consider that you have repaid my efforts with your life, brother. Now come back to life." Luan Alphals thinks now that he thinks about it, there are many strange things surrounding it. Count Moore only reported about Alan's bad deeds to himself on his deathbed. Luan Alphals said they said Alan kept saying he had the same low status as his mother, and that Alan kept insulting his mother. Luan Alphals thought she should have known he was turning on her, when he immediately came to report to me what happened in the banquet hall, but the reason I don't doubt him is because I remember him being by my side since I was little, and he was the only person who comforted me when I lost my mother. I couldn't tell he was a vampire. I'm really stupid. Luan Alphals opened his eyes wide. But then he understood that was the reason why. If Alan chose to kill him, it would be understandable. Alan stabbed Luan Alphals in the chest. Luan Alphals' soul exited his body. His soul embraced Alan. Alan said, "Then please." Suddenly the spear lit up, containing a strange power. Alan says, "I am Legion, and Guy is air." Luan Alphals' soul gradually disappeared. The spirit of Luan Alphals looked at Alan. Then the soul re-enters the body. Luan Alphals suddenly jumped up and writhed in pain. Raphael and his soldiers rushed into the room. Luan Alphals raised his hand, thinking his body no longer hurt. It's much easier to breathe now. Alan stood next to him and just looked at Luan Alphals and smiled. Alan asked how it felt to have a new life. Luan Alphals couldn't believe it when he looked at his hand and said he had his skin back. Luan Alphals took off his bandages and said his muscles and bones were fine. Has the curse that tormented me for so long disappeared? Luan Alphals shouted, "What a miracle!" Alan yawned sleepily. Alan said, "You used a lot of power to revive me. I'll explain later, so please find Harmon and come back here for me." Luan Alphals hurriedly ran away. Luan Alphals remembered Alan's words saying, "I also want you to finish what I started." It was actually very easy for him. Luan Alphals asked what it was. Luan Alphals laughed, thinking this bastard wasn't cute at all. "Okay, I'll do what it's doing, as perfect as possible." The guards said we couldn't let him out. The Marquis was very angry. Harmon frowned and reminded me that I already said it. Luan Alphals put his hand on Harmon's shoulder and said, "This guy only listens to my orders." Harmon turned around and asked, "Sorry, who are you?" Suddenly Harmon widened his eyes and said, "Anne, you are?" Harmon asked the eldest prince. Harmon said loudly, "Great Prince, has the curse been lifted?" Luan Alphals replied that I would explain in detail later. "Can you show me the list?" Harmon heard that and stopped and said, "If you want to see the list." Luan Alphals knew what Harmon was worried about, so he said, "Alan had personally asked for my help, so you don't need to worry." Luan Alphals says the miracles that happen to our bodies are proof. Harmon then held out a piece of paper and said this was a list of vampires. Luan looked at the list and exclaimed, "Oh my God, is that so much?" Harmon replied, "Yes, Your Highness, there were even nobles from other countries. I don't have much power, so I can only control them." Harmon bowed his head and said, "Please forgive me, Your Highness." Luan Alphals patted Harmon on the shoulder and said it was okay, "You did great." Luan Alphals continued, Thanks to you, hunting these bugs has become much easier. Luan Alfal said it's been a long time since I used my powers. A group of people suddenly walked up behind Luan Alfals and said we received command from the Great Prince, Luan Alfals. The group of people wearing red robes holding scythes like the gods of death came to demand their lives, saying that the Inquisition team and the Red Cross team had been summoned. The person who spoke had 3 long scars on his face. The Inquisition and the Red Cross, they are soldiers trained to detect heretics. Only the Great Prince can summon them, and they only listen to the Great Prince's orders. They are one of the top 5 strongest armies of the Holy Kingdom. Luan Alfal said thank you for gathering here after such a small announcement. It's been a while since you guys went hunting, right? Luan Alfals held up a piece of paper and said this was a list of names of the bastards who had tainted the Holy Kingdom. They even killed my mother. Luan Alfals ordered them to cut open their chests and take out their hearts for examination. Luan Alfals continued to break their skulls and see if there was any magic inside their brains. He told them to experience terrible and endless pain, let them realize how meaningless this fake life of theirs is. Luan Alfals crumples up the paper declaring it a vampire hunt. At this time, somewhere else, a knight was thrown far away. One person looked at the knight lying on the ground and asked, "What the hell, who dares to attack our family's knight?" He said, "You think you won't be punished if you do that?" Before he could finish his first sentence, his neck fell away. One person held his head up. A stream of red magic poured out of his head. The person wearing the red cloak said that it has been proven that the people on the list below are vampires. The leader coldly ordered them all to be killed. Immediately a bloody purge occurred. One person shouted, "Stop, please stop. These people scream I'm a real person, how do they know?" The leader shouted to capture all the bastards who had escaped the castle. Harmon looked at this scene and thought they didn't care about anything, except killing and capturing the people on the list. They are really hunting. Harmon said, "Your Highness, we can't find Count Fomor anywhere, we must find and capture him immediately." Luan Alfals said, "You don't need to worry about him." Luan Alfals laughed and said he had been called to a place even more dangerous than here. Luan Alfals continued, "Surely they realized he was a problem." Celt Alfals asked, "Why you didn't answer me, Count Fomor?" Celt Alfals said, "Answer me." Celt Alfals asked suspiciously, "If it was you." "Vampires don't." The Holy Emperor stood up and walked towards Fomor. He was sweating nervously and thinking what was going on, when he heard that the Holy Emperor would personally come and question him for his grandson's disrespectful actions. If he did it, I was planning on politely denying it, but here it is. In his mind, he saw a scene of him talking to Archbishop Raphael. The Holy Emperor was angry, his eyes wide, and asked Fomor, "What's wrong?" "I said it right in the heart." But right after that he told the Count to forgive me for having an incorrect attitude, but if he was really human then I would apologize to him later. He went down closer to the Count, but if he was a vampire, I couldn't let him leave here. The Emperor's words made Fomor even more afraid. Fomor replied, "Your Majesty, don't you believe in God? The monks have already confirmed that I am human." The Emperor said, "I did this because I don't believe in those monks. My lord, I hope you will prove it to me so I can trust you." Fomor is worried, "My king." In Fomor's mind, a terrifying scene appeared. He could hear those sounds, the sounds of death resounding from every corner of the palace. They even hunted those who escaped from the palace. Everything should have ended after I sent the 7th prince to prison, but what's the point? Images of escapees with their heads chopped off appeared, and the Count was still thinking about why the vampires had turned from hunters to prey like now. He was confused and needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. But he was afraid, but now that the Holy Emperor was keeping him here. The Holy Emperor called out to the Count, "Look at me, Count Fomor," while he was facing backwards and his face seemed deformed. The Holy Emperor pointed his finger at Fomor and said that he was clearly younger than me, so why was he even more deaf than me? Fomor turned his head to look at the Holy Emperor and thought, looking around, there are no martial artists or knights here. I know he is the hero who killed the Necromancer King Amon, but now he is just an old man. I don't know how much longer I can live. He began to think that unlike us who have eternal life, he was just a living creature that lived for a while and then died. Fomor thought while sweating continuously, maybe for me, someone who has almost reached the level to become a subject, I can. Seeing him, the Emperor immediately asked why you were laughing. What I said sounded very pleasant to you. Fomor is starting to show his true nature, the damned Emperor, he's just a damn old man. The Holy Emperor still doesn't understand why you suddenly talk so rudely. He lowered his head and said, "You asked me if I was a vampire, that's right." Then he bit his hand and made it bleed, he said. Bright red blood flowed down continuously, forming a large pool of blood on the ground. Fomor's arm fell away from his body, and he said there was no need to speak politely to a wretched old man like him. Suddenly his arm grew another fleshy arm that looked very scary, and he laughed loudly and said, "I am a predator who will hunt and eat people like you." The arm started to get bigger. Fomor said, "I will devour that body of yours, a historical relic, and then the remaining host vampires will recognize me." Then he raised that huge arm to the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor still stood there without moving, even though Fomor's arm was already very close to him. Only then did he glance at that arm, a cold look in his eyes. And Fomor held the Holy Truth tightly in that hand. He laughed triumphantly, and I knew right away that you were helpless now, old man. Before he could be happy, his arm began to move. Fomor was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. His arm began to have strange fluctuations. Suddenly the Holy Emperor used his hand to open Fomor's hand, and he was extremely surprised. Inside was the Holy Emperor trying to escape his grasp, his eyes cold as ice looking at Fomor. He then destroyed his crimson arm. Then he took off his cloak and raised his fist and rushed towards Fomor. With just one attack from the Holy Emperor, he couldn't stand it and fell backwards. He said, "You're not even a vampire yet, so where do you get so much confidence that you can defeat me?" Fomor lay sprawled on the ground. The Holy Emperor mentioned the Necromancer King Amon, and I was able to kill him and cut out his skull. Do you think a fly or a mosquito like you is anything to me? His almost broken face bleeding, the Holy Emperor called Count Fomor. The Holy Emperor smiled lightly and raised his fist to say that I was the Celtic Alfal's Holy Emperor. He directly pressed Fomor's head to the ground, making him say, "Wait." He grabbed his head, causing his head to separate from his neck, blood splattering everywhere. The Holy Emperor held his head in his hand and said, "It seemed like you were stronger than the rest. You were beaten and your head was cut off, but you were still alive." Celtic stood in the castle and said, "Okay, don't die, because we need to know the truth behind the case in Elisha." Holding Fomor's head in his hand, the Holy Emperor told him to just wait and see. Then he glared at Fomor and whispered, "I will make your life worse than death." He was scared but couldn't do anything. Meanwhile, Rose was talking to her son. The palace was in chaos. The royal family escaped from prison and suddenly went hunting vampires. Ruffle was standing listening and enduring all his mother's words, and Rose was picking rose petals. Then she asked him if he was the one who released it, and he said he didn't mean anything. Suddenly the vase of roses hit his head, causing him constant pain. Rose was angry. "I told you to stay still." She frowned and shouted, "I told you not to do anything to be hated by the Emperor." And she rushed forward and grabbed Ruffle's collar, ruining everything. "You bastard, you've ruined all the good things I've done for you." As soon as she finished speaking, Rose stopped and suddenly looked at her son with tears in her eyes. Rose hugged her son and burst into tears. She said, "I'm sorry, my son. Are you hurt anywhere? I love you so much, my son Ruffle. I do all of this so that you can become the next Holy Emperor. Only then will that crown prince look at me, not that lowly commoner from Elisha but the Ta." She used sweet words to tell Ruffle, "My beloved first son, you will understand your mother, right?" He was bleeding a lot and tired, so he didn't say anything. After listening, Ruffle replied, "Of course, mother, I will definitely become the next Holy Emperor." Outside the castle, those who escaped were beheaded and killed, and corpses were lying around outside. 3 weeks later at the Holy Kingdom's court, everything was resolved smoothly. On the day the hunt began, more than half of those on the list were killed and the remaining vampires were executed in the square. The people of the Holy Empire can now rest assured, and the vampires in hiding will have to be wary. The vampires were being captured and tortured like hell. They were all exhausted and unable to resist. There was a priest who said, "I never thought that one day we would have the opportunity to capture such a large number of vampires. Medicine, magic and alchemy, such a large number of vampires, will be of great help to research in that field." As for a few vampires, they were secretly used as test subjects for countless experiments thanks to their infinite regenerative ability. The incident that happened in the capital of the Holy Empire was spread throughout the continent. Most importantly, the appearance of a person with the ability to detect vampires shocked the whole country, and all attention turned to the seventh prince, Elendil himself. At that time at the castle, the archbishop said everything was in order. "Right now we will start interrogating the seventh prince, Elendil." He was bewildered, not understanding what was going on. He stood in front of the spiritual masters and asked, "Sorry, but why are you interrogating me?" Suddenly, a spiritual master took off his cloak and said to the seventh prince, "You led the army to cause chaos in the palace, you violated the law of the Holy Empire." Alan smiled and looked at him and thought about whether he should lock him up with the vampires. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Alan realize that he wasn't joking at all. "Everyone turned their eyes upward to hear what you said, Raphael. I don't understand what you just said." And there was an old man sitting and talking down exactly which law in the Holy Empire's code of law the seventh prince had violated. Raphael said he commanded the troops on his own. The great-grandfather added that so his crime was rebellion. There was a voice that refuted Raphael's opinion. In case of emergency, all the crown prince's descendants have the right to lead their troops. That was the eldest Prince Luan, he said, so there was absolutely nothing wrong with what Alan did. He continued, "Besides that, neither I, the person directly involved in this incident, nor the Holy Emperor objected to it, so what's the problem?" Alan with a depressed face thought to himself, a drop of blood is indeed thicker than water. He thought that having those two people on his side would give him some peace of mind. Luan looked at the Archbishop and smiled lightly and said that if there was any problem, I would just bring the Inquisition team here to hear what his real intentions were. The Holy Emperor above also agrees with Luan, so let's find out if he really intends to start a rebellion or if you normally don't trust Alan. Both people spoke, making Raphael unable to say anything else, his body trembling. Then he frowned and shouted, "Please stop this, I know you are doing something just for show." Raphael said loudly after this interrogation, he will reward him for eliminating the vampires, and will reward him for successfully curing the first prince's illness. Try not to laugh and say nothing in response. Seeing that, Raphael was angry. How could he make fun of an archbishop like that? They mocked him. Yes, this is fun. Alan stood on the sidelines laughing and thinking that's right, once the interrogation is over, he will to the award ceremony. Alan looked at Mr. Raphael because he was angry and had high blood pressure. How do you think he tolerates this royal family, Archbishop? It's good that you gathered all of us out here so early in the morning. The king's voice announced that it was okay. Now let's go to the reward ceremony. Alan smiled brightly and had been waiting all this time. After that, Raphael said seriously, "So I would like to summarize this morning's interrogation." While speaking, he suddenly stopped without saying anything. Another spiritual master asked the Archbishop, "What's wrong with him?" His eyes looked at Alan. And he said loudly before ending the interrogation this morning, "I have something to ask the seventh prince." Alan was surprised. "Oh me." Raphael said, "Your Highness. Have you done anything related to necromancy?" Alan stood in a corner without responding. His expression became serious and thoughtful. Raphael asked again in front of everyone if he had anything to do with necromancy. Alan thought to himself that he was avoiding the melon skin and the coconut shell. Many scenes and thoughts appeared in his mind that many people did not know. Why did the Archbishop know about the holy zombie incident? The missing zombie appeared while he was thinking. Since the Archbishop's knowledge of magic is extremely rich, he would naturally be curious about creatures like that, and I'm sure someone would have reported it to the Holy Emperor and the Great Emperor, dead, but this time I think they will keep quiet about this. Alan looked towards his father and brother, their faces were very tense. Then he put his hand to his mouth and told the bishop no. How could that be possible, right? Raphael was adamant someone had seen it. Alan asked too, if any monks were present here. Everyone was scared so no one dared to say anything. Raphael still stubbornly said loudly to stop joking around. He seriously recounted the events that happened that day, in the lobby with the ambulance team and the paladin. The scene at that time was chaotic. We were sure we had tied their feet so they couldn't run away, but someone confirmed to us that at one point they just disappeared. The person they left was gone, followed by the seventh Prince Alan Alphals. Alan thought for a long time, while the bishop still insisted that he was wrong with such obvious evidence that he was still going to continue to deny it. Then he started saying that there were many vampires in the palace that day. Alan continued, so maybe they used some trick to trick the ambulance team and the paladins into escaping. Seeing him refuse like that, he couldn't do anything to him. Raphael was angry. No matter what the trick was, it only worked on those nights, not me. The Archbishop, after listening, Alan agreed that it was true. He looked to the monks and thought to himself, but we are talking about holy corpses. Monks who have never seen them with their own eyes will not believe what he is saying. Alan lowered his head and thought, so I could still convince them to believe me. Right now, if only I could say something nice and sweet to lure the Archbishop. After thinking about it, he asked Raphael if he was really curious to know. Alan wondered if I should tell him the truth. Raphael was so nervous he couldn't speak. He asked again if he acknowledged what I just said. Alan was silent for a moment. Then he raised his face and smirked. That sentence left the Archbishop speechless, unable to say anything more. At the end of the interrogation, the outside of the castle was extremely beautiful. Alan walked out the door and there was a girl waiting there. He said, "It's really cold." She said, "You've had a hard time, Prince." It was Charlotte. She ran over to Alan and covered Alan, worried about his health. She concernedly said that he had been lying in bed for the past 3 weeks. He must be very tired to be suddenly taken away like this. Alan replied that it was okay, just a little sleepy. Suddenly he thought that after he used Amon's skull, he had to lie in bed for 3 weeks straight. I didn't know the penalty for resurrecting the dead was that severe. Well, I didn't know it wouldn't be easy anyway. At that moment, Harmon arrived. "Your Highness," Alan was surprised at the right time, "I have a favor to ask of you." How did Harmon respond? He went to Alan and asked what was going on. "Your Highness," he said, "my shovel was broken, and since it was almost dark, could you please find a new shovel for me?" He suddenly asked if he will continue to use shovels in the future, Prince. Then he went to Alan and said, "Why don't you try learning swordsmanship?" Alan asked, "Why do monks need swords?" Harmon replied, "So is it reasonable for monks to hold shovels?" Alan is really complaining about you. My hand is used to holding a shovel because all this time I've only used a shovel to dig, but I don't want to. Harmon said, "If that's the case, why don't you try one?" Just left. Alan is surprised. "You mean a new weapon?" He started introducing. "Yes, in the northwest there is a place full of iron ore and magic stones called Hilda's Territory. Previously that land was under the control of the first queen. People called it the Arsenal of the Holy Empire. The Holy Empire signed a contract to produce various items with the dwarves." Harmon continued to say that if you go there, you can not only forge normal weapons, but you can also forge magic weapons. Hearing him say that, Alan immediately asked, "So maybe I want to make guns. Muskfire is fine, right?" Alan looked at Charlotte and said, "I think this is a good idea. When you have a break, let's go there with you." Harmon quickly said before that, "I actually came here because I had something to tell Charlotte." The two of them looked at Harmon. "She was surprised at me, not the seventh prince." He stammered and said, "Yes, this was a bit sudden, but..." Harmon said, "The Emperor is looking for you, so why are you surprised?" Celtic Emperor Alphals said, "Do you think what Raphael said is true?" He continued talking about the undead leader, and Harmon said that, "I also think so, Your Majesty. Alan even saved my life." He looked at his hand, saying that the other priests were skeptical of Raphael's words. Their reaction caused everyone to be silent at that time. He continued, "I personally trust Raphael." The Celtic Emperor Alphals thought for a moment and replied, "I can't be sure of anything right now, whether someone broke the law or it was Alan who was hiding it." Harmon then said, "Why didn't he tell me the truth?" The Holy Emperor said it was because he didn't trust you. He said that after you exiled him, you abandoned him, and you also pretended not to know him when he was threatened by assassins. Of course he can't trust you. Suddenly someone came in to interrupt the conversation. "Your Majesty has a letter from the Queen." He ordered them to come in, and the letter was placed on a formal plate and given to the servant. The Holy Emperor opened it and began to read, "We have finished killing all the flies and mosquitoes, only the monsters remain." In the letter, it was written about a mysterious knight representing a green deer that looked weak but was surprisingly strong. Harmon was so skeptical that His Majesty had sent a knight. The Holy Emperor answered correctly, "I sent the 6 crosses to Hilda Territory." That place was a terrible battlefield, full of monsters and soldiers, he said, but it seemed the opponents were very cunning. Their base was deep in the forest, so the Crusaders couldn't do anything. Vampire hunting has spread throughout the country. It makes the beasts even more excited. The Emperor asked the servant if there was anything else, and that man replied that Mr. Harmon, Mr. Grill and Lady Charlotte were here, Your Majesty. He immediately folded the letter, saying that I had summoned them there and ordered them to come in. Harmon, Grill and Charlotte bowed respectfully to pay their respects to His Majesty, but Grill had a look on his face like he was afraid of something. He said, "I was happy to meet you. The reason I summoned you was to reward you for protecting the North." Grill was stunned. "Why oh?" The Holy Emperor approached, saying, "You must be Grill. I heard that you were always by Alan's side." He said, "It scared me, sweat." He then gave Harmon the scroll, saying that I therefore wish to give you a kind reward. He opened it and read out loud that from now on, he will bestow a title on you. The current head of the Harry's family, Grill Herres, I wonder who Herres is. The Emperor's words made him somewhat confused. Not only did you protect the Northern Territory, you were also the only noble who helped my nephew Alan. What he said made Grill stiffen even more, so I made you a Marquis. As for Charlotte, she listened straight. As for your daughter Charlotte Herres, I gave her the title of Holy Knight, and you will work under the army that I directly command, the Golden Cross. The Holy Emperor glanced at her and said, of course, if you still want to hide, I won't force you. She was still serious without blinking, but it seemed like you had already made up your mind. He gently said, I will use my name to support you and let the best sword master come and teach you. Charlotte seriously thanked Her Majesty. She put her hand in front of her chest and said, I swear I will always be loyal to the 7th Prince. He lovingly told me that I was very touched by your loyalty. It was his turn to look at Harmon and say, Harmon, you are truly a genius. I have given you a subsidy for your territory, so feel free to use it. Harmon respectfully bowed and thanked His Majesty. The Emperor's hand was holding a bet in his hand towards Charlotte. He gently let her catch it. Gaia and the Holy Kingdom bless you. Then the Holy Emperor immediately stepped inside. Harmon happily looked at the guy next to Grill. He said, Grill, this time his loyalty has been recognized. But Grill was shaking, he couldn't believe his eyes. He muttered something. Grill's face turned pale with fear and he exclaimed that it just happened. While he was unable to load what he was saying, Herres, the Marquis, Harmon was puzzled, saying, what does it mean? Herres is your surname, the document you showed me last time. Grill told me I picked it up off the floor. Harmon was surprised. Huh? Grill panicked and said that I said I just picked it up. When I went to destroy the body in the Lonia continent it looked valuable so I picked it up. Harmon recalls the journey. And what about the monsters he hunted? Grill panicked and replied that of course he was lying. Grill scratched his head and said while Harmon was still stiff, I didn't expect the story I made up while drunk would turn out like this. Charlotte then spoke up, if the hunting was done by the 7th Prince. Grill scratched his head, lamenting, I'm just a commoner, how could I become a noble? That's so wrong. After listening to the blonde guy's words, the Emperor not only did not get angry but calmly said, it turns out that Harmon was careless, he did not investigate first and mistook commoners for nobles, so this kid will have his sentence postponed, position for a while. He then said he was just too naive. The Holy Emperor then said that he was as pure as his faith, but keeping someone as careless as that kid by his side, I wonder if Alan was deliberately pushing himself into trouble. The blonde guy next to him asked His Majesty if he really thought he had lost his memory. He replied that at least it was true that the boy didn't recognize him in the royal garden. He gently said that I don't think so. He told me that he went to the land of the dead, not anywhere else, and that he hunted vampires there. He continued, this couldn't be a place where he could accidentally discover something, there must have been a reason why he brought them along. The Herres family's crest is a golden crest, curved like an Aries ram's horn. The symbol is placed in the middle and shines silver. The Holy Emperor said that's why I need the Herres family. He continued, but there are no survivors of the Herres clan, I am the one who knows best because I fought alongside them. The Holy Emperor gently said, but that child named Charlotte is not bad. He asked if he was talking about the girl just now. He was full of satisfaction, saying that I heard Harmon say that girl is very talented. I can't believe that girl, but I believe this Charlotte child can develop even more. He imagined that when she wore armor and fought with the army, if she used the name of the Herres family to strengthen her power, like you and Alan, I am sure she would make the Holy Kingdom stronger and stronger. He said, but he silently smiled. The power of the Holy Kingdom continued to develop even more. The blonde guy replied that he thought he didn't like commoners. The Emperor said not to let the nobles know that people should know that the girl was descended from a count. He glanced at him and said, remembering the old days, I know I didn't realize your mother's true value. He remembered when my mother looked at the royal photo, your mother was the only one who shed tears when the crown prince disappeared. He said a bit sadly, yes, your majesty. Although the Holy Emperor was cold, he still spoke gently. It turned out that mentioning family matters was so painful, I should have taken good care of my hard-working daughter-in-law. He said that Aslan's movements in the south recently were extremely unusual, a sign that war was about to happen. He then said that if the Hilda territory did not have enough weapons, it would be terrible. The Holy Emperor continued, I need people who can fight those demons, they need strong holy power as well. He replied, yes, your majesty is brave enough to confront those monsters. The two of them began to look down at their people with that red sunset. The houses are permeated with red light but have a peaceful nuance enough to burn the heart. People talked and said it was all thanks to the Holy Emperor that this village was full of life again. Someone said that she underestimated the 7th prince's merits. Rumor has it that he was very different, like he was reincarnated into a different person. A place where people gather, we in Lonia say, one person exclaimed, "Oh my god, he saved the whole territory, what a true priest." The Holy Emperor and the young man seemed to have heard the entire conversation below, raising their glasses for our priest. Two people, two similar aspirations regardless of age, looked at each other silently with satisfaction. In another space, Alan was in the book area when suddenly someone came holding a letter. He was still absorbed in the book, when someone told him to bring this letter to Hilda. Alan suddenly felt startled, he felt like someone was talking to him. He turned his head and broke his head. "Someone somewhere is talking about you. My lovely little brother has been away from home for a long time." Alan was in the library and thinking that it had been 3 weeks since that demon hunt, and that was also the time he had been unconscious. But now I'm in the library instead of lying in bed, and that's why so many people are looking for me. In his mind, a scene appeared of countless people standing at the door of the room and shouting loudly, "Sir, do you remember me? I am Baron Morph. Prince, are you really using resurrection magic?" Alan held the book and thought about it. It seemed like the Emperor had asked everyone to be quiet, but for some reason, the rumors continued to spread. He frowned and turned pale, thinking that in the village they called him priest. Alan was kneeling down and saying he wanted to go back to the monastery when suddenly someone walked up. He said, "Sir," making Alan startle and scream, "I told you I wouldn't answer any questions." Harmon and Luan stood behind him, surprising him. Harmon said, "It's me, Prince, I just came to escort the prince," and Luan smiled and waved his hand to ask him. Feeling a bit shy, Alan said, "Sorry, I misunderstood." Luan asked, "It seemed like you were very tired because there were so many people asking." Harmon also felt the same way. "That's right. Alan is no less talented, but it seems like you've been living a life of pleasure lately, brother, surrounded by girls." Luan laughed, "Ha ha ha, thanks to you." Then he said, "Sorry, I know you're tired, but I came to announce that even you have to participate." Alan was surprised. "I should have refused for you, after all you helped you." Luan laughed and said he didn't know if he was joking or pretending he didn't really know. "It's our mother's death anniversary, Alan." You stood there looking bewildered. And Luan said, "Of course, this year I will also have to participate." He rolled his eyes and stood there. Then he told everyone to remember to take time to travel and rest. "Isn't life in the palace very difficult?" Alan doesn't know anything about traveling. Luan gave Alan a letter and said, "Well, it was really just a letter delivery. Let's go to the Hilda territory where our sister lives and give her this letter." Alan saw that and immediately thought he was also interested in that place, but "You complained to Luan. Did you really have to go?" He replied, "No, but he made up an excuse to help you get out of the palace. Hilda territory is about to enter the hunting season. You don't need to maintain your prince image there. You can make weapons and wander around. Remember to really enjoy the experience before returning there." Luan daydreamed that there were also beautiful girls there. Before he could finish speaking, Alan replied, "That's enough and I'll consider it." Luan gave Alan the letter as a joke. "Anyway, please send my regards to Hilda." Alan managed to agree, "I will consider it and rest later." Outside the palace, everyone is remembering the Queen Mother. Including Luan and Celtic are also going. Alan held a white chrysanthemum and followed everyone. Everyone's eyes turned to her statue, the Queen Mother who had protected her son from a vampire attack. One by one, each person came up and placed a chrysanthemum under her statue. When it was Alan's turn, he gently dropped the flower. Alan said, "Let's go to Hilda territory." Alan lay comfortably on the chair and exclaimed how great this place was. "You lie down and think about Charlotte and Harmon." "Sorry, Prince, but there is a place you need to go. I still have a lot of work to do." How long did it take Alan to relax before being free from those two people? Alan lay down and used his foot to pull back the curtain to look. Then he used his foot to pull it in again. In his mind, the image of Luan appeared because she didn't have anyone to escort her, so I suddenly let her go with her. It was reassuring, but it was also too sudden, brother. While lying down, the surroundings shook violently. Alan sat up, pulled back the curtain and asked what was going on. The monk was answering in front of the car. Suddenly there was a voice to stop the car. "No matter what circus group you were from, you left all the goods behind," and the axe hit the ground. It seemed to be a group of robbers. "Your Highness," two men with fierce faces appeared. Not paying attention to them, Alan still talked to the monk. "Don't we look like a bunch of psychopaths?" but they still want to rob. These guys are really bold. Do you see that, Prince? Robbers, keep saying what you're doing, we'll let you go if you hand over all the goods. Alan said he heard there's a festival going on in the Hilda territory. It seems they've mistaken us for a circus, so there's no need to be too harsh. The monk replied, then just cut off their tendons, Your Highness. After saying that, the monks immediately came out to prepare to fight, and Alan was confused. I told him not to be too harsh. It was scary, but I still felt relieved because this situation turned out to be too familiar. The monks held weapons and approached the robbers, scaring them. Alan was still thinking about the story of the main character going on an adventure when he was attacked by a band of robbers, and the main character mercilessly exterminated all the bandits, while the monk beat them to death. Seeing his teammate being beaten, the other guy was also scared and did not dare to come closer. He was still resting, of course he just needed to send someone to do so. The monks were surrounding the remaining robber. From the trees appeared something with glowing red eyes. Then he jumped out from the tree and rushed towards the robber. He opened those sharp teeth and approached the robber. The other man turned his head and looked bewildered, unable to understand anything. In just one shot, the monster ate the robber's head in front of the monk's bewilderment. Witnessing that scene, everyone screamed monster. The chaotic scene was a boss. Alan got out of the car and asked what was going on. He saw a monster eating the robber's head. He thought he could smell the stench through the damp moss, red eyes and sharp teeth. After finishing eating, the monster turned to the monks. They saw Alan come out and immediately called the prince a werewolf. Meeting the eyes of the black monster with gray fur, he raised his face to the sky. The monks were talking about werewolves. Well, with that half-human, half-wolf appearance, it was probably just an artificial product. Artificial products are usually weaker. Meanwhile, the robber crawled next to the corpse of the other man. Shift. From the corpse, the arm grew hair and became black. The guy suddenly burst into tears. The monks saw this and said, "But they are very contagious, so we have to deal with the boss first." Alan exhorted everyone to fight. A fighting weapon appeared in his hand, and the monks also obeyed the prince's command. He thought, damn, how strong can a werewolf be? I don't want to overexert myself since I've only just recovered. After that, Alan remembered the scene where Luan told him that he would let the Red Cross team go with him, and Alan replied that if he was just going out, did he have to bring the whole Red Cross team along? Luan smiled lightly and said no, they weren't just going to escort you, but also for work. I heard they also had business to deal with in the Hilda territory, so it would be convenient if they came with you. I was also prepared. Get another carriage for you if you feel uncomfortable, so don't fight Raphael. Back to reality, everyone is trying their best to fight the monster. Alan turned around and said loudly that the Archbishop is a werewolf. I know you don't like me, but can you please be a little more reasonable? From behind there was a door from which something emerged and rushed straight towards the monster. It passed everyone and headed straight towards the monster in everyone's surprise. It directly hit the monster's face, causing the monster to fall to the ground. Alan turned around and saw that it was Archbishop Raphael, saying they were half-human creatures, half-undead beasts. Raphael then placed his staff on the ground. Blue light appeared around his staff. Raphael's eyes widened and he said, let you all rest in peace." There was a girl looking at him helplessly. Alan and the monks looked bewildered. He was afraid that the werewolves would gather in one place when they heard the howl. As expected, many werewolves around ran to this place, as if they were hungry for humans. But before they could do anything, Raphael punched them straight in the face. And being blown away, it cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Seeing the Archbishop like that, Alan thought to himself, but it seemed like he didn't need to worry anymore. Raphael punched the werewolves repeatedly, without them having time to resist in front of everyone. Alan watched and thought, when he said he had something to do, hunting werewolves on the way, and Alice was there, here to heal everyone here. His face turned pale, but then, do I need to be here? While thinking about how he could think so wildly while on vacation, suddenly a werewolf flew out and tried to hit him. The monks warned the prince to be careful, on the right side. Alan just reacted to this shit. Suddenly, a spear appeared and rushed forward, stabbing straight into the monster's head, causing it to scream in pain. Alan was also extremely surprised. What was that you were standing there in bewilderment at just now? An arrow while the monks were fighting to protect you from the werewolves. The monks announced that there was a group of werewolves ahead of us. At the same time, Raphael was also surrounded by werewolves. Suddenly, some strange guys wearing cloaks rushed forward, holding bows and arrows, and said to kill them all. The monsters noticed those strange guys. They looked after them and growled. Seeing that something was wrong, they quickly ran into the forest, but the other guy chased after those bastards who were running into the forest. Suddenly there was a voice saying don't chase them, and a bank horse came. Alan and the monks were attracted by the voice. The forest was their area. Then there was a whole army and the leader was a red-haired girl. She said we don't need to try to fight them in their area. She dismounted and greeted Raphael, having not seen the archbishop for a long time. Hilda walked up to Alan and said hello to Alan. He also replied yes. She continued to look at him and said, you have become a different person. I heard the news but I didn't expect that in just 6 months you have changed so much. She asked if he had lost his memory. Alan replied yes, he did. Hilda said that to remind you. Alan was sweating nervously. She smiled brightly at her sister Hilda and welcomed her to her territory. Then she told the rest of Alan to wait back at the castle and then tell her little brother. These are the things I saw on the way to Hilda Castle. There was no sign of life on the road, the shops were all closed. Like what my brother said, this place has some very beautiful things, but the people are all hiding in their houses and can't see anyone. There are a few landscapes here but they are all filled with werewolf corpses. Alan sat on the carriage and looked around. The scene was extremely terrible. Then he looked to the other side and saw several people wearing blue cloaks and carrying werewolf heads. Alan wondered if the hunting season he was talking about was werewolf hunting. When he arrived, he was surprised and wondered what kind of territory this was. While sitting in the car, he thought about his brother, the eldest prince. He got angry and spilled the cup of tea on the table. Alan sat angrily and thought, what kind of festival is this? There is only blood in this place. I saved your life and you sold me out like this. Sitting in the castle, Alan thought to himself that if he returned to the royal palace, that guy would know. At that moment Hilda came in and said that werewolves were very different from vampires. Hearing the voice, Alan turned his head and saw Hilda walking in. They were the final form of the undead monsters that had absorbed mana a long time ago and evolved into. She told Alan that they had superhuman intelligence and physical strength. There was a time when the vampires neutralized the werewolves with magic and kept them as pets, but here they come in packs. The image of the wolf escaping from the magic chain, they were proud of this and started to go out to roam. Hilda approached Alan. If I used magic to hit them, it would only make them physically stronger, Alan wondered. But the werewolves we met on the road don't understand our language, right? She sat down on the chair and laughed because they were just baby werewolves. I was talking about their parents. Alan replied that she understood. He asked confusedly, but why are you telling me these things? Hilda said, aren't you here to help us? She held up the letter and said that the letter from her grandfather, I mean the Emperor and Luan, sent it to her. Having said so, Alan helplessly put his hand on his forehead and said, those damn people. Hilda asks, did you not agree to that? Alan sulks that you came here just to enjoy the festival, not to hunt. Alan then seriously said that if you want, I will leave the Red Cross to you to command. Hilda replied, oh my god, what a pity. She said there was news that the festival was supposed to be held next week but because of the people wandering around, it was cancelled. Alan was surprised that his brother wasn't lying. Hilda smiled shyly, that's right, so don't be angry with him, he only did it so everyone could witness your talent, and preparing for the festival is impossible right now, I have a lot of things to do. Another. Alan didn't understand, so he asked her what she meant by the other things. Hilda then called someone in, Blorg. Alan turned to see who it was. A dwarf walked in. He looked muscular and mature. He introduced me as Blorg, the royal smith. Alan was surprised at what a dwarf. Hilda said, I heard you came to find a weapon suitable for you. Blorg can make you such a thing. Hilda declares that even though you are only half of my blood, I won't let you be in danger. She smiled brightly. So until the weapon is completed, you should stay inside the castle. Alan was surprised that this damn royal had someone who understood him so much. He looked at her and said, thank you, sister, very much. Blorg approached and asked Alan if he had any main weapons. Alan replied that these days I use a shovel. After hearing that answer, Blorg was also helpless to say anything. Alan quickly explained that I really didn't know what weapon to use. I used a shovel while I was exiled for about half a year, so I was quite familiar with it. Blorg asked him if he could show me his hand, then he put his hand out here. Blorg looked over and said, that hand has never practiced weapons. He scratched his head, it's not that I can't make a shovel, but do you think it's ineffective if you constantly use a shovel in battle? Then he thought for a moment to see if Hilda said that weapons should match a person's personality. Hilda stood up and called the servant in. Blorg, you're surprised you're not planning on doing anything yet. She said I want them to clean up the training ground. Alan was confused as to why she was. Hilda clenched her fists. She stood in front of the sunlight and said, it's been a while since I fought my younger brother, so now I'm anxious to do it right away. After Alan heard this, he immediately turned to stone and was speechless. At that time, Alan hesitantly spoke to me. He shyly said, I refuse, I just came here to rest, but Hilda replied, don't worry, she won't force you. She said if you don't want to fight, I can defend, I won't attack. Even though he heard that, he was still skeptical. He thought that actually, he would be more comfortable if he could find a suitable weapon for himself. Alan seemed to understand, he winked, so please be gentle with me. Hilda laughed along, okay. After that, the two of you decided to go to the training field. Can we go to the training field now? The gentle breeze seemed to indicate that even though the fight was practice, they were determined to win. Alan fought Hilda with different weapons. Although it was said that it was practice, the two of them looked like they were fighting on a battlefield. First he used a spear. Next was the mace. It seemed that the weapon was quite heavy for him, so he was not used to holding it. Next was the sword. Alan seemed to be more skilled with the sword. He was stronger than him. It seemed to Hilda that it was just a mosquito attack. Although Alan fought with all his might, Hilda was like a machine filled with endless energy. She spoke louder and stronger. Alan, the chain axe and scythe still have many weapons we need to try. Alan gasped, his face turned pale. Is that so much? One by one, he used all the weapons. Okay, now to try his hand. Yes. Next are axes and chains. Yes. Pot. Yes, pot. Alan collapsed exhausted, the pot over his head. She was full of energy and stood without any effort. He immediately opened the pot from his head. His strength was gone. Hilda said, even though you are my half-brother, I'm sorry that I can't pay attention to you until now. You gently said this is the first time we've met since Ulysses' funeral, right? She said that at that time she was too young, and at that time she was also too busy taking over the territory. I remember when I heard that you had become an evil person, I was really confused that you could change so much. Hilda said kindly, but now it seems that's not the case. I don't know what happened to you. With that gentle, tolerant look, her light smile added to her normal beauty like that of a fairy, she replied very lovingly, but thank you for coming to meet Ems, Alan. She thanked him, making his heart flutter. I will definitely take care of you during this time. I was so moved that I almost fell to tears, sister. After that moment, Hilda turned cold and replied with her current score, and so all three dwarves held up a big, plump 0 sign. Alan's score was exactly 0 points. All three dwarves commented in turn. The bald man said he uses all weapons to the same extent. The man with dark brown hair and beard commented that although he seemed to know how to use a shovel-type weapon, that type of weapon was not suitable for combat. Finally, the man with milky brown hair and beard replied no, he just had bad physical strength. The comments were indeed not wrong for his current situation. Alan listened helplessly while Hilda stood pondering something. Finally Hilda said I had the same opinion as them. Alan was startled. This is care. What do you mean? She immediately raised her hand to help him up. She said it was very important for Alan to know what level he was at. Alan also responded to her hand and stood up. She immediately said that she thought she should first teach him how to improve his physical condition, and he tiredly replied, I refuse if you want me to practice. I said I came here to rest. Even though she saw that he was complaining, she still smiled happily and accepted. She immediately asked, by the way, I heard you can use divine powers, right? You were surprised. Why? Hilda remembered when he used a sniper rifle. She replied that that thing is suitable for all types of weapons, right? Alan replied that yes, his divine power allows him to enhance any type of bow he uses. It was my turn to say, so this could be your talent. She said, surprising him, enhancing his ability to use weapons. He happily said that she could recognize it even though she had never seen it, and she replied that we had just sparred. She started to comment, your physical condition is so bad but you can still control that weapon because you quickly realize how that weapon should be used. What she said made him confused. Why did everyone repeat that they were physically weak? Hilda said, the dwarves nodded in agreement. It will be difficult to find a suitable weapon for you in a day or two. Hilda finished the training session. Come here today and try again tomorrow. It would be a waste if you use your talent on random weapons. He replied yes. This series lasted for more than a week. It has passed. Alan helplessly put his head down on the table. Finally, I'm back here again, at the Hilda Territorial Library. Alan remembered when Hilda finished practicing, telling her to use her divine power next time. He collapsed and thought that, Hearing Hilda say that, maybe this would continue for a long time. Then he immediately stood up. I'm better at using my brain than these manual things. Is there any magic I can use? Suddenly Alice came to him, worriedly asking Alan, good morning, sir. He saw her, remembering that at that time this girl was also here with the Archbishop. You usually ask her. I remember you often go to the library, right? She replied yes. He continued to ask if the Archbishop was still well. She replied that he is currently participating in hunting werewolves. Then the conversation took a turn. The two looked at each other silently, frozen in place. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. Alan was helpless, thinking it was too bad he didn't know what to talk about anymore. He coldly said, don't bother me. Before she could finish her sentence, Alice got straight to the point. You're researching a type of power-enhancing magic, right? He suddenly replied, yes, I was looking for something like that. She shyly said that last time we talked about the method of resurrection, I didn't mean it. Alice said, I think I can help you. That made him think again. Alan focused seriously on reading a book, regardless of the girl secretly staring at him. Although she was quite shy at first, seeing him so determined, she kept looking at him. A relieved smile appeared on the typical blonde girl, Alice. It had been a long time since she had seen the beauty of a girl smiling like that. Suddenly someone was calling her. Alice could faintly hear it. Alice suddenly woke up when someone called her many times. She didn't think that while reading a book and looking at Alan, she would fall asleep without realizing it. When she opened her eyes, she saw Raphael calling her and putting his hand on her shoulder. He asked, why were you sleeping in the library? You made me worry all morning. Not yet awake. Alice's eyes were still blurry. She replied, I'm sorry. Raphael asked her, why did you sleep here? She shyly recalled, it was just that studying here was so fun that I forgot about time. He happily asked and smiled, saying that he was indeed my niece. She was just like me. She suddenly thought to herself that if he knew she was here with the seventh prince, he would be very angry. He suddenly asked her, making her suddenly startled, by the way, what is the seventh prince doing? He thought to himself and said, he can use resurrection magic and even create zombies. He was skeptical. Seeing such an evil person made me wonder if I was making a mistake. Hearing what Raphael said made her tremble a bit. He was wondering how he could do those things. Alice looked at him curiously, thinking that he seemed very curious about the seventh prince. Alice thought, but because he was the person who had bothered me in the past, he couldn't ask me these things directly. I also have a lot of things to know about this person. She pondered whether she should tell him that the seventh prince had changed. Then she immediately called out to him. Raphael turned around. What's wrong? Alice was about to say, why don't you ask me directly? Suddenly, there was a loud explosion that overwhelmed her sound. Hearing a strange sound, the two immediately turned to look. Alice asked what the sound was. Raphael said the sound was from the training ground. It seemed that Raphael had a premonition of something. His face suddenly changed. He hurriedly ran towards the gate. Probably the seventh prince had caused trouble again. Alice suddenly shouted loudly, Sir! She immediately sped up and ran after him. Wait, it's not the prince. In front of the two people running was the gate open on one side. She thought to herself that he was very serious yesterday. She was surprised to see the scene in the training ground behind the light of that gate. Now he was a completely different person. Alice and Raphael both saw, the spear was broken. This is what happened at the training ground at that time was when Alan and Hulda were training together. But something happened when the weapon in Hulda's hand broke in half, and Alan's spear emitted a formidable power surrounding it. That airflow. Alice asked what was going on. Hilda looked at her weapon in bewilderment. What was going on? Alan didn't know what just happened. Outside, Alice and Celtic were extremely surprised by Alan's strength. Alyek said that His Highness had just cut off the princess's spear. How strong is this kid? Hilda's spear is famous for being the best in the continent. Hilda looked at her spear and said, Alan. You say try again. Bring me a new spear. Alan was confused. You did not perform too well just now. Hilda looked at Alan and replied that I used holy magic to strengthen the weapon earlier. Right, that's great, but... The dwarf next to him sighed and said that it simply increased the durability of the weapon, and that even if you hit it haphazardly, you would get the same result, Your Highness. Everyone around said that after all, you fought very well just now, so don't be impatient to try another weapon. Alan crossed his arms and complained that it's easy for you to say, but I still don't understand. He turned his eyes away thoughtfully, hoping there was a way. What caught Alan's eye was Alice smiling brightly looking at him. After looking at him, his energy seemed to be fully charged. He said, okay, Let's go, Hilda replied in the same spirit. This time you should fight properly because I will also fight with all my might. Celtic outside came in. Both looked angrily at Alice and she still didn't understand anything. She held a weapon and danced a few basic moves. So Alan took the weapon and rushed to Hilda's place. While fighting, you suddenly stopped. What did Alice say last night? He remembered that holy magic reacted with life force. It could strengthen weapons, but it also reacted with the body even more strongly. Hilda was still holding her weapon and preparing to fight with all her might. The two people rushed to fight each other. The sound of metal hitting each other was loud. Alan thought to himself, so don't be tied to weapons but try to use holy magic freely. He tried his best to fight. Then something that everyone couldn't imagine happened. Alan put down his weapon. His actions made Hilda extremely surprised. She asked me what was the weapon's sheath, what were I going to do? Alan unleashed his power. He summoned the power and thought he really didn't know how to enhance it, but if he did it the same way as injecting holy magic into a rifle. Celtic and Alice were surprised to see this scene. He clenched his fist. It seemed to give him strength. And he took a prepared position, bringing his fist back. Then he punched Hilda really hard, making her extremely surprised. That punch caused Hilda to tear a piece of her shirt. And in the end, the wall behind was broken. Hilda herself was extremely shocked. She stared at Alan with wide eyes. Small pieces of rock flew everywhere, and Alan and Hilda still stood there looking at each other. When he regained consciousness, Alan was surprised at the strength just now. Wow, that's amazing. How many points did you get with that shot? The dwarves looked towards the wall and said that with just one blow, the wall created a whole crack. It was truly amazing, but the posture was so bad, and besides, you only strengthened that fist indiscriminately. So everyone gave Alan 0 points. He was angry at his mother but couldn't do anything. At that moment, Hilda spoke well. Alan turned to look at his sister. She came and patted his brother's shoulder to be able to enhance holy magic overnight. Alan replied that he only applied it to his body like a weapon, but the idea was not something he came up with himself. He glanced at Alice and saw her trying to stop him from speaking. Understanding what he meant, Alan changed the subject. Thank you, I didn't know it was that strong. Luckily, I was able to avoid it. Hilda laughed and replied that if I had blocked the attack, all the windows here would have broken. She criticized him for not being good in his attack posture, but that attack just now was a fatal blow, and Alan said even her sister criticized it for being bad. Alan asked, do you really have no skills in dueling or using weapons? After hearing that, everyone's faces turned pale. Hilda told Alan that the important thing was his invincible spirit. Alan thought to look at it from another perspective. Not being good at using any weapon means he can use all weapons, right? Alan seemed enlightened after thinking that of himself. After that, Hilda told her brother that she had worked hard for her. Let's rest and we will practice again tomorrow. Alan replied, yes, I will watch all kinds of difficult dances for a while and then rest. Celtic looked at Alan and said this kid turned out to be so strong. He was definitely the kid from the past, that irredeemable trash. He was extremely angry. Alice next to him reminded him, we should go home and I will return the blanket to you. Thank you. Hearing the girl say that, Celtic immediately asked which blanket. He didn't give me any blanket, wasn't I still wearing it from the beginning? Alice touched her body in surprise. Then she thought to herself, is the prince the one who covers her with blankets? Are you shy? Yes, it seems I forgot. I brought it with me yesterday because it was cold. Let's go home. The next morning, on the rooftop of the castle, the bell rang loudly. Alan opened the door and asked what he was doing so early in the morning. He suddenly saw Hilda and Raphael both sitting on horses and going to fight. Hilda also joined the fight. There was an announcement that a werewolf was attacking the mine. Alan thought to himself, mentioning the mine, it must be very important to them. So both Hilda and the Archbishop personally had to go to battle. He turned his eyes to the other side and saw Alice. Do you think Alice helped them evacuate the people? The hidden werewolves may have infiltrated here. Everyone quickly evacuate. Alan stood outside the door and looked out with satisfaction that he just needed to sit quietly in the castle, when suddenly there was a prince's voice. There you are. There's a dwarf standing behind Alan and says it's urgent. You're startled, don't come close to me. He was extremely surprised when he witnessed that scene. Alan was standing in front of the arena door and there were countless traces inside. He asked what happened to the arena. Alan quickly replied, sorry, I was in the middle of practicing when something happened. He didn't let him finish and ran straight in there. What are you doing? Oh, stay with me. The weapon is gone. Ahem. He found his hiding place. Alan thought back to the scene where he stuffed all his weapons into his space bag. Now that he knew how to enhance the crystals of any weapon, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. Then he bent down and asked the dwarf, "By the way, you also make rifles here. I wonder if you can give it to me." The dwarf was scared by Alan's words. He replied, "We have it, but..." You looked at him and thought he didn't want to take you because you were a child, but actually it was because you ruined their arena. The dwarf sighed and then scratched his head and said, "I will give it to you." Alan was extremely happy. "Right." He said that the skill of the rifles we make is just equal to that of decorations, but if they were in your hands, it would definitely be different because you are the one who can shoot down vampires through even the city walls. Alan was surprised and asked if he had heard about that too. Then the dwarf replied, "Yes, Your Highness, so can I make a condition?" Alan is so confused. Why is this? "I'll give you all the rifles you need. But please go out there and test the gun immediately." Images of werewolves out there appear. Alan asked if he wanted me to go to the battlefield. You told him that my sister and even the Archbishop had joined the battle. Perhaps that wasn't enough to solve the problem. He said that the werewolves' recent movements were very strange. Their numbers also increased dramatically. This was the first time it seemed like they were being controlled by someone else. If that was the case, then the leader must be very strong. Image of a wolf with glowing red eyes howling at the red moon. The dwarf spoke again. "So we need everyone to join forces, including dogs and cats." Alan said something angry. "Old man." He interrupted Alan. "Well, the Crusaders are also the main force on the battlefield, but they only listen to your orders. Protecting you is their top priority." Alan thought it was true that those people were following to protect me. He said in an extremely urgent tone that the lives of so many civilians were at stake. "Your Highness." He lowered his head, looking sad, and said that both the attack and I were afraid that we would be defeated. There were also my friends in the mines, afraid that they were also in danger. He then asked if he could lend us the crusade. In the middle of saying if he approved, an alarm sounded. The soldiers are reporting an attacker. Werewolves are targeting the fortress. There is an attacker. Alan was worried that they would bypass the soldiers and head straight for the village. The other man stared at the fortress and said it seemed like this leader was quite intelligent. He begged, "Please at least protect the village. My prince, Alan is scared. Can I hide with him?" He said, "Prince." You turned pale, but damn it. Outside the castle, the werewolves were getting closer. Everyone in the village ran away to hide. Alice stayed behind to reassure everyone to calmly evacuate. She said the soldiers would protect everyone. Suddenly someone announced, "Sir," that there was a child injured. Alice worriedly turned back. She ran up to the boy and realized he was lost in the crowd. She said, "It's okay, I'll take care of him." Alice is talking to comfort the good boy. "I'll do it gently and it won't hurt." Before he could finish speaking, the boy screamed with a scared look on his face. Then pointing behind Alice, the boy kept stuttering, making her not understand what he wanted to say. After a while, the boy shouted and ran away. All the werewolves were rushing towards Alice. At this moment, Alice regained consciousness and felt a chill run down her spine. She turned her head and stared wide-eyed at the approaching werewolves, while her servant hugged the boy and called out to Lady Alice. Alice was scared to see them approaching her. Then she grabbed the head of a werewolf and used all her strength. One blow hit the guy's head to the ground, leaving him unable to react. The servant and the boy looked at Alice for a long time. They were extremely surprised by her strength. That werewolf's head was stuck on the ground, blood splattered everywhere. Alice's hands were still stained with that guy's blood. She said, "How dare you attack this peaceful little village?" Alice is like a goddess who comes to protect everyone. She said that as the Archbishop's niece, "I won't let you act like a monster forever." At the same time the soldiers also arrived. They said, "Miss Alice, they are approaching you. You spread your arms and tell everyone to fall behind me." Alice clenched her fists and thought she had learned a few basic moves from him but had never fought with so many monsters. Who would she be able to protect? Then she and the soldiers got into a ready position to fight the monsters. They were rushing towards her. Alice encouraged herself that there was no more time to hesitate and be weak. She had to protect everyone. And she used her magic fist towards the monsters with a face determined to win. Suddenly, a blue light flashed from the tower behind. That beam of light shot straight at the monsters, causing them to fall to the ground, while Alice could not do anything. The lightning bolts knocked down each werewolf one by one. Alice was extremely surprised by magic. Who was attacking? Alice looked back in shock. Could it be that the only person who could attack at long range with such powerful attacks was the seventh prince? Alan was on the tower holding a gun and complimenting himself that the gun made by the dwarves was different, it was a genuine product. He took aim with that gun and wiped them out. Every shot you fire is powerful, and suddenly a notification appears that you are using holy magic, your weapon is instantly enhanced, and the penetrating skill has been activated. The bullets fired all hit the monsters, leaving them unable to react. Each monster was defeated, some lost their heads. In just a moment all the werewolves were destroyed, their bodies lying on the ground. Alan here says my brother is right. He was still firing bullets at the monsters, making them scream in pain. This trip will be very interesting. On the other side, the Crusaders are helping people kill all the werewolves. Killing all the werewolves, Alan stood on the tower and said this year's werewolf hunting season. The dwarf suddenly appeared with an unbelievable surprise. You succeeded in just such a split second, Alan replied. Why are you so surprised, didn't you make a deal with me for this? Alan picked up the gun with interest. By the way, I like this rifle, it consumes much less holy magic, it also has a few skills attached. The dwarf asked for skills. If you like it, that's fine. The monks reported, Your Highness, that the werewolves are bringing more troops here. Alan said they are scared by guns and bullets. I will evacuate the people in the village first, you stop the werewolves. They obeyed Alan very well. Alan said it seems like I'm gradually being noticed by the monsters. The dwarf replied that maybe even the god of death would praise you. Being praised like that, Alan smiled. Well, that's very annoying. The dwarf looked at Alan and thought that even though he spoke senselessly at times, making a contract with a prince like this was probably the best decision of his life. Who would have thought that he was this talented? Alan continued to hold the gun and prepare to destroy the werewolves. Each bullet released glowed, causing the dwarf to cover his eyes. In Alan's mind, he was worried about everyone. Princess Hilda, and my brothers, are everyone still safe? At the mine, when Hilda and Raphael's army arrived, it was too late. The dwarves were all captured by the werewolves and tied to a corner. They kept apologizing that it was our fault. Princess, we were truly a burden. Seeing this, Hilda was very angry and asked if she was playing the hostage game again. The alpha wolf looked at her and said, hostage, there was no way that could happen. Red Moon comes out and says, I want to negotiate, Princess Hilda. From behind the leader, the other werewolves also looked at her savagely. Hong Naguyat asked if we could discuss the details. Hilda's face stiffened, her eyes filled with hatred that spoke of a negotiation. Hong Naguyat negotiates. Calm down, princess, if you listen to our request, we will release you. We want you, Hilda. Hearing that, Hilda was startled and said something. Raphael shouted from behind, what nonsense are you barking at? Do you think we will follow? The blog under his feet cursed further. You damn monster, Hong Naguyat said annoyedly, the decision is up to the princess. You guys, you are so talkative. After saying that, he grabbed Blorg's head. Angry, Blorg cried out in pain. The people behind him looked worried and called Blorg. Hong Naguyat coldly reminded, be careful with your mouth. We are different from those bloodsuckers, even though we are monsters, we still have honor. After saying that, he threw Blorg hard to the ground, causing him to cry out in pain. Hilda and the people behind quickly ran to ask, are you okay, Blorg? Hong Naguyat added on this side, choose princess, do you see anything? We just returned a hostage safely. The people behind worriedly spoke up, princess, you can't go with him. Raphael worriedly said, if you leave, then the territory, Hilda interrupted, still has him. And my brother too. Right, Red Moon. Hilda gave Blorg to the person next to her and stood up. I'm quite curious why you want to trade for me, because I'm a more valuable hostage. After listening, Hong Naguyat tilted her head in agreement. How valuable? Yes, one could say that. Now it's for peace and freedom? Hilda wondered, peace and freedom. He replied, as you know, vampires are our enemies. We want to free ourselves from being the pets of those damn vampires. And the Holy Kingdom wants to destroy them all. Why don't we form an alliance? Then the princess of the holy country, Hong Naguyat, stomped her feet on the ground and walked towards Hilda. He bent down, smiled fiercely and said, this is an attractive offer, isn't it? In the air, gunpowder smoke hung thickly. Alan Alphals leaned against the wall and looked down, exclaiming, oh my god, there's gunpowder everywhere, why did I kill so much? A subordinate came forward to report, sir, we have destroyed all the monsters around the village. Alan Alphals heard that and said, everyone did well, so as you promised, now the musket is mine is correct. The dwarf replied, of course, sir. If you are willing to come to the mine, I promise to make you an even better musket in the future, Alan Alphals said angrily. Don't try to manipulate me. Suddenly, from far away, the sound of horses was heard. Alan Alphals instinctively turned his head to look towards the sound, which was the sound of horse hooves. See, without me, everyone will still return safely, he said, pointing down. The dwarf exclaimed, the princess did it. The subordinate spoke up, Your Highness, something is wrong. I didn't see the princess in the convoy. Hearing that, his eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed something. The city gate opened, the army began to enter, the people saw them and immediately ran to shout, Take care of the wounded first, thank God everyone is safe, where is Princess Hilda? After listening, the soldiers confided to the people, Please forgive us because we were taken hostage, Princess Hilda. Having become a prisoner of the werewolves, Alan Alphals suddenly stopped. The angry dwarf ran up and grabbed Blorg's collar in the group, cursing, Damn it. Yet he dared to call himself a Lun. The crowd saw that and quickly stopped them. Hey, stop. The dwarf shouted loudly, How could you just abandon the princess like that? Alan Alphals on this side reminded everyone, the hostages were only slightly injured, it seemed like they weren't fighting. One of the group stepped forward, Your Highness, Alan Alphals asked, Is the Archbishop also with my sister? He replied yes, he said he couldn't leave the princess alone. Alan Alphals wondered, why would he do that? So who will lead the village now? I think it's because he prophesied that the two of them would return soon, Alan Alphals thought, what does he mean? Furthermore, these people look very calm even though their commander was taken away. Why? The Archbishop said, We know where Princess Hilda is. We'll wait here and then gather together. Me? He asked. What if I refuse to come along? Hearing that, the Archbishop looked confusedly at the chaotic crowd fighting each other ahead. Then I will kneel down and beg you. The entire group of horses slowly moved forward. One person in the group worriedly asked, Is it okay if we continue to slow down like this? Alan Alphals finally agreed to go with them, he said as he rode. The dwarves seemed very impatient and panicked. You guys look calm. The Archbishop next to him calmly replied, The dwarves have connections, closely associated with Princess Hilda. But we believe in the princess's abilities. There's also the Archbishop. Nothing will happen. Thinking about Alan Alphals nodded, Yes, that old man seems to be very strong. One person in the group exclaimed when he heard that, It looked very strong. Alan Alphals was startled. Another person came back and said, Oh yeah, the prince has lost his memory. And the dwarves don't care about the world outside this territory, so they probably don't know either. Hearing that, Alan Alphals silently said in confusion, Why is he suddenly talking so vaguely? Is the bishop following? Explain. That is Raphael Astoria. He has published many books and there are also many historical books that mention his name in them. Because he was a great hero who fought alongside the Holy Emperor against the Demon King. Alan Alphals thought in surprise, I knew he was strong but I didn't expect it to be that bad. The person behind continued, Just having him by his side was enough to make the werewolves. Just like a puppy, on this side, drops of water gently fell. Red Moon looked at Hilda tied to the chair and exclaimed, How beautiful. Hilda spoke, Good things about peace and freedom. It's like this. Hilda was tied tightly to the chair with a frown on her face. After hearing this, Hong Naguyat laughed a few times and said, Don't be angry princess, I have been following you for a long time. When you killed my creations, that side of you was truly beautiful. Makes me really want to bite you, turn you into one of my creations, but like I said, for peace and freedom, I held back because of the negotiation with the Holy Empire. After saying that, he knelt down. Now you no longer have to go with that weak old man. If you agree to ally with us, I will let you command a powerful werewolf army. And as a commemoration of the Alliance's formation, Crimson Moon gently lifted Hilda's chin. His eyes glowed, juices flowed from his mouth, he laughed a few sinister times, I will marry you. Then say loudly, If you want, I will even wait until you die. After ending your life as a princess, I will give you a new life as a werewolf. Speaking of this, Raphael on this side is about to go crazy. His whole body suddenly exploded, no matter how tight and sturdy the chains were, they broke. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at him angrily and said, I can't listen to this nonsense anymore. Raphael broke the chain, he growled and said, I don't want to hear any more of this nonsense. Hong Naguyat never expected that a human would break the chain, even though the opponent was an old man, he said in bewilderment, Kyuk. The wolf said in confusion, How could an ordinary human be able to break those chains? Even though Hilda was tied up, she still calmly turned to tell Raphael. It seemed like he didn't know. Who are you, Archbishop? He rubbed his knuckles and said, well, it's been a long time since I was in the sanctuary. It feels so good to relax my muscles and bones after a while, Hong Naguyat helplessly said. What? The Archbishop continued to complain. My body is still very active, I still don't know why. The Holy Emperor gave me this place. The two hostages continued to confide in each other in front of a wolf who lost his temper. He kept making me worry. I wonder how his health has been lately. That's because the Holy Emperor believes in him very much. That's the Archbishop. Hong Naguyat couldn't stand this scene and he lost all patience. Hey, that's enough. It seemed that his voice was quite low so that the old man like the Archbishop could not hear it. The evidence was that he was still talking. Whatever he said, the matter at this point seemed to need to be resolved. Done. At this point, Hong Naguyat couldn't stand it anymore. He screamed, I said enough is enough. I don't know what trick you used, but are you looking down on me? Hong Naguyat released her power. He opened his mouth full of sharp fangs in front of the two hostages to threaten them. Do you know that I can easily tear you apart? Suddenly, a ray of light appeared. That ray of light caused Hong Naguyat's power to gradually decrease. Hilda lowered her head. She asked him, so, you think you can easily kill an old man and a girl like me at any time, right? The light from Raphael's holy magic helped Hilda free from her chains, she said with a smile. But until now we still don't have any injuries. Why do you think? Hong Naguyat hesitantly backed away. Hilda stepped closer to him. We came here to save everyone. And now I have the opportunity to destroy your lair, which is causing harm to our territory. While Hilda was saying, it was a great idea to personally come here to clean up this place, Hong Naguyat silently scolded in her heart, this is not good. I could feel their holy magic swirling as if waiting to explode. After both of them were freed from their chains, they continued to talk to each other. Ha! They took away our weapons. What should we do now, princess? You can use magic and I will use this fist to deal with them. Hong Naguyat witnessed the calm attitude and demeanor of the two of them. He couldn't help but wonder, what was with their relaxed attitude? Even if the opponent is a member of the royal family, they are just an old man and an ordinary woman. So if I turn around and run away? As soon as she finished thinking, Hong Naguyat immediately ran away. The remaining wolves also ran after their owner. Hilda exclaimed, huh? She was frustrated and said, it ran away. After that, Hilda ordered Raphael, we have to deal with it quickly, Archbishop. He immediately summoned magical power. It looked round like a ball, like the Rasengan in Naruto. She praised the wolves' talents. It's true that wild animals have good instincts to sense danger. Raphael rolled his eyes. He raised the hand holding the magic power ball behind him. Then Raphael gained momentum, preparing to throw. He took a breath. Hup. The magic ball was thrown with extremely terrible force. It quickly flew towards Hong Naguyat. He also realized it was being thrown towards him. And that ball split into sharp pieces like stalactites that pierced the wolves' chests. They screamed in pain. Ack. The piece of magic power pinned on the ground made it difficult for Hong Naguyat's body to separate. He thought with relief, luckily I was able to dodge, I almost died. While he was trying to find a way to pull out that piece of magic power, Raphael and Hilda had already approached. Well, as expected, the magic just now wasn't very strong because I hadn't used holy magic yet. He clasped his hands and prepared to pray. Now I will send my prayers to the goddess Gaia. Hilda also asks you, don't forget to send my thanks for that day too. Red Moon cried out in fear, Yuk. While the Archbishop was praying, to the god of life, Gaia, Hilda turned to Red Moon and said, what a pity, Blood Moon, I actually like you. Hong Naguyat didn't understand what that person was saying, so she asked again, what? You mean you liked my previous proposal? Hilda immediately denied, no. She emitted a murderous aura that made Hong Naguyat sweat in fear. Hilda threatened him, actually, I also need some stuffed animals to decorate my castle. He raised his eyes to look at Hilda. In Hong Naguyat's eyes, Hilda was like a devil. Hilda returns to business. The dwarf you just released is actually a great artist. If I capture you alive and let them dissect you, I think the Holy Emperor will also like it. Then I will send him your animal skin. Hong Naguyat scratched the ground. He growled. Then, he screamed. Thanks to this strong action, the stab wound on Hong Naguyat's shoulder bled out more. Hilda reminded her, hey, stop moving, if you don't want to die. Hong Naguyat did not listen to what the other person said. He simply tore off the piece of flesh on his shoulder. Hong Naguyat's arm was torn off in one place and he quickly ran away. Hilda was also a bit surprised, but she regained her composure quickly. It left her arm behind. While she was saying, "Let's clean this place up quickly," Raphael, a wolf, was about to jump on Hilda's shoulder. It screamed. Hilda threw a punch straight into that wolf's face without even looking. She was like a cool big sister right now. She turned to tell the Archbishop, "I want to send some clean specimens of these monsters to His Majesty and the Holy Emperor." Raphael did not answer, but his actions made it clear that he would comply with the king's wishes, lured by destroying wolves. Meanwhile, Alan was riding on the horse, eyes wide and asking, "Wait, then why did you bring me there? If that were the case, then just her and the Archbishop would be able to clear them out." The other man replied, "To ensure the perfect success of the conquest and help him gain a lot of experience, then in war, my prince." Princess Hilda felt it was necessary to do it for him. She said, "Letting Alan experience real combat would help him a lot." Alan thought to himself, "I don't need to give him sympathy, where is that favor?" He sighed, dejectedly said, "What the hell, so I followed you in vain." The other person calmly said, "Alan, Prince, please don't be like that, because it's all for your own benefit, for your benefit in the future. And it is also Princess Hilda's wish, and we will do everything to make it happen for you." Hearing that, Alan did not understand anything. Looking at the prince's confused face, as a subordinate, the man had to explain Hilda's past. The first time Princess Hilda came here when she was only 12 years old. He saved the dwarves from their fate of slavery. He worked very hard together with everyone to build this territory, which was once very poor. And as for us, we of the Green Cross joined the fight alongside Princess Hilda when she came of age. At that time she became a very special person. Listening to that person's emotional storytelling voice, Alan silently wondered if he was saying that Hilda was already considered by them as part of their own family. Her ability to chase down enemies without missing a single trace, perhaps learned from them. This party is known for their excellent tracking and exploration skills. I don't think they could have followed her. It's been so long. Now I know how hard it was for them to practice together with her. A person walking next to Alan was suddenly startled and called out, "Your Highness! There is something ahead of us." The sound of footsteps and heavy breathing of a beast echoed in unison. Huff, huff, Hong Naguyat made her own plan. "Those crazy royals are chasing me, now I have to run away. This place is my territory. If I can get more time, then I can fully recover and come back to attack us and Alan Alfals too." Suddenly he heard people shouting. Everyone was preparing to attack. Hong Naguyat suddenly thought, "Another team." He ran in front of Alan's team, thinking, "This is my chance to get some human meat to restore my strength. No, I shouldn't underestimate the royal bastards any longer than necessary. We have to escape first." Alan immediately took out his gun, aiming and shooting while wondering, was that the prey that had escaped from her? Hong Naguyat looked bewildered. He thought to himself, Alan's gun was about to release a magic bullet. Now, Alan was aiming precisely at Hong Naguyat. His demeanor right now is exactly like his sister, Hilda. Hong Naguyat thought dumbly, "This brat." The shot of the gun fired from Alan. It shot straight at him, thinking he was also a member of the royal family. Boom, a huge explosion occurred. The magic bullet from Alan's gun shot straight into Hong Naguyat's head. He tried to block it, screaming in pain, "Uwa!" But Hong Naguyat's body was at its limit, so the bullet punctured half of his head. Naguyat screamed miserably. Alan saw that he was not dead yet, so he wondered and was attacked in the head, but it still doesn't matter, he is one of the masters. Or maybe my bullets are too weak. Alan thought to himself. It seemed like the firepower had dispersed after only 100 meters, this world's muskets were really weak. Thanks to the holy light, I could shoot farther if I fired again. He was engrossed in thought when suddenly a series of wolves appeared from the forest. Alan looked at this huge number and couldn't help but curse, "What the hell?" People from the Green Cross rushed out to fight the wolves to protect the prince. Someone quickly announced that the boss's host was running away. It seemed that it had called its accomplices to create a distraction while escaping. Alan was surrounded by wolves, silently cursing in his head, "Damn it, if it could run into the forest it would be very difficult to catch it again." Suddenly he stopped. Alan then told the Green Cross, "I have an idea." Someone who was busy fighting quickly asked, "What did you say?" Alan rode away while telling them his plan, "Split up, I will chase that boss." One person quickly called back, "To you, Prince." Then the captain-like person turned to order everyone, wearing the cross, half stayed here to continue fighting, the other half followed me to escort the 7th prince. Everyone responded in unison and obeyed the order. There were people running after Alan. He also noticed, they were following him. The fewer people watching him use his skills, the better. He smirked, thinking to himself, with such a weak boss. What a great opponent to test your skills on. Suddenly a blue wave appeared around, the system explained, activating the deadly swamp skill. Hong Naguyat was stopped, behind Alan's scream, standing there, the werewolf. I heard that werewolves pride themselves on being honorable warriors. Yet you ran away out of fear. Well, looking at you running away like this, you probably don't have the so-called honor to protect, right? Stupid Hong Naguyat didn't know that the other side was provoking himself. He angrily cursed, "Bastard." Hong Naguyat stomped his foot hard on the ground. He growled and said, "Okay. Besides, even if I run away, I will still die once you use that strange stick. Then it's best if I take you to hell together." Alan was not afraid of his sharp words. He calmly smiled and replied, "That's what I want to say." Alan landed and ordered the people behind him to chain the cross. "All of you cover your eyes and cover your ears," they screamed in panic. "What?" Seeing the refusal on Red Cross's face, he had no choice but to threaten them with words. "Isn't the royal family's word also a holy law to you?" "I already have an idea, so I'll just do it." He asked, "Could it be that you don't trust me?" The one with the scar on his face firmly replied, "No, sir. The power you have shown. Strong will to help others, I trust everything you do, my prince." That person bowed his head and replied respectfully, "We would like to obey." Looking at their respectful attitude, Alan felt a bit nervous. In fact, he did not have such great will, but loyalty. Their relationship with the royal family is certainly huge. Now that there was no one to stop Alan, he pulled out the mask of the vampire from before, then said, "There's no one here anymore, let's begin, werewolf. Anyway, there are a lot of things I want to try." I put it on my head. Hearing the reason why that person wanted to chase her, Hong Naguyat trembled and asked, "Do you want to use my body to try?" Then, he shouted, "What a shameless bastard," and at the same time the other wolves pounced on Alan. Before the giant hands of those monsters, Alan tried to stabilize his emotions and spirit. "Calm down. If I stay calm and use my weapons skillfully, there is no reason to fail." A giant undead hand reached out of the water. Its two hands gradually touched the two wolves floating in the air. Then a series of small zombies emerged from the ground. Those zombies all carry a sword and a suit of armor. The remaining zombies also wore the same armor, the only difference being their weapons, Alan told himself, even though he had no talent for weapons. But zombies can be used on their behalf. Alan's eyes flashed behind the mask. He affirmed himself, "I am a dead spirit master, the leader of the undead leader." The system displayed a notification, activating the undead warrior skill. The system pops up a notification, activating the zombie warrior skill. Unlike before, Alan's gun fires extremely terrifying power. The system pops up again, activating the holy light to activate the piercing effect, perforation. His power shot through the wolves' bodies. They cried out in pain. Hong Naguyat couldn't help but feel scared when she saw this scene. She couldn't believe it. The holy water suddenly flowed out. Now even skeletons were crawling out from the open ground, and there was even holy magic. I thought he was just saying nonsense, but this. It was no different from a massacre. Just as Hong Naguyat thought, the corpses of wolves were scattered all around, blood was flowing everywhere, like a small-scale war. He hesitantly asked Alan, What did you do?" He answered as he walked closer to Naguyat, "I had to use a lot of holy magic, but it seemed worth it." "Your role is over, monster." Alan raised the gun high. He said, "This is the last try." Hong Naguyat suddenly laughed, "Ha ha ha." He was trembling all over. But Naguyat's tone was still so resilient. "Do you think you can kill me so easily?" He opened his mouth and screamed, "Even if I die, I will definitely drag you along." Before Hong Naguyat could get close to Alan, other zombies promptly stopped him by stabbing him several times. Alan praised them, "Oh, well done, Gaia." He placed his gun in front of Naguyat's muzzle and said, "Goodbye, with your blessing, give me a weapon. Can tear a dead person into hundreds of pieces. Goodbye, monster." After Alan finished speaking, the gun's power slowly gathered. Hong Naguyat could only stand and look bewildered. He jumped up. Then a blinding light spread throughout the forest. The place where Hong Naguyat was sitting was now nowhere to be seen. Alan slowly dropped his mask. He turned his head to check on the people next to the cross. Just as promised, they covered their hands and closed their eyes, but their bodies kept shaking. Alan also noticed that, He thought that even though they closed their eyes and covered their ears, they could still feel the holy magic overwhelm. Then they won't be able to simply pretend to ignore this holy magic. I prayed for a bit and now I'm turning everything around into a mess, Alan said tiredly. Ah. His face now looked as if something very troublesome was about to happen. Alan frowned, wondering to himself, what reason should he make up? In the dark vision of the Knights of the Red Cross, the voice of the seventh prince suddenly sounded, "You can open your eyes now, just, don't be surprised." They listened to me, slowly open their eyes, eyelids out. Until they completely opened their eyes, the scene in front of them was quite chaotic, and the precious seventh prince was standing right there with his hands on his hips. He calmly said that the surrounding area was a bit messy. Someone corrected it, "Your words, it's not just a little bit, but you've almost burned down the entire forest, Your Highness." The one with the scar on his face asked, "Was all this caused by werewolves, but the holy power we felt just now?" Before the other person could finish asking, Alan quickly covered his ears and said, No, the only problem here is that I will go catch him. All of this is not my fault." Alan held the horse's reins and said, "I'll come back here and lead the way. Let's go back before it gets dark, wait until they're gone." Nearby, there's a figure hiding behind a tree. It turned out that Raphael had witnessed all the events just now. Now he felt both scared and nauseous. "See, I saw the elite undead with holy magic again. They couldn't even compare to the ones in the royal palace last time. These elite undead, they are an army that can even use weapons. How could he combine two opposing powers like that?" The archbishop thought thoughtfully, "No way. Is it because of Aslan's bloodline? The Southern Empire, the kingdom of Aslan. Aslan is a kingdom that worships death. This is also the reason why Luan and Alan's mother, Eulesia, abandoned them. Not only because Eulesia was just a commoner, but also because she was originally from Aslan. The seventh prince also inherited that bloodline, but throughout the history of the Aslan kingdom, no one has ever had such an ability. I bet that even if I searched all over that kingdom, I wouldn't be able to find anyone like that. I can't believe there are still things I don't know about. This really touches my heart." Suddenly, Alan stopped. He thought, wait. I shouldn't be surprised by the person who molested my niece. But I want to train him myself. If I teach him a more powerful magic, how strong can he be in the future? Unexpectedly, the great archbishop would have a headache like this one day. He imagined the face of his precious niece along with the despicable face of Alan. "Sir, this elite zombie, hee. Sir, let's combine magic power and holy power, hee." Raphael clenched his palms. A huge explosion suddenly occurred in the forest. The archbishop was probably because his emotions had crossed the limit, so he vented his anger by smashing the tree trunk next to him. "I must report this matter to the Holy Emperor. If your majesty orders me to train him, I'm afraid I will have no choice but to obey your orders." Even though Raphael was speaking calmly, his face looked like he was about to explode. "This is not what I wanted, just wait, Alan Alfals." And that was how the werewolf army problem was solved. Then Hilda, and Raphael, who had been muttering the whole way, finally returned safely. She awkwardly scratched her head and said, "If it weren't for the 6 crosses, I would have lost my way," and the archbishop stood beside it. Looked like he was struggling mentally before he dared to say, "Well, I don't really want him to be my disciple." Currently, Blorg held out a strangely shaped shield in front of him and called out to Alan, "Look, Your Highness. This is the normal firepower of a musket." "Your Highness," Alan asked admiringly, "even using the speed of fire, you can only cause this much damage." Blorg replied, "I can only cause this amount of damage is because I used lightning speed, Your Highness. But if that same musket was fired by you..." As soon as he finished speaking, Alan tried to fire a shot, and the magic power in the gun completely destroyed the target. The dwarf saw this wonderful result and cheered happily. "Whoa, hey, isn't Your Highness so wonderful?" Blorg also praised you. "Very admirable, Your Highness," as if the gun was alive. That's its own destiny. Alan also happily looked at the gun in his hand and thought, after all, it feels similar to the musket I know. It seems like if I use holy energy, the musket will change its structure on its own. Blorg gave Alan other advice. If he had to pray to gather holy magic, then he would prepare a preemptive strike. Hearing his words, he silently pondered, "Well, I can use the undead warriors as shields if necessary." The undead warriors seemed to hear their master's words. They immediately jumped up. Meanwhile, Blorg was still talking. You can also strengthen your body with holy magic, right? So about the armor." Suddenly a dwarf intervened. "Your Highness. The preparations have been completed. Princess Hilda called you to meet her. Alan wondered, is she? Blorg also knows what he means and stops the conversation here. I will send what I just said as a gift, Your Highness. You can rest assured to leave it to us. We have prepared a special festival just for you, Your Highness. Princess Hilda's cheerful voice rang out. Well done everyone. She gulped down the glass of wine in her hand. Then relax, Hilda said loudly, let's start the blood festival. A tomato was thrown on someone's shirt. People competed to throw tomatoes on people, that's why it was called the blood festival. Alan walked past the people and thought to himself, a festival to avoid bad luck by smashing red fruits instead for throwing real blood. So it's like the tomato festival in my previous life, huh? Alan noticed from afar that there were a few knights at the cross sitting gloomily on chairs. He was a bit surprised. It seemed like those guys were also enjoying the festival, a bit unexpected. But why don't they take off their cloaks? If they take them off, they'll die or something. Alan was engrossed in thought when suddenly a tomato was thrown at him. Someone quickly shouted, "Ah, watch out." But he didn't have time to dodge it, so he ate a whole tomato on his face. The people standing around couldn't help but freeze, bewildered, looking at the precious seventh prince being thrown a tomato. The person who was thrown turned out to be Alice. She falteringly admitted her mistake. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I was just playing with the kids, I didn't mean it. Alan calmly wiped the tomato off his face. He tasted it and suddenly said, oh, it's delicious. Alan didn't get angry at all and said, it's okay to continue having fun. He thought that with what he'd done in the past, it was worth it to be criticized. Hearing that, Alice had the courage to make a proposal to him. So, can we sit down and talk and have a drink? Alan narrowed his eyes and asked, what? She shyly and awkwardly said, I want to hear more about the resurrection magic you used. And at this point, Alan understood what she meant and replied, I have nothing to say about that. I just created it based on the idea that I hypothesized. I injected a lot of holy magic into it, grabbed the soul that was about to leave the body, and reattached it. Alice didn't understand anything. She exclaimed, yes. Raphael stood in a certain corner staring at his niece who was chatting with that prince. Alice, what are you doing with that boy? Alan took a beer and continued, I mean, everything is thanks to you. I heard that you are also one of the people responsible for treating my brother. Here, take this. This is to commend the wonderful healer who did not give up until the end. Alice smiled happily at Alan's compliment. Then, she took the beer from his hand and said, I know it's late but thank you, sir, for helping me in the palace, and also in this Hilda domain. The two of them drank their glasses together. The others who witnessed this beautiful scene immediately cheered for joy. The monsters were gone. Long live Princess Hilda and Prince Alan, long live the Archbishop. Alan was just as happy as them. He smiled lightly and thought comfortably, being this noisy once in a while isn't bad. Now I kind of miss the people I left behind. He took a sip of beer. Then, Alan silently asked, are Charlotte and Harmon okay? Somewhere, a large pool of blood flowed onto the floor. Charlotte struggled to hold her sword to keep herself from falling to the ground. She breathed tiredly, gasping, panting.